Then knead the dough, and wake up the dough after the demonstration, ask the robot to help roll the dumpling skins. The filling of the wontons is made with fresh pork leg meat and some shrimp. The filling of dumplings is much richer leek egg, leek pork meat, cabbage pork meat, celery pork meat, shiitake mushroom pork meat, carrot pork meat, and there are 3 ways to eat it: steamed, fried, and boiled. Ling Yaoyao did a lot and planned to let the soldiers who followed them out this time try it. So, when Qingbin got on the line of the Brem family, and the other party intended to invite Ling Xian to talk, Ling Yaoyao was not very willing to leave behind her neat and cute wonton dumplings. The little girl was wearing a pink apron, and her pretty face, which was flushed because of her busyness, was stained with a touch of flour without knowing it, and she looked up at Ling Xian in embarrassment. "Ah, you go. I don't understand what you're going to talk about anyway. I'll stay here and wait for you to come back." It is impossible for a chef to leave half of the food he has cooked. Ling Xian stretched out his hand and carefully wiped the flour on her clean face, and immediately changed his mind. "I'll let them come over." For Yaoyao's safety, he would never leave her here alone, so that anyone could have a chance. Fortunately, the wonton dumplings made by Ling Yaoyao may be very novel and delicious for the taworm people, but because they use the lowest level of ordinary ingredients, the auxiliary treatment effect is not very significant. Of course, if possible, he hoped that the other party would not meet with him at all, and it would be best to end the preliminary negotiations before dinner, and then wait for him to come alone next time before the formal talks. The people on the Brame family's side, when they heard that Ling Xian wanted to talk about cooperation with them, were actually unwilling to come to the door in person, but asked them to take the initiative to come over, and they were a little dissatisfied at first. But I remembered that my subordinates had found out the identities of these people, the human race from the Huanhua Empire, and the news that they had reached a cooperation with the Bai family. Although the Brame family was a little not very impatient, they felt that these human races were not big as outsiders, but they still decided to come and see what kind of medicine was sold in their gourds. The Brem family advocates technology to save the country and racial equality. Although they are not anti-government, they do not agree with the main battle policy of the royal family of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. If the war was useful, it would not have happened until now. The Tower Worms are still on the verge of depletion of resources, and their population has plummeted. According to them, it is better to cooperate with the Terrans. But if the human race came this time, they only had some food in their hands as bargaining chips, and it was not worth their cooperation with the Bram family. You know, the Blame family has developed the latest medicinal materials and ingredient cultivation technology, and will soon be self-sufficient and surplus. Even simply removing impurities from food can be done, but the taste cannot be guaranteed. The person in charge of the Bram family who came to negotiate with Ling Xian was Justin Brem, the young master of the Bram family, who was half of the human race and half of the Tarzer race, and the appearance was more human, but there was a unicorn touch. Don't look at his only one insect touch, but he has a keen sense of smell than those Tower Zerg with 2 insect touches, and he also has a special ability, Qing perception. If the other party came with malice, it would never escape his induction. Justin Blame never expected that when he stepped into the luxurious suite where the leader of the Terran forces was located, the first thing he sensed was not the other party's intentions for good and evil but a strange aroma that seems to be there. It makes him have an urge to secrete saliva unconsciously. Justin shook the bug and quickly determined that the aroma came from the direction of the kitchen in the suite, which seemed to be the aroma of the food. This is because Ling Xian didn't want Ling Yaoyao to come out to meet guests, so he closed the kitchen door and turned on the air replacement system. But I didn't expect that the young master of the Brahm family who came here was easier to touch with insects than a dog's nose. Justin was itched by the unknown aroma, and he didn't have much energy to talk about the scene for a while, so he got straight to the point. What you prepared in the kitchen is the sincerity of you want to talk to us about cooperation this time. Then I'll try it first. Saying that, Justin Blame walked directly towards the kitchen. Ling Xian, wait a minute. Nope, Ling Xian's biggest chip in his hand now is indeed food. To be precise, he has mastered the technology of making auxiliary healing food. It can make limited ingredients into supreme deliciousness, and it can also have good curative effects. This is a bargaining chip for the cooperation between the Nighthawk team and the Bai family, but for the Bram family, it may not be very applicable. They are good at high-tech technology. Food is naturally not as scarce as the Bai family, and even the middle and low-level auxiliary healing food and potions are not without channels. The chip that Ling Xian plans to use to cooperate with the Bram family is a more precious and scarce supplementary medicinal soup with medicinal effects but no side effects than auxiliary therapeutic food. Because he didn't have a good impression of the Bai brothers and sisters, Ling Xian didn't really want to give this cooperation to the Bai family. Finding another collaborator who is evenly matched with the Bai family can also be a disguised check and balance to the Bai family. Ling Xian learned the lesson of meeting with the Bai brothers and sisters in the morning, and did not intend to expose Ling Yaoyao in front of others, especially Ling Yaoyao, who was making auxiliary healing food. A beauty who makes a good meal has a fatal attraction for every man. Now that Justin has found out that food is being made in the kitchen, he is afraid that this cooperation will be nothing to talk about. However, Ling Xian still quickly blocked the kitchen door and explained, "Inside is my fiancée preparing dinner. She is more shy and doesn't like to see outsiders. Later, when the food is ready, I will let the robot deliver it." Justin could sense Ling Xian's rise of vigilance, and he was suddenly more curious about the people in the kitchen. However, Justin didn't feel any malice, and in addition, he sensed that the momentum on this human man was very unfathomable. Justin immediately became interested in this cooperation, returned to the living room sofa and sat down, and said with great interest, "I don't know what kind of cooperation you want to talk about." Ling Xian took out several SS level and below insect meat and high beast meats auxiliary healing medicinal soup, which had the effects of mental power recovery / short-term improvement and physical recovery / short-term improvement respectively. Justin is an SS level mental power and physique, and after tasting these auxiliary healing medicinal soups, his eyes instantly lit up. The taste is very good. The results are great. In addition to the medicinal soup that improves strength in a short period of time, it will be weak for a short period of time after the curative effect, and there will be no side effects on the body, with the technology of their Bram family, not to mention in the short term, no matter how long it takes, they can't make such a magical auxiliary healing medicinal soup. This cooperation must be negotiated. Justin's expression, which was originally a little careless, instantly became serious. "Is your cooperation with the Bai family also this kind of medicinal soup?" Ling Xian said, "Not at the moment. If the Brain family is not willing to cooperate, it may not be." Justin said eagerly, "Of course I am willing to cooperate." At this time, Ling Yaoyao made all the wontons and dumplings, and first cooked the amount for several people in the room to eat. After making it, she asked the intelligent robot to send out 5 small bowls of wontons, 5 small bowls of soup dumplings, 1 of each of the 6 flavors, a large plate of fried dumplings, and a large plate of steamed dumplings and seasonings. Ling Xian, Qingbin, Lu Lin, and Justin and his confidants who came each got 1. Ling Yaoyao wanted to go out and eat together, but she planned to make it for 60 people, and even if the other soldiers were full, they would eat a few to try each other. So Ling Yaoyao ate a small bowl of wontons, picked a few dumplings with the flavor she liked, and began to bury her head in the bags again. The repetitive work of making dumplings can actually be given to the robot, but Ling Xian doesn't seem to want her to go out, saying that he is afraid that she will also attract enemies. For him, and Ling Yaoyao doesn't like to see strangers very much, so it's not as fun as making dumplings. Justin outside, after eating delicious wontons and delicious dumplings with diverse flavors, was amazed. Justin has boasted that he has eaten a lot of good things since he was a child, but he has never eaten such a novel and delicious snack. The energy and curative effect of this snack are far inferior to that auxiliary medicinal soup, but because it is freshly cooked, the rich aroma of the food is really attractive. Justin said excitedly, "Can this also be included in the scope of our cooperation?" Ling Xian shook his head and said, "Auxiliary therapy food is a business in cooperation with the Bai family, and most of the food we provide to the Bai family is easy to store processed auxiliary therapy food, and very few fresh food dishes. After all, I was really reluctant to let my baby stay in the kitchen every day." Justin suddenly understood a little why Ling Xian didn't want him to go to the kitchen. If he had such a fiancée with good cooking skills, he would want to hide it, and of course he would be reluctant to let her work too hard. Justin also knew that when Ling Xian first arrived at Helen Star, he chose to cooperate with the two of them. One was to quickly increase his heritage, and the other was to check and balance the other, so that one day the cooperation would not turn into a feud. Justin said, "It doesn't matter if the auxiliary food can't be officially cooperated for a long time, but I hope you can send me some food called wontons and dumplings. I have many families, and I have a fiancé who has a deep connection with me growing up. I want to take back the food I tasted and share it with them. Of course, I will also give you a satisfactory return gift." Ling Xian pondered for a moment, and almost agreed. He made a lot of wontons and dumplings, but he had to agree the other soldiers, and he could only taste 1 or 2 by himself. Ling Xian didn't bring much medicinal soup this time, but in order to show his sincerity of cooperation, Justin directly transferred a large number of civilian-level scientific research and technical materials to them. As for the more advanced technology Jiao change, we have to wait for the next time to get more auxiliary medicinal soup and the production technology of auxiliary medicinal soup. After talking about two cooperation in one day, Ling Xian generally had a better impression of Justin. And the news that Ling Xian and the Bram family also cooperated, the Bai family quickly learned about it. Bai Shui was originally planning how to find a way to lure Ling Yaoyao away from Ling Xian and then attack her, and at this moment she was thinking about it. Brother, why don't we send someone to kidnap that Ling Yaoyao, and then blame the Bram family? Bai Sun angrily rebuked, nonsense. It is precisely because of your immaturity that Ling Xian does not believe in our Bai family, so he chose the Bram family to cooperate again. Bai Shui also said annoyedly, do you dare to say that you don't covet that Ling Yaoyao at all? You should have smelled it. The breath on her body was still very pure, and the breath stained with Ling Xian on her body was not very deep. Didn't you think about snatching her over and keeping it for yourself? The aura of a pure human race on her body smells very good. Her blood is so pure, she will definitely be able to give birth to the most talented child. Bai Sun took a deep breath and said calmly, yes, I like that girl. No man with the blood of the tower insect cannot be attracted to the human race female Xing, not to mention that she is so pure and sweet. However, many things in this world cannot be obtained by liking, and if I use dirty means to snatch her over, she will not be happy, and I will not just like our fathers and mothers, they will only become resentful couples in the end. If you still have thoughts that are unfavorable to her, I won't take you with you next time we talk about cooperation. Bai Shui snorted coldly, anyway, you just like it, don't dare to go up. Just wait to be like the second uncle and regret it for the rest of your life. Bai Shueming didn't listen to Bai Sun's words. Bai Sun was silent for a long time, recalling that his second uncle was lonely and regretful all his life, and his original decision was not so firm. He closed his eyes, opened a private communication number, and gave a few instructions. The next day was the day when Ling Xian and Bai Sun agreed to sell each other's goods. This time, Jiao exchanged for Ling Xian, there were 100-man miniature warships, equipped with enough munitions. What Ling Xian wanted to give to Bai Sun was 2,000 tons of insect meat and sea beast meat auxiliary food processed finished products, ranging from D grade to SS grade. Battleships and munitions can increase the hardware configuration of Ling Xian's troops and enhance their combat effectiveness. And so much auxiliary food is enough for Bai Sun's 100,000 troops to eat for a long time. Auxiliary healing food usually does not need to be eaten at every meal, it can be left to be eaten when the god is manic, and it can also greatly increase the combat power of the forces to which Qiang Bai Sun belongs. Therefore, this can be regarded as a mutually beneficial cooperation. The location of the cargo was chosen at the Freedom Spaceport outside the planet Heron. Before approaching the spaceport, Ling Yaoyao said with some worry, we only have one Xing that is not as good as the other party's miniature patrol ship. If the other party temporarily breaks the contract, and the warship that sends the goods is aimed at us, what should we do? Ling Xian touched Ling Yaoyao's head and said calmly, if it really falls into war, then there is only one way. Ling Yaoyao didn't know why. Ling Xian, have you forgotten, 168 mental power has also reached SSS+. I released the mental power defense shield. As long as it was supported for a while, Lu Lin could contact Uncle Wei and Li Nan on the main battleship and ask 168 to bring the main battleship over. The main battleship is now ready to be on standby. The main battleship of the Nighthawk team is hundreds of times the size of the miniature warship, the firepower may be insufficient, and the intelligence system is slightly inferior, but if it is enough in terms of defense, it is by no means capable of being defeated by just 10 micro-warships. Ling Yaoyao stammered, yes. I almost forgot that we still have the 168 big killer. Ling Yaoyao originally felt that this kind of situation should just be a big brain, and it should be almost impossible for it to happen. However, when the miniature patrol ship where Ling Xian and others were located arrived at the airspace outside the agreed port, Bai Sun ordered all the warships to demonstrate Xing's ability. The mouth was aimed at the patrol ship where Ling Xian was. During the holographic projection video call, Ling Xian's eyes were cold. I don't know what Master Bai means. Bai Sun's gentle and handsome face only smiled slightly and said, Mr. Ling, I just cherish my talents, and I don't want you to rush to death. To be honest, even if you have hundreds more miniature warships, you won't be able to fight the billions of insect troops of the Tower Worm Alliance government. If the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance was so easy to overthrow, the anti-government organization behind Bai Sun would not have stood still for many years, and would only dare to seize some of the resources of the border stars and secretly develop itself. Ling Xian snorted coldly and said, in order not to let us die, so you have to point your mouth at us first? Bai Sun continued slowly, if Mr. Ling really has a heart, he may be able to cooperate with Bai at a deeper level. For example, the two of us will send troops at the same time, and the Bai family will provide unconditional and unlimited military support, and you only need to provide the necessary auxiliary healing food. Saying that, Bai Sun's eyes looked at Ling Xian behind him, Ling Yaoyao with an angry face, and smiled gently. Bai fell in love with Miss Ling at first sight. If he can marry Miss Ling, we are a family. What is mere military support? Ling Yaoyao listened to the first part, and her impression of this rebellious young master Bai fell to the bottom, and when she suddenly heard Bai Sun confess to her, Ling Yaoyao was about to be laughed at. This man seems to be a graceful gentleman, and his style is simply more than a star thief and a bandit, and he openly dug up his foot in front of Ling Xian, threatened them with the mouth of 10 warships, and promised all kinds of temptations. In short, if he didn't agree, he wouldn't let him go. This shameless Ben Xing is the same as his sister Bai Shui, but the means of horizontal knife to seize love are much more powerful than Bai Shui. Ling Xian's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he said angrily, absurd. Yao Yao is my fiancé, the love of this life, and it is impossible to give up. Bai Sun's eyes were fixed on Ling Yaoyao. Miss Ling, we just met late. I know you don't like me yet, and you even think Bai is a villain and a villain. As long as you are willing to give me a chance, you can try to get along. Within a month, if I can't make you fall in love with me instead, Bai is willing to admit defeat and unconditionally provide the necessary force support for brother Ling. Ling Yaoyao glanced at Ling Xian. Ling Xian's expression eased slightly, and he raised his hand to touch her head. Just say what you want to say. Ling Yaoyao knew that brother Lu Lin had received a hint from Ling Xian as early as when he found something wrong, and began to contact the main battleship, and now all they have to do is to drag it out for a while longer and start the war later. Ling Yaoyao then said unceremoniously, I didn't feel anything about you before, but I just felt that my sister's tutoring was not very good, and I liked to covet other people's things. Now I found out that there must be a brother and a sister. My brother kindly saved your sister and chose to cooperate with your Bai family out of trust. What about you? Now you are treacherous and will take revenge. It's so shameless and dirty that it makes me sick. May I ask, would you like such a person yourself? Bai Sun's face froze, he smiled bitterly and sighed, stopped talking, and stepped aside. How could he not know that his methods were disgraceful? But rather than regretting it for the rest of his life, he would rather be a despicable person. No matter how unbearable he is, as long as she sees that Ling Xian can't protect her in the face of danger, she will naturally make a suitable choice again, whether she is willing or not. Bai Sun's confidant subordinate next to him came forward and sneered, you are toasting and not eating, you are eating fine wine. With a raised hand, after the original 10 miniature warships, hundreds of unmanned fighters appeared, forming a semicircle shape and tightly surrounding the patrol ship where Ling Xian and others were located. And they all set up rows of neat and dark pow mouths. In this regard, Ling Xian was still not afraid at all, and only looked in the direction of Lu Lin lightly. Lu Lin made an okay gesture. Bai Sun saw that Ling Xian was so calm, and he had already begun to wonder in his heart, what did they rely on? Soon, Bai Sun knew that the airspace where his warships and fighters were located suddenly trembled and distorted, and the airflow in the space was disturbed, and the rhythm of a random worm vortex was about to appear. Judging from the amplitude of the worm vortex, there was an unknown behemoth brewing inside, about to break free from the space. Bai Sun's face changed suddenly. He didn't know if this was an accident or something to do with Ling Xian, so he hurriedly ordered all warships and fighters to stay away quickly, because it was a close-range space jump. The main battleship, led by 168, came extremely fast. When a worm and a ship fully appeared from the worm whirlpool, the speed of light of the main battleship's reception compartment lit up, and the patrol ship where Ling Xian was located quickly approached the exit of the worm whirlpool when Bai Sun's warships quickly dodged backwards. The patrol ship was shrouded and guided at the speed of light, and the next moment, the weak and bullying patrol ship Xiao Por entered the body of the huge Nighthawk main battleship Baba. During this period, there were also warships and fighters taking advantage of the chaos to attack the patrol ships, but they were all eliminated by the defensive speed of light and an invisible and large force that was the defensive shield formed by Ling Xian's SSS upgraded mental power. Entering the interior of the main battleship, Ling Xian's light brain connected to Bai Sun's voice communication again. Want to fight? Accompany you to the end. After saying that, without waiting for Bai Sun to respond, Ling Xian pinched off the communication signal. Because of the support of the technical personnel brought by Weiling, although the intelligence system of the main battleship is not as good as the top level of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, it has also improved a lot. At least self-defense is not a problem. As for the main attack power, the Meat Peachworm Emperor 168 above the battleship didn't need Ling Xian's orders at all, so he used its thousands of insect silks to kill the 4 directions. The insect silk and insect shells of 168 are powerful beings that are difficult to damage with hot weapons. 168 days of eating and drinking, bow strength increased, but there was no opportunity to show off the worms. Now that I can finally fight and kill, 168 is simply excited. 168 The white tough and sharp insect filaments destroyed the unmanned fighters, and rolled those miniature warships into 2 collisions. While shaking while hitting, he was also distracted by his thoughts and the Ling Yaoyao flow in the main battleship. There are a few tower worm gods and little bugs in it. I don't know if their meat is delicious or not. Ling Yaoyao, who was already very excited, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If you don't eat it, you will become fat if you eat it. It's about going back to being like you. 168 Be good. 168 now understands that Ling Yaoyao is a human race similar to her in appearance. But there are so many delicious things. 168 doesn't have to stare at eating people, it's just that there are more impurities and less meat. The key is that there are more than their Zerg, and if you eat one, thousands of people will come to it to take revenge. 168 thought, no matter how powerful this baby is, it can't withstand the endless human bombardment day and night. If you can't afford it, it's okay to bully it. Who made it better than them? Don't hold back. So 168 was very happy and trembling. If those warships opened the POW, they would not be able to hit 168 and the main battleship of the Nighthawk, and they would probably hit their companions. Finally hit a shot, and found that their little fire could not break the opponent's defense cover and insect shell at all. 168 was beaten in pain, and he would use insect silk to break the miniature warships more and more violently, and then look at the trembling appearance of the tower insects inside. Bison's miniature warship configuration was the best, and the defense was a little better, and he looked at the scene in front of him with regret. If it weren't for his selfishness, he could have become Ling Xian's collaborator, and even took advantage of Ling Xian's power to officially overthrow the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. And lurking in the free port not far away, staring at this side with a detector, struggling with whether to offend Ling Xian of the Bai family. I never expected the situation to develop like this. Bison and Justin could have guessed before that Ling Xian could come to the Tower Worm Star field. It must be by the Worm Vortex. After all, now that the Tower Worm Star Alliance is actively waging war against the Huanhua Empire, it will teleport past a large wave of Zerg every 3 or 5 days, and it will open the directional Worm Dome Vortex. I just don't know how they came from the Worm Vortex retrograde, and they perfectly avoided the ears and eyes of the Tower Worm Star Alliance government. Who knows, people don't rely on the Worm Dome Whirlpool at all, but they have their own Worm Dome Whirlpool. There is also the Meat Peachworm on the battleship, which looks like a juvenile, but its strength is the best in the peak of adulthood. What's even more shocking is that even the officials of the Tower Worm Star Alliance can only give relatively vague inducement instructions to Meat Peachworms and ensure that they do not backlash. But now this Meat Peachworms not only violate the cannibal heaven Xing they have been brainwashed since birth, but also with the human race. Maintain the human race everywhere. Take the initiative to attack those of them who have the blood of the Tower Zerg tribe, leaving no room for improvement. At an absolute disadvantage, Bison had to make a quick decision and send a signal to surrender and admit defeat. However, 168 doesn't care what you surrender or not. This baby is playing in high, and he can't stop at all. So the final result was that the 10 miniature warships and 100 unmanned fighters led by Bison were wiped out, because 168 left Qing under the claws and forced Qiang to pick up a way to survive. Bison still couldn't understand that Ling Xian and him were just trying to add a batch of miniature warships to increase their mobility, and they didn't regard this as their main combat force. Unfortunately, his self-righteous cleverness not only lost 10 miniature warships and 100 unmanned fighters, but also lost the 2,000 tons of precious auxiliary food resources that were originally at his fingertips, and there was also an extremely terrible enemy. Meat Peachworm has reached the SSS level. As long as the insect crystal and energy are enough, it can also produce an army of Zerg tribes. In addition, you can summon the Zerg within a distance of hundreds of light years to gather in one place for it to drive. 168 showed great power for the first time, and the effect was very good, perfectly deterring the Qing enemy who wanted to grab Yaoyao with Ling Xian. Ling Xian is also the top SSS upgrade. Even if his physique and size are limited, he is worse than 168 combat power. And he can still be 100, it's a pity that he was greatly stolen by the Insect Emperor 168, and he didn't have much use at all. Rather than being handsome, he prefers to be by Ling Yaoyao's side at any time to ensure that she will never fall into an unknown predicament. Ling Yaoyao looked at Ling Xian, who was always paying attention to the changes in the battle situation outside, but kept holding her hand and refusing to let go, and said helplessly, "Have you forgotten, now I am infinitely close to SSS level mental power? Even if I am in danger, I can at least protect myself." Ling Xuanma rubbed the girl's soft palm and said slowly, "This is not in conflict with I want to protect you." When Bison opened up Ling Xian's communication again, he was staying in a small life-saving cabin that could only accommodate one person. His mental power was greatly impacted by the meat peach worm, and now he has a manic and even downward trend. Bison said with a pale face, "I lost, I am convinced, thank you for your kindness and not taking the lives of my unsuccessful subordinates." Ling Xian only said coldly, "Due to your unilateral breach of the contract, the cooperation was cancelled. Our grudge has been avenged on the spot. At this point, I will not spend time and resources to take the initiative to trouble you. I hope we don't see each other again. Of course, if you feel unwilling, go back and find the people behind you to support you and wait for you at any time. If you want to fight, fight." After saying that, Ling Xian hung up the communication and ordered to set sail, and the main battleship of the Nighthawk slowly sailed into the vast starry sky, but did not open a faster worm vortex space channel. Ling Yaoyao said depressedly, "The surname Bai is really hateful. Did we work hard to work overtime and make auxiliary therapy food for several days and bring it out, and then bring it back empty-handed?" Ling Xian said firmly, "No, the Bram family's spaceship is behind, and it should follow soon." This is also the primary reason why he did not let the main battleship quickly enter the space transition. Of course, it is also because 168 has shuttled once, and after coming over, it has also played its claws, consuming a lot of mental power. If it is allowed to open the Wormdome vortex again immediately, it will be more difficult, and it is estimated that it will take several days to make up for it after going back. Ling Yaoyao said in surprise, "Ah, the Bram family is also present?" Sure enough, the main battleship sailed towards the starry sky for only about 10 minutes, and a stealthy medium warship followed behind, and took the initiative to send a friendly signal and communication request to the Nighthawk main battleship. Before Ling Xian connected, he signaled that Ling Yaoyao could leave first. Ling Yaoyao was helpless, Ling Xian was a bit rough now, and everyone felt that he was a potential enemy. But this is also because he values her very much and doesn't want any more accidents. The battle is over, but fortunately, the process is thrilling. Ling Yaoyao left the command room familiarly, planning to meet her mother Qian Yao and her two lovely younger brothers, as well as 012, and make a big meal for 168 to replenish her body after Ling Yaoyao left. Ling Xian connected to the video, and the opposite side was Justin Blame, whom he had just met yesterday. Justin got straight to the point. "I wonder if the auxiliary therapy food in Mr. Ling's hand can be changed to cooperate with our Bram family? No matter what the conditions are, we will fully cooperate and never regret it." Ling Xian also said crisply, "I also think that the Bram family should be a trustworthy collaborator, and ask Mr. Bram Jr. to board the battleship, and we will negotiate in person." Justin has now found out that Bison, the guy who prioritizes calculation and profit, will give up the large amount of auxiliary healing food and supplies that are at his fingertips because he has taken a fancy to Ling Xian's fiancée of the pure human race. Justin was immediately very glad that he didn't see the troublesome girl paper yesterday. In order to prevent misunderstandings, Justin said, "I wonder if I can wait an hour, let me send someone back to prepare a batch of resources for Jiao exchange, and bring my dear fiancé with me?" Ling Xian's eyes looked at Justin and suddenly became a little more satisfied. "Of course. After this resource change, I am afraid that the Nighthawk team will go to war again next time, and the enemy will become the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance with a deep foundation. The lack of combat power can also rely on 168 to rebel against it, but the backwardness in technology must be made up." Ling Yaoyao entered the kitchen and first stewed a few large pots of SS-level insect medicinal soup, which was mainly to fill 168's stomach and restore the mental power and physical strength consumed in the battle just now. Then Ling Yaoyao began to think about it, wanting to make some delicious new dishes. Ling Yaoyao's perception of the Bai family is now extremely poor, and it is naturally impossible to cooperate in the future, but relying on their tens of thousands of troops against the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, it is easy to be unsuccessful and take the dog, It's a bit hard to fight alone, it's best to find a collaborator, so cooperation with the Brem family is imperative. Since he was going to cooperate with the Bram family in the business of supplementary healing food, Ling Yaoyao naturally had to show enough heritage and sincerity. In addition to the worm meat and the sea beast meat, Ling Yaoyao plans to make a few more authentic ancient country's delicacies, and strive to hook the guests of the Bram family and want to eat them, so that even if they leave the Tall Worm Alliance in the future, they can continue to maintain long-term cooperation. In the worm, I chose a very classic spicy crawler. In the sea beast meat, I chose meat's chewy and delicious charcoal grilled sea oysters. In addition, Ling Yaoyao also made wine brine dongpa meat, sauce fried jidang, beer duck, husband and wife lung slices, 9-turn large intestine, taro pork ribs, ants on the tree, grandma's scrambled eggs, crab huang tofu soup, and stir-fried green sprouts. The snack was yam rolls and pumpkin balls, and the dessert was coconut sago and white fungus lotus seed red date soup. Fortunately, there are many dietitians and robots to help, and although there are many dishes, Ling Yaoyao is also very quick to prepare. After nearly 3 hours, everything was ready, and it was time for dinner. Ling Yaoyao thought that when eating, she was likely to still be shameful, and planned to take 012 to eat with her mother Qian Yao and her 2 younger brothers, but who knew that this time Ling Xian personally came to the kitchen to pick her up. Ling Yaoyao walked out of the instrument to remove the smell from her body and asked, "Why are you here? How is the discussion going, and is it going well?" Ling Xian raised his hand to lift a strand of scattered hair for Ling Yaoyao and pinned it to the root behind her ear, and lowered his head to kiss her white forehead. "It's going well, the Brame family is very good, it feels credible. I'll take you to meet them." In order to facilitate her movement, when Ling Yaoyao cooks, she likes to tie her hair into balls, her clothes are relatively loose and casual, and she does not apply makeup on her face, which is very homely. Of course, no matter what beauty looks like, she is beautiful, and it seems a little too casual to meet guests like this. Ling Yaoyao touched her slightly messy bald head. Then I'll go back and change my clothes first." Ling Xian's face was a little strange, and he shook his head and said, "No, it's good for you to do this." Then grabbed Ling Yaoyao's wrist and walked out. When she arrived at the gorgeous living room and dining room where she received guests, Ling Yaoyao finally understood the meaning of Ling Xian's words. Because Justin Blame also brought a female family and was also his fiancée. Justin's fiancée is called Lilith. She looks like a human woman, without insect touch, tall and slender, and her facial features are bright. However, she seems to be a bit fond of performance art, wearing a long slip dress made of light green strips of cloth, dark green hair forms many curly pigtails, and there are strange patterns on the left side of the face and the corners of the eyes, and the skin color is extremely white, but the lips are black. As soon as Ling Yaoyao arrived in the living room, her eyes were attracted by Lilith. "No way, anyone wearing a mop skirt daggers in front of you, and the makeup is also very exaggerated, and you can't help but look at it a few more times." However, in addition to Lilith's peculiar appearance and makeup, Ling Yaoyao also has a strange sense of closeness to this girl. Lilith also kept staring at Ling Yaoyao, and kept praising her. "Oh my god, little sister, you are so beautiful and cute, and your breath is so sweet." If Justin hadn't grabbed her arm tightly, Lilith would have thrown herself on Ling Yaoyao. The 2 men who were fiancés began to look a little unattractive at this time. Ling Xian was relieved to bring Ling Yaoyao out to meet the guests, because he saw that Justin and Lilith were very affectionate. Justin was simply obedient to Lilith and regarded her as his queen, and it is said that the two are also highly compatible in terms of mental power. With such a lover, Justin naturally can't move because Ling Yaoyao is a pure human girl, or because she is good looking. Who knows, Justin is fine, but the fiancé he brought is very problematic. Justin hugged Lilith's waist tightly, and said aggrievedly, "Honey, how can you be so interested in others? Don't you love me anymore?" The shameless young master of Blim reluctantly pulled back a little attention from Queen Lilith. You are so annoying, let go. I just wanted to hug that cutie, I didn't want you." Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling that she didn't seem to hate Lilith, who could be called a little strange, because she could intuitively sense that the other party did not have any malice towards her, and she really loved her. It's just that Ling Yaoyao's waist was also tightly buckled by the domineering major general beside him, and he couldn't play happily with the young lady opposite. At this time, Qian Yao also came with Wei Ling, because today's guests were not familiar with each other, and Wei Zue and Wei Yu's 2 small ones were left to the robot nanny to take care of for the time being. Lilith's nose sucked, and immediately turned her head to look in the direction where Qian Yao came in. A pair of gray-green eyes flashed with a ghostly light, shining. "Hey! Thousand Spirit Flower Royalty. Xian Yao was also very surprised. Do you have Thousand Silk Vine bloodline? Lilith's sister nodded sharply. Ling Yaoyao had never heard of these two names, but she still probably understood Lilith should also have green star blood. Everyone starts with thousand, maybe there is some kind of connection. After receiving Ling Yaoyao's strange eyes, Xian Yao began to take the initiative to explain. Qianxi vine is the companion race of Qianling flower, and it is a high-level green star race. Born to be close to and protect the Thousand Spirit Flower clan, in the Green Star Alliance, the Thousand Silk Vine tribe has always been the most loyal follower of the Thousand Spirit Flower clan. The Thousand Spirit Flower clan is the royal family of the Green Star Alliance, belonging to the top-level bloodline, but most of the Thousand Spirit Flower clan has great mental power and weak physique, so they need a strong Thousand Silk Vine as a guard. The Thousand Silk Vine tribe is active and warlike, and the mental power is easy to fall into madness, and when they go crazy, they want to use the Rattan whip to whip everything, just like a wild horse that has escaped from the reins, and they may not even remember what their name is. Only when they are appeased by the Qianling flower tribe with gentle mental power can they calm down and feel comfortable and happy from the mental power to their bodies. This can also explain why Lilith couldn't help but want to pounce on Ling Yaoyao when she saw Ling Yaoyao. It's hard to go against the heavens. Fortunately, Lilith's sister still has a quarter of the human blood of the Tower Worm Star and a quarter of the human blood in her body, so she has not reached the point of being very fanatical, but it is the first time she encounters the Thousand Spirit clan, and she can't restrain the power of the flood in her body. It is precisely because of the too much mixed blood in her body that she is a bit atavistic on the outside, with thousands of silk rattan patterns on her face, and she usually likes all kinds of silk ribbon-like things. Don't look at the mop skirt on Lilith's body, is very strange. It is made of her hair that has been specially woven. As long as she wanted to fight, every strip of cloth on it could turn into a long filament vine. Ling Yaoyao, as a half of the Thousand Spirit Flower clan, her specialty is manifested in the mental power, except for the pale golden hair color and the slightly dark green eye color similar to Qian Yao, but she does not have such a peculiar ability. Ling Yaoyao was a little entangled, the Thousand Silk Vine or something. It felt like the worm silk of the tentacles of Blood Vine 012-168 was combined. In fact, this is one of the reasons why Justin is not afraid of the seemingly terrifying meat peachworm Emperor 168 at all, and also brought his fiancée with him because Lilith has dreamed of keeping a meat peachworm in captivity since she was a child, and she feels that it is a good match for her Xing. When she was in danger at a young age, Justin was always protected by Lilith, who transformed her hair into a silk vine. Justin naturally wouldn't be afraid of this inextricable attack method. Lilith is probably unlikely to conquer and keep a meat peachworm in captivity. Since the Ling brothers and sisters have raised them, Justin chooses to cooperate with them. Maybe his daughter-in-law will also be happy. Take a closer look and touch it. Justin never expected that after bringing Lilith, there would not only be her favorite meat peachworm, but also 2,000 spirit flower clans that were more attractive to her, especially after eating the best food made by Ling Yaoyao. Lilith was shocked. She wanted to stay, and she didn't want to go back with Justin at all. The auxiliary therapy food made by Ling Yaoyao, in addition to the unparalleled ultimate delicious enjoyment, because it contains Ling Yaoyao's mental power, which makes Lilith have a feeling that her body is soothed, very comfortable and pleasant, and the cat is smoothed. To put it simply, the auxiliary healing food made by Ling Yaoyao is very delicious to ordinary people, and Lilith can feel 12 points. Lilith felt this way yesterday after eating the wontons and dumplings that Justin brought back to Ling Yaoyao, but because the energy inside was relatively thin, she didn't feel so clearly. She only knew that it was delicious, liked to eat, and wanted to eat often. Today's beautiful and sumptuous meal can be described as rich in taste, full of energy, and excellent curative effect. At the end of dinner, Lilith rubbed her stomach that was about to burst. Oh my god, it's so delicious, I feel like my mouth wants to eat again. Why didn't I grow an extra stomach? No matter what chef you are, you will be happy that the food you make is affirmed and liked. Ling Yaoyao amusedly handed Lilith an energy-consuming and digestive potion. For the taworm people who often save on food, the experience of relying on energy-consuming digestive agents is simply unprecedented. For his fiancée who wanted to stay and refused to go back with him, Justin was devastated. The cooperation has been negotiated, and Justin's top technical information and Ling Xian's 2,000 tons of auxiliary therapy food that is easy to store have also been exchanged. In addition, another cooperation is Justin helps Ling Xian obtain hundreds of miniature warships, thousands of unmanned fighters and high-end munitions, in exchange for a batch of auxiliary food, as well as the production technology of auxiliary food and auxiliary medicinal food. Justin still needs some time to prepare. Fortunately, it also takes a certain amount of time for the Nighthawk team to digest the top scientific research and technical materials and make deployments, during which Justin's people are indispensable to help provide guidance. Justin is going to the Nighthawk team to learn the art of making auxiliary healing food, and 30 people will be sent over tomorrow. Because it was confirmed that Justin was indeed more reliable, Ling Xian had already shown the big killer trump card of 168, so there was no need to hide the existence of the desolate starfish, and the auxiliary healing food they sold was from the seashore resources on the desolate starfish. After all, the Wild Sea Star was not the private property of the Nighthawk team, and Ling Xian didn't mind giving a piece of the pie to the Bram family. After the people sent by Justin learned the auxiliary healing food-making technology, the two sides began to jointly send people to garrison and hunt the original ingredients of the sea, and the Blum family was responsible for the production and sales of the Tower Worm Star Field. The sea beast meat obtained by the Nighthawk team is mainly reserved for the Tsunglong Legion for its own use, and a small part is sold to the outside world. This is also one of the rewards for Ling Xian's support for Justin's force, and it also lays the foundation for long-term cooperation in the future. Lilith participated in the whole negotiation process and was clear about these, so she said with a smile, "I stayed to supervise the auxiliary therapists to learn how to cook. Otherwise, what should I do if I leave Yaoyao in the future and I will never be able to eat such food again?" Ling Yaoyao welcomed Lilith to stay as a guest, although she didn't need any followers and guards now, but she also had a good impression of Lilith, who was so real, and felt that she could make a friend. After leaving school, Ling Yaoyao hadn't played with girls of similar age for a long time, although Qian Yao looked young, but the two were mother and daughter after all, the relationship between elders and juniors. Qian Yao often had to accompany her two younger brothers. No, after dinner, Wei Ling and Qian Yao were worried that the two little ones didn't eat well, so they went back to the room. And Lilith can also communicate with Blood Vine 012 without any obstacles, and she also likes 168. Ling Yaoyao can have a hunch that Lilith will leave a message, they will have a lot of common topics, and 012 and 168 can have one more friend. But Ling Xian was very unhappy. Although he and Ling Yaoyao were on a warship, they were busy with their own things and did not spend much time together. Now there is actually another person's wife who wants to steal the attention of his daughter-in-law. However, no matter how unhappy the two men who are afraid of or spoil their wives and demons, they can't resist the two sisters who insist on it. "Lilith, you won't let me stay, I'll hang you up and beat you when I go back." Justin, boom. Then, only 3 days are allowed. Lilith, 3 months. Justin, Ling Xian's warships may not be able to stay here for 3 months, okay? Lilith, then stay until they leave the Tower Worm Star Field. The two bargained for a long time, during which Justin sold all kinds of miserable pretenses, and finally negotiated that Lilith would go back with Justin today, come over with the healers tomorrow, and then stay with Justin for 3 days in the Nighthawk team, and then go back to live with Justin for 3 days. Before the Nighthawk team and the Tower Worm Alliance officially started the war, they all went back and forth, and after the war began, Lilith had to leave. Ling Yaoyao hugged Ling Xian's arm and shook it, her voice was soft and sweet, and she smiled sweetly, "Brother, you are the best. You promise me," Ling Yaoyao said, and buried her little head in Ling Xian's chest and rubbed it. "There are so many outsiders here. You know, usually in front of people, Ling Yaoyao never likes to be too close to him." The Major General's ears turned red, and he couldn't refuse at all, so he unconsciously agreed, "Good." Ling Yaoyao was amazed by the way Lilith and Justin got along, and Ling Xian felt more and more that his baby was really good. As for the sweet interaction between Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian, Lilith fell off a pimple, and Justin was very envious when he showed a look of envy. He was immediately pulled by Lilith's ears, and Justin quickly swore, "Honey, I like you like this. Fighting, scolding, and love. Love to the depths and kick with your feet." Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh and fell into Ling Xian's arms. Then he was directly hugged by Ling Xian and kissed gently on the top of her soft hair. There are many ways to express love, no matter which one, such as people know whether they drink water or not, as long as the person who is in it feels happy. Return to the captain's lounge in the evening and lie down to talk before going to bed. Ling Yaoyao expressed her appreciation for Lilith's sharp bow power style, feeling that the Thousand Silk Vine clan was worthy of being a race that was accompanied by the Thousand Spirit Flower clan, and it was pleasing to the eye no matter how it looked, at least much more pleasing than the Bai family brothers and sisters who took revenge. Ling Xian felt a little sour in his heart, took the white and tender little girl into his arms, and kissed her chirping little mouth. "I don't object to you wanting to play with her during the day, It's enough to think about me at night, don't worry about those insects, rough. Ling Yaoyao didn't expect Ling Xian to even eat this kind of vinegar, and she wanted to protest, but she couldn't suppress Ling Xian with either her mental power or physique. A small white tooth bit Ling Xian's shoulder, and it was she who hurt. Ling Yaoyao said annoyedly, "You can't let me go a little?" The difference in physique was too big. Ling Xian couldn't pretend to be in pain at all. He thought hard for a while, and seriously suggested that you bite somewhere? But don't push too hard, it's afraid of pain. Ling Yaoyao reacted for a while, blushed and punched Ling Xian's chest several times, and said annoyedly, "Stinky hooligan." Ling Xian was serious, "I'm talking about my mouth, where do you want to go?" The next day, Ling Yaoyao had just gotten up, and Justin and Lilith came over with 30 apprentice-level therapists. As for why it came so early, according to Lilith, you have to catch up with it and rub it for breakfast mouth. Fortunately, the dietitian on the Nighthawk battleship was taught a lot by Ling Yaoyao, and many simple foods were also very good, so there was no need for Ling Yaoyao to do it himself. Breakfast is relatively simple. It is seabird egg onion pancakes, sea fish fillet ginger porridge. Although it was not made by Ling Yaoyao, Lilith was also very satisfied, which was much more delicious than the nutritious meal she ate every day. 012 prefers to eat meat. Breakfast is Ling Yaoyao's sea fish radish soup stewed over low heat last night. The soup color is thick and white, the taste is fragrant. Lilith is very greedy, cheeky, and insists on asking for a small bowl to taste, and found that it is also delicious. There are no spines in the fish meat at all, although the meat is tough. But after a long boiling time, the meat is so soft that it almost melts in your mouth. After breakfast, Lilith tactfully expressed that she hoped to go to see the cute and cute up close on No, the mighty and brave meat peachworm 168. Ling Yaoyao said, "Funny, I was going to take you with me, 012, and I went to deliver breakfast to 168. 168 has been waiting at the mouth of the insect early. In order to maintain its flexibility, it is stretching the insect silk to attack the seabirds that also come out to feed, and dozens of seabirds have been piled up on the rough rocks not far away. When he is full, 168 will go to the shore and use worm silk to fork the sea fish on the shore. Because he did not get enough insect crystal supplementation, 168 can no longer lay insect eggs endlessly, but he is not willing to be a baby who eats white food, so he will work hard to find food every day." Sensing the breath of his friends Ling Yaoyao and 012, 168 ran over happily, extremely fast, blinking 9 cute big eyes, and there was a cute blush on his white and tender face, and asked expectantly, 11 children, 012 children, good morning. Is there something delicious today? 168 also curiously glanced at an extra female Xing human bug next to Ling Yaoyao Lilith, but thinking that he couldn't eat it, 168 didn't bother to look at it. Lilith was almost trembling with cuteness, but because she didn't know enough about 168's Xing, she quickly covered her mouth and held back her excitement that she wanted to scream. You know, this ferocious meat peachworm, a single worm silk can poke her to death. Ling Yaoyao came to see 168 now. As long as she made sure that there was no seashore nearby, she left the mecha and came into direct contact with it. Ling Yaoyao took out the mecha and took out 2 cauldrons for 168 meals, a pot of sea fish radish soup, a pot of sea fish fillet porridge, and a huge dinner plate with layers of egg cakes piled up on top. Ling Yaoyao smiled and said, "There is your favorite egg pancake, eat it quickly. But don't eat too fast, be careful not to burn it." 012 also swayed the branches and leaves and asked 168, "Boom, I seem to be hungry again. 168, can I have another quiche and a small bowl of sea fish soup?" 168 thought about it. The amount of food 012 ate was not enough for it. It liked the feeling of eating with it. So he said generously, "Okay. You eat. Do you want another one?" Ling Yaoyao was funny, "No, I'm full, you can eat." Lilith touched her stomach and muttered silently in her heart, "I can still eat it." Lilith and 168 met for the first time, and they wanted to snatch food from the mouth of the insect, and it was impossible to touch and rub it. However, with Ling Yaoyao's encouragement, Lilith still actively expressed her love to 168. 168 from Lilith, it can be sensed that she has a small part of the tower insect bloodline, but she does not have the previous tower worm god's seemingly cautious and indifferent attitude towards it. Lilith is also a foodie, out of sincere love for 168, and can also release a lot of silk vine to fight and play. 168 slowly accepted this new playmate, and was willing to give her a little food, and even let her touch her big face. But 168 still trusts and loves Ling Yaoyao and 012 more. After all, They have begun to release kindness to 168 since 168 was still ignorant, and have been feeding it, improving its mental power and physique, and guiding it to establish 3 views. Eat, drink, and feed 168 every day, and everyone hunts seashell together leisurely and fulfillingly. While playing, Ling Xian did not forget to arrange practice tasks for 168 every day to shuttle at fixed points according to the star map, at least once to 3 times a day. Soon, 168's shuttle did not need to have the main battleship of the Nighthawk as a direction guide, and the accuracy of self-shuttle was much higher. Happy days are always short-lived, and their trip to the Tower Worm Star field is burdened with the heavy responsibility of destroying the Tower Worm Star Alliance government. 2 weeks later, Justin brought over the 100 miniature warships and 1,000 unmanned fighters that Ling Xian needed, and as for how Justin, who was not engaged in the arms smuggling business at all, got this batch of goods, Ling Xian didn't care. The White family is the arms smuggler on the Black Star, and the Bram family either got it from the White family or from the source of the White family, and should have reached some kind of cooperation with the White family during this period. Ling Xian is now in a breakup with the Bai family, and he can't believe Bai Sun, and he will definitely not cooperate directly with the Bai family again, but the relationship with the Bai family is not to the point of turning against each other. In order to accumulate more chips for the next war, Ling Xian naturally didn't care about how these arms came from, and was happy to have the Brem family in the middle to balance, so as not to hide in the shadows of the Nighthawk team when the Nighthawk team and the Tower Worm Star Alliance went to war. The Bai family is now regarded as a source of support for the Nighthawk team's arms and equipment through the Brame family, and has become a community of interests. Of course, this is inseparable from the last time 168 showed great power and shocked all parties, making the Bai family realize that even if they could not cooperate with Ling Xian, they would never be enemies of it. All of this is complicated, and everyone just tacitly declares it. The dietitian sent by Justin also learned the basic ingredients handling methods, followed by a lot of practical classes, and also gave away free teaching videos of ancient gourmet cuisine, common insects, and common sea beast meat that Ling Yaoyao felt could be made public. Of course, Ling Yaoyao's face was still not on camera throughout the whole process. In these 2 weeks, Lilith didn't stay here for 3 days as agreed with Justin and went back for 3 days instead. She stayed for 3 days and went back for 1 night to appease her family's resentful fiancé. The next day came again. Among the arms in Ling Xian's hand, there is a specially customized Night Hunter Patrol miniature warship, which is extremely fast, has excellent defense, can withstand many space jumps, and cooperates with the latest intelligence system developed by the Bram family, with first-class stealth and anti-reconnaissance effects, probably only accommodating about 50 or 60 people. The shell material of the Night Lord, in addition to the most suitable metal materials for making battleships, also incorporates some of the remaining shells of the 168 molts provided by Ling Xian, as well as many SS-class shells, SS-class C shells, tendons, etc. As a defensive inner layer, even against the top battleships of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, it has the power to fight, and it can run away even if it can't be defeated. The arrival of the Night One also represents the Nighthawk team's war against the Tower Worm Star Alliance, and it is time to start further actions. Go to the Zerg Cultivation Star and the Military Star of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, find out where the other meat peachworms are, and then call 168 over to rebel all the meat peachworms. In addition to the combatants, he also brought some researchers who had previously done the blood expulsion of tower worms in 168, and a large number of low-level auxiliary food mixed with Chung effect to expel the blood of tower insects. Ling Yaoyao really wanted to follow along. But considering that if she was there, Ling Xian would be distracted and even drag him back, and Ling Yaoyao could only stay on the rear main battleship. In the year 5021 of the Ephemeris, at the end of March, Ling Xian led the Nighthawk team to break through the defense line of the Tower Worm Star Alliance and infiltrate the Zerg Cultivation Star. A day later, 168 was summoned to the coordinates where Ling Xian was, shocking the underage body meat peachworm, supplemented by auxiliary healing food to drive away the blood, and the peach lore plan was carried out smoothly. A week later, Ling Xian successfully rebelled against the SS upgraded meat peachworms that cultivated a total of 5 miners in the 3 stars, and also started the first battle against the Tower Worm Star Alliance. The main force of this battle was led by 168 to lead the newly successful rebellion of meat peachworm and other low-level Zerg armies to invade and destroy the military stars of the Tower Worm Alliance. When the Tower Worm Star allies were caught off guard, the main battleship of the Nighthawk team led hundreds of state-of-the-art miniature warships and thousands of unmanned fighters to fight head-on with the Tower Worm Star allies. The people of the Tower Worm Star Alliance were simply crazy. They never expected that the Zerg, who had always been their tool of war, would turn into the main force attacking them. And the object of their invasion, the Wano Empire, quietly came to the Tower Worm Star Alliance, and dared to run to their base camp to provoke. However, no matter how much they tried, they could no longer control the highest level of the Zerg clan. The Tower Worm Star Alliance army wanted to rely on the number of people and higher technology to annihilate all the hateful Nighthawk team, who knew that the other party was few, but there were many insects. Thousands of Zerg can be driven, or snatched from them. What shocked the Tower Worm Star allied forces even more was that the Nighthawk team's attack, defense, and built-in intelligence system technology were not inferior to them at all. Especially the Night Knighter, who was the first to infiltrate the Tower Worm military star. Even the defense system of the Tower Worm Star Alliance military star can be perfectly deceived. The people of the Tower Worm Star Alliance were not stupid, and quickly guessed that the Huan Empire was cooperating with those anti-government organizations. Sure enough, in addition to the main battleship of the Nighthawk team, the anti-government forces behind the Bai family and the anti-racist forces behind the Brain family organized a joint manpower attack to obstruct the troops in other star areas other than the main star area of the Tower Worm Alliance, so that they could not return to the main star. Even the Skull Star Thief Force organization, after confirming that the Nighthawk team was really hostile to the Tower Worm Star Alliance, also joined in and took the initiative to go to the vicinity of the main star area to raid the Nighthawk team, in order not to increase the ratio of men and women too much, and they do not dare to artificially cultivate a level female tower insect aliens indefinitely. The number of Tower Worm troops is actually not large, because they are used to hiding behind the Zerg to give orders, and their combat power is also very average, and they are all very willing to die. Otherwise, they would not have dared to send the Zerg to the Warner Star field to plunder resources, but they had been hiding in the rear and did not dare to show their faces. The millions of Tower Worm Star Alliance Lord Star Army, which had not experienced much war at all, were actually led by the Nighthawk team of only 10,000 people, leading the vast servant army, and they were defeated. A small number of Tower Worm Star allies who wanted to escape from the Chung Line Leap would also be intercepted and killed by the Skull Star Thief forces guarding outside the main star area. At this moment, it was not Ling Xian who was sitting in the Nighthawk team, but Wei Ling, and brother Lu Lin, who coordinated the information and conveyed Ling Xian's instructions. And the Vanguard team Dark Knighter as the main general is not Ling Xian, but Qing Ben, who is more familiar with 168 and can convey combat instructions to 168. As for Ling Xian, he drove the Mecha Lingyun, whose intelligence system was upgraded to SSS level, turned on stealth mode, and went directly to the special zone where the main star of the Tower Worm Star Alliance and the Tower Worm royal family is located. It was a dark and windy night. Ling Xian deployed the insect crystals excavated from Mo Lan Star in several remote areas of the palace. The human blood stained on the insect crystal has been quenched and cleaned. Even if they are eaten by the meat peach worm, it will not make them more and more fond of eating human blood, but for the meat peach worm, it is still very attractive. This is because Ling Xian did not dare to guarantee that the other party still had a mature body in his hand that could make a space leap that he did not succeed in. Ling Xian believes that there must be some, but they are not on the military star near the main star of the Tower Worm. Otherwise, how did they start the worm vortex that went to the Huanua Empire and transport the Zerg? Now I'm afraid that he will soon be dispatched back to support the Tower Worm main star. And Ling Xian did not hesitate to take the risk to deploy these insect crystals, just to lead the battlefield to the Tower Worm main star palace. You know, the attraction of the worm crystal is irresistible to the meat peach worm. In order to eat the worm crystal, the meat peach worm will even completely ignore the order of the blood contractor Zerg. As for 168, because the body has become too small, the propagation medicine liquid injected into the body has been greatly reduced, and it has not been replenished in time, and it is already very thin. Worm quartz is not very attractive to it now, not even as attractive as food. These worm crystals were sealed with a box that absolutely isolated the breath, and Ling Xian set a time to open the box, so that he could buy him a certain time to leave here. After completing all this, Ling Xian put away the mecha, and with the mental power and extraordinary skills added by SSS, he sneaked into the study of the Tower Worm Emperor, and after not finding anyone, he went to his palace. Ling Xian wanted to create another wave of chaos before leaving, attracting all the guards on the main planet to the palace. The distribution map of the palace was obtained from Justin, which shows that the inside of the Tower Worm Alliance is not monolithic. In fact, a large part of the Tower Worm people do not welcome Meshel, the current emperor of Tower Worms, with mixed race of quarters. Ling Xian thought that Michel must have burnt his eyebrows and was angry at this time, but he was still in the palace with more than a dozen tall and healthy tasered women, looking for pleasure. Meshtal himself does not look as tall and burly as the ordinary Tower Zerg men, and his appearance can even be said to be gentle, and he looks like Xiao Ming is actually 3 points similar, except that he does have 2 insect tentacles on his head. He let a few Ta Zerg women Xing pinch his legs and rub his shoulders to massage him, slowly took a sip of the aphrodisiac insect wine, and sneered, "Humph, many of those old pedantic people in the army are unwilling to obey the Emperor's command, and the insect soldiers assigned to me are getting fewer and fewer. Die and die. I will go back and use their corpses as energy to accelerate the cultivation of S-class male mature bodies and form a loyal army that only obeys me. With the advanced technology of my Tower Worm Star Alliance, not to mention the Tower Worm Star Field, even if it is Warner Star Field, it will be within reach." The girl paper hand who helped Michel pour wine trembled, and cautiously persuaded, "But your majesty, the S-class male Xing mature body that has been artificially cultivated has flaws in wisdom and sense of wisdom, and likes to eat people like the Zerg tribe, and it will become more and more Qiang. What if they are too big to control then? Or what if they bite back at our tasered people like those meat peachworms who have been instigated now?" Michael slammed over the wine glass in the girl's hand and slapped her in the face, "Bitch. I knew that you must be the old men of the army, sent by my side to monitor my Jian details. Pull it down and throw it into the energy depot." When the Tower Zerg girl was dragged away by the battle robot crying, Meshtal sneered, "What are you afraid of not being able to control? Wouldn't it be nice if I provided artificially bred S-class female mature bodies to them then? It can also give birth to countless offspring with excellent qualifications for my Tower Insect Star Alliance." The female Xing of the Tower Insect tribe present trembled, and then served Michel even harder, carefully not daring to touch his thunder point again. The Tower Insects of the S-class female mature body also have flaws, and are even more terrifying than the S-class male mature body of the killing machine. After OOXX, in order to replenish the energy needed for physical gestation, they will bite off each other's necks and eat the male when the mature body is the weakest and caught off guard in this way. Such an S-class female mature body will be 100% pregnant and can give birth to extremely talented offspring. It's just that in this way, both parents are children born to monsters, although they are strong, but they are also monsters, and after birth, they will eat their mother's body and give birth to bloodthirsty cripples. Moreover, whether it is an S-class male or a female mature body, in the process of accelerating the cultivation, the blood of the tower insect must be used as an energy source. Therefore, this study, called Plan S, was jointly stopped by the Takhong military, and Meshtal behaved normally in the face of military veterans, and also felt that such research was undesirable. Neri is a madman, and he has always wanted to have more power to conquer the world, so he has been secretly conducting research on the S-plan. Ling Xian was in the dark, and it was creepy. Fortunately, he thought carefully and personally came to the Tower Worm Main Star Palace, otherwise let Meshal, a madman, develop, and really artificially cultivate a full S-class army, not to mention that the Huanhua Empire will become a colony of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. I am afraid that the Warner Star Field and the Tower Worm Star Field will become a purgatory on Earth. There are only 10 minutes left for the worm crystal to turn on regularly. And the meat peachworms returning from the border will jump here and turn this place into a battlefield. If Ling Xian didn't leave in time, even he himself would become the target of those meat peachworms who had lost their minds. However, Ling Xian really couldn't let go of Michel, a terrible careerist. He searched for the best angle of attack, quietly turned on the silenced laser gun in his hand, and aimed at Michel, who was making a loud noise. It's a pity that Michel can sit in the position of the emperor with a body mixed with human blood, and he is not a pustule himself. He has SSS-level mental power and SS-level physique. Overwhelm everyone in the Tower Worm Star Alliance. Ling Xian's current SSS is slightly better than Michel's, so when he has the heart to lurk, Michel can't find his existence. But when Ling Xian made a move, Michel also noticed the danger for the first time. Seeing that the laser bullet was too late to dodge, Michel directly and quickly grabbed a little wife of his to block in front of him. Messel has hundreds of harems, and he can't remember all the names and appearances, and if he is unsatisfactory, he will send people into the energy bank. After blocking the gun with his little wife, Michel immediately used his mental power to open the defense shield to protect his whole body, and took out the memory metal defense suit from the space bracelet and put it on, and then took out a seemingly small but actually very powerful insect source liquid explosive SHE gun. As long as anyone is directly in contact with the skin with the insect liquid, the whole person's blood will be ablated. If you miss a hit, Ling Xian's position will be exposed. faced with the overwhelming insect source liquid with a strange fragrance. Although Ling Xian didn't know what kind of liquid it was, he subconsciously felt extremely dangerous, and immediately rolled away from the pillar where he was hiding just now, and then summoned Ling Yun, and it took less than 3 seconds to enter the mecha. On the other side, Meshjal also summoned his mecha, which was an SSS class mecha. Although Ling Yun's built-in system is SSS level, the shell is only SS plus level. In addition to Meshjal, more than a dozen other tower insect female Xings also summoned their mecha after panicking. This is because the combat effectiveness of the tower worm star female Xing is not weaker than that of male Xing, and they will not encounter danger at all. They only know how to scream and chirp, but will stand up to protect the scarce number of tower worm male Xing. The enemy attack siren sounded in the palace, and the royal guards quickly gathered to the emperor's palace. Ling Yun hadn't met so many opponents for a long time, and there was a mecha that was obviously higher than it was surrounded by enemies, and he was not afraid at all, but said excitedly, "Whoa, kill, kill. My big knife is already hungry." Ling Xian smiled slightly, "Don't worry, I will feed you." Outside the first military star near the main star of the Tower Worm, the main battleship of the Nighthawk team is confronting the first legion of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. Because 168 and its 5 little brothers are too powerful, the Nighthawk team is now in control, and hundreds of miniature warships and thousands of unmanned fighters have begun to sweep the battlefield. Ling Yaoyao, as one of the bridges of communication 168, also stayed in the command room. She asked Lu Lin with some concern, "How is brother Xian in the palace now? It stands to reason that he should have finished creating chaos now." Lu Lin didn't dare to hide it. "Ahem, boss, he seems to be fight with the biggest boss of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, Emperor Meshjal. The other party also has more than a dozen little wives and guards to help." Ling Yaoyao was suddenly shocked. "What?" Lu Lin added, "Oh, more than a dozen. Meshjal has many little wives. On the way I hacked into their chat group, and it seemed like there were more than 500 of them. But there are 2 good news. One is that most of them are level androids, with average combat power, and the other is." Speaking of this, brother Lu Lin stuck strangely and did not continue. Ling Yaoyao was about to go crazy. Michael actually took his hundreds of little wives to bully her man. Ling Yaoyao couldn't wait to fly over immediately and beat hundreds of them alone, even if it's just a level 500A grades are not easy to deal with. Ling Yaoyao hurriedly asked, "What other good news?" Lu Lin carefully glanced at Ling Yaoyao's face before saying, "They are not really all bent on killing the boss. Some people are jealous and want to eliminate the enemy, some people are undercover agents sent by other forces, and they do not contribute to work, some people have friends who have been killed by Meshjal and have long been dissatisfied with his cruel behavior. There are still people cough, cough, I fell in love with the boss, and I think the fertility of a pure human male Xing with excellent talent like the boss is even more chung. Therefore, they also fought internally." Ling Yaoyao, "What's the use of having more wives? None of them are really reliable. The first 3 are just that, the last one, Mom, you actually want to rob a man with her. The cliff is unbearable." Ling Yaoyao suddenly exploded, and her beautiful face was dark. "Help me prepare a miniature battleship. I am going to the Tower Worm Lord Star Palace." Of course, Wei Ling couldn't let his daughter take risks, so he stopped. Ling Xian is an imperial soldier who has experienced hundreds of battles. Even if he can't match the hands of the people with his fists, escaping is not a problem, and you will drag him back if you go. Ling Yaoyao's SS level was at its peak, and the infinitely close to SSS level mental power was instantly released, and the fierce momentum shocked Wei Ling a little. Ling Yaoyao said, "At least I have no problem protecting myself, and I won't hold him back. Dad, I have to go." Saying that, she left the command room directly and quickly went to the reception cabin. If she hadn't prepared a miniature warship for her, she would have piloted Ling Bo over by herself, but Ling Yaoyao was still worried that it would be too late. Wei Ling wanted to stop his daughter, but he was afraid that if something happened to Ling Xian, Ling Yaoyao would definitely regret it for the rest of his life, and even he, his father, who was not close to him, would be blamed. He also has a lover, and he understands the feeling of seeing the other person in danger and wishing to replace him. However, Wei Ling was still very worried about his daughter's safety, so he said to Ling Yaoyao through the communication system, "The battlefield here has begun to sweep away, and I really can't support it. I can ask Ward to come and help, or retreat temporarily. You and Qingben and Li Nan will make peace, and then take 168 together." Saying that, Wei Ling asked Lu Lin to inform Qingben on the night one to immediately return to the main battleship to pick up Ling Yaoyao. According to the originally agreed battle plan, Ling Xian just needed to create some chaos in the Tower Worm Palace to attract the guards. Ling Xian was brave and resourceful, not the kind of person who started fighting impulsively at the slightest disagreement. Since he chose to make a move, there must be a reason to have to get rid of Meshel. As long as you can successfully get rid of the Tower Worm Emperor Meshel, regardless of whether the battle here is won or lost, the political situation of the entire Tower Worm Alliance will be moved and reshuffled. This is very risky, but if it succeeds, the Nighthawk team's battle in the Tower Worm Star Alliance can be greatly shortened. If it is unsuccessful, Wei Ling's arrangement can at least keep Ling Xian's safe return. Although Wei Ling is not very happy to marry his daughter so quickly, who made his daughter already identify him, when Ling Yaoyao received the news from Wei Ling, her heart was slightly warm, and her father was still very reasonable. The speed of the assassin was very fast, and by the time Ling Yaoyao arrived at the reception cabin and got on the Ling bow, it had already reached the beam of the reception compartment. And 168, who was having a good time, heard that Ling Yaoyao was going to play with it, and hurriedly jumped back from the frontline military star ground battlefield. Before leaving, 168 did not forget to instruct the 5 little brothers who were also meat peachworms to lead the army of insects to continue to eat and eat on the military star. The blood of the Tower Zerg has been quenched, and now they have no taboos even if they eat the Tower Worm Star. The Nighthawk team, which had long foreseen all this, had become a good thing with fewer people, and they would also deliberately avoid the area where the peachworm was located, and they would have a lot of experience in dealing with other Zerg, and they would basically not be accidentally injured by the Zerg. The Tower Worm Star Alliance had driven the Zerg to harm an unknown number of Terran soldiers and people of the Huanua Empire before, and they also opened the insect race several times to suck the Terran Chung over as a resource for them to cultivate the Zerg race. Now the human race is just returning to the other body in his own way. Benevolence to the enemy, that is, the cruelty of their own people, has cultivated so many Zerg races. They do not eat the people of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, they will eat the people of the Nighthawk team, and in the future, they will be sent to the Wano Empire to burn, plunder and rob resources. 168 was raised to have an appetite, just kill and kill, but did not grab meat food with the little brothers. Those 5 meat peachworm brothers can be described as obedient to 168, grateful and crying. Such a good boss is worth following. 168 secretly thought, that's because I want to fatten you up and start eating. What a naive baby. Back on the main battleship, 168 floated in the void and asked Ling Yaoyao with his mental power, Yaoyao, where are you going to take me to play? Killing people is boring. And I can't eat it. 168 After perfecting their thinking ability, they were extremely dissatisfied with the Tower Worms who used their Zerg as slaves and tools. As a wise meat peachworm clan, they will naturally begin to desire independent insect power. Since the Tower Worm people refuse to give it to it, it will overthrow their regime and become the insect emperor itself, and then let the Tower Worm people also experience the feeling of being treated as slaves and food. But now, seeing that they are weak and vulnerable, the 3 views have been taught to be very upright. 168, and they secretly blame themselves. Are they too self-reliant? There are actually some good people in the Tower Zerg tribe. If they are willing to respect and recognize it, it doesn't have to treat them all as slaves and food. Otherwise, what is the difference between it and those Tower Zerg people who drove it before? That's right, 168, who has been with the human race for a long time, has now learned to think about insects. 168 did not complain, and it can also be said that it used its Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao. Isn't it using them to improve their wisdom and strength? As a human race, they were originally in opposition to the Zerg race. If they really wanted to kill it, it might not be impossible, but they chose to give it what it wanted, respect its ideas, and help it improve its mental power and physique, and really regard it as a friend. Even if 168 began to think now and felt that he should not hunt the Tower Worm people on a large scale, but if the Tower Worm people wanted to kill Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao's people, it would definitely stand on Ling Yaoyao's side because they were its friends. Ling Yaoyao didn't know about 168's change of thinking. Even if she knew, she would be happy that 168 was not killing and was taught well. She didn't beg 168 to kill the Tower Zerg people, but earnestly begged, 168, I want to help Brother Xian. If Brother Xian and I, or 012, are in danger of life, please help us get out of that place. 168 happily agreed with his big face with insect silk. Okay, you can rest assured with me. Saying that, 168 wrapped the Night Warrior miniature warship with insect silk, and jumped to the place where the Tower Worm's main star palace was located according to the space coordinates of the star map provided by Linan. There was 168, the invincible outsider, but in just 7 or 8 minutes, it arrived at the huge square outside the Tower Worm main star palace city. What surprised Ling Yaoyao and made 168 vigilant was that there were 3 faint traces of worm vortex fluctuations directly above the palace. 168 can keenly sense that in those worm whirlpools, there is a meat peach worm breath as big as it. They also set their target here, and it only takes a few minutes to 10 minutes to shuttle out of the space passage, depending on the length of the shuttle distance. 168 also smelled the breath of worm crystals, but it did not resist the temptation and immediately went to eat worm crystals. Although that thing tastes good to it, if you eat it, you have to fall into the process of constantly producing insects, so that although there are insects to eat, it will also consume a lot of its own strength. Now that 168 has consciousness, he is unwilling to be an endless fertility machine. The best way, of course, is to let other meat peach worms eat it, and regenerate the worm cubs to give it to eat. 168 After some thought, he gave Ling Yaoyao a brief explanation of the situation, and then said, Yaoyao, I can't make a move for the time being. I have to pretend to be the newborn meat peachworm baby in the infancy, and the new meat peachworm bosses will let their guard down on me. If you are really in danger, call me with mental power, and I will rush over to save you immediately, but I can't stay at that time, I must leave immediately with you. The meat peachworm, which is also a juvenile body, can devour the same race to improve its own strength and qualifications, but the meat peachworm that has reached the SSS upgraded adult body cannot take action against the meat peachworm in the larval stage, which is a memory engraved in the racial sky. Meat peachworms are good at hiding themselves and confusing others, and cannot judge whether they are juveniles from the mental power. Most of the time they are judged by the size of their appearance, and now they are less than 100 meters away from 168, which is naturally very good at pretending to be weak. And the insect emperor in the larval stage, because of the small number of eggs, generally speaking, the insect crystals in the body are enough, and they will not think about grabbing the insect crystals for the time being. As long as 168 does not take the initiative to grab the insect crystal, the other meat peachworm bosses will basically not take the initiative to bully it, and will only devote themselves to seeing if they can defeat other meat peachworms that are also adults and establish their own unique boss status. Ling Yaoyao gently rubbed 168's flushed face with her mental power tentacles, and said, Okay, be careful, you must pay attention to safety. After saying that, Ling Yaoyao and Qingben and 50 other people got off the Knight Rider miniature battleship and flew towards Ling Xian's location, leaving only one person on the spaceship to answer. After Ling Yaoyao and the others left, the Knight One quietly hid his figure in the darkness to avoid being attacked by other meat peachworms tempted by the insect crystal. Qingben led a team of more than 50 people, facing those unified royal guards, with more than 300 people. Of course, the divine horses of the sleeping palace had long been beaten and killed by a bunch of mechas, and the entire battlefield was turned into ruins. Although the 500 harems were not at all, there were still people who tried to make a secret move from Al-Meshal, and there were those who blocked the companions' killer moves against Ling Xian, so that Ling Xian could barely deal with it, but he was only alone, and he was obviously in a weak position, and Ling Yan already had a lot of injuries on his body. And Ling Yaoyao didn't want to carry Meshal's more than 500 harems by himself. To be precise, she was going to unite with Ling Xian to deal with Meshal and his 500 harems on no. To be precise, there are only more than 400 left, and nearly 100 have been beaten by Ling Xian to the point of losing their combat power or dog leashes. Seeing Ling Bo's figure appear here, Ling Xian was a little angry, but he also knew that Ling Yaoyao was all for him, and the battlefield was not a place to teach people a lesson. He had to quickly move closer to Ling Yaoyao, and the two fought back to back, with Ling Xian as the main force. Ling Xian was a little out of consideration, and Ling Yaoyao swept the battlefield for him. Because Ling Yaoyao's mecha driving skills were trained and taught by Ling Xian, they were very familiar with each other's fighting methods, and they had a very high degree of matching with mental power, and they had a very tacit understanding when they cooperated. No matter what kind of tricks Messier has on his side, how many people there are, Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao can come to block the water and cover the ground, and from time to time they deliberately play tricks on each other, so that they have a dog bite dog inside. The two of them fought side by side, and their combat power was by no means more than 1+1. Michel sank his face, but he didn't expect Ling Xian, who was completely out of his expectations, to actually bring his woman over. Ling Xian was the highest combat power of the Huanhua Empire, and the only person who could threaten Michel, so he thought of dealing with him first because Michael could never tolerate this person. Using meat peachworms to hold Ling Xian's footsteps was planned by Michael himself, who knew that this kid actually rebelled against meat peachworms and brought him to such a situation, and the identity of the girl next to Ling Xian was also found out by Meshel. It was the first human woman who came up with the insect-eating meat, which inadvertently destroyed the human race woman. He wanted to use the Zerg to accumulate fame for Xiaoming, Ling Yaoyao. She is also one of the women that his half-brother who can't help the wall likes. Because Ling Yaoyao did not deliberately hide her identity on the Elon Star before, the top management of the Huanhua Empire basically knew about her dual cultivation of war and auxiliary cultivation, and naturally included Xiaoming, who always paid attention to the situation of the border star, or cared about whether Ling Xian was dead, so Michael also knew. Meshel even sensed that this man should have come to him to settle accounts when 168 led the main battleship of the Nighthawk team to disappear, but Meshel didn't take it too seriously before, thinking that since the other party had come to the door to find death, he just happened to fulfill him. Who knew that Ling Xian's mental power was obviously higher than his, and the scene that Michael imagined that he could absolutely suppress Ling Xian by relying on a higher mecha level did not exist. Michael's expression was fierce. This pair was really good. If he doesn't kill them, it will be difficult to solve the hatred in his heart. For a while, Mechel's offensive became more and more frenzied, and ordered all the A levels of his more than 400 harems to retreat, leaving only 9 S-level beloved concubines, so that they could jointly launch the most Qiang attack according to their fixed positions. It's just that this most Qiang attack, brewing and preparation, also takes a certain amount of time, but fortunately, after the attack is issued, it is absolutely impossible to hide, Ling Xian said to Ling Yaoyao in the team channel. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ling Yaoyao smiled slightly and said, I'm not afraid, you have me too. Let's also have a mental power combination attack? Okay. Saying that, the two of them were very determined to jointly send out the most Qiang mental power attack wave. If it is a normal two combat divisions, the tentacles of the mental power are mutually exclusive and defensive, but Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao are different. Their mental power is absolutely compatible, and they often carry out the flow of the tentacles of the gods. Regardless of whether Ling Yaoyao's mental power tentacles are rounded or sharp, Ling Xian is very familiar with Ling Yaoyao's mental power tentacles, and will never reject attacks, and will be very affectionate with them. SSS upgraded mental power tentacles plus infinitely close to SSS level mental power tentacles jointly attack. Divided into 10 shares, attacked Meshel and the 9 Tower Zerg women guarding him respectively. The 9 women were preparing for the most Qiang attack supported by mental power, because the mental power domain was suddenly attacked terrifyingly, and they were all interrupted by Qiang Line. The combat power of the female Xing of the Tower Worm Star field is no worse than that of the male Xing of the same level, but there has never been a matching auxiliary healer to channel the mental power. For them, even the auxiliary healing potion is very scarce, and the auxiliary healing food is unprecedented, so it is easy to fall into mania. But it doesn't matter if they don't get treatment, they are very good at using the manic state of the god to increase their own combat power, and they do not hesitate to die with each other. However, the joint attack of Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao, who are both at the peak of their mental power, is still too terrifying for the Tower Worm Girl Xing who only has S-level mental power. They not only fell into the mania of the god, but directly damaged the divine domain and became incomplete with the mental power. If you have to use the mental power of Qiang, not to mention that you are not enough to play at the original 1/10 level, it will also lead to the aggravation of the mutilation of the divine domain and completely become a useless person who collapses the divine domain, and the woman who lost her mental power in the Tower Worm Star Alliance, especially the woman in Meshel, has only one role to fill the energy bank, for the sake of the overall situation of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. They are not afraid of death, but they do not want to become crippled, and they are sent alive as nourishment for cultivating monsters, because the S-level qualifications are all naturally bred Tower Worm female Xing. Many of them have a small number of mixed races, and there are large and small backers of the father or mother behind them, and they usually enjoy the treatment of higher people, and even Meshel can't beat and scold them at will. Of course, they will not be willing to die. For a time, these women who were seriously damaged in the divine domain all pretended to be seriously injured. As long as they can find auxiliary healing potions and auxiliary healing food, they still have hope of recovery. As for Michael, although he was also attacked, the power of only 1/10 of the power had little effect on him at the SSS level of mental power, but it only interrupted his preparation for the most Qiang blow mental power reading strip, and did not cause any damage to him. Seeing that his 9 most Qiang women were easily abandoned by the Ling brothers and sisters, Michael's face was blue and ugly. He wanted to send all these useless things to the energy bank, but thinking of the forces behind them, he endured it in the end, and when he pulled out all their so-called backers, he would see if they would dare to take Joe in front of him. There are hundreds of women in his harem, but none of them are sincere for him, and their strength is far inferior to that Ling Yaoyao. Meshtal suddenly understood why his cheap brother fell in love with Ling Yaoyao. Not to mention, there is no man who can not envy her deep friendship of fighting side by side for her. Meshtal hates everything good but doesn't belong to him, which makes him want to destroy and break up these two people more and more. If they can only live in the energy depot, see if they can still be so sticky and affectionate. Meshtal shouted angrily, "Trash, all step back for me. The escort team came to protect me from the 1st to the 20th. With Meshtal's conceit, he doesn't want to bully the less with the more, but he values the result more than face. If the more than 800 people on his side can't beat the 50 or 60 people on the opposite side, then don't talk about face, the inside is gone." However, without waiting for the top 20 of the escort team to come, 3 huge meat mountains suddenly descended on the palace. Each one is 1,000 meters high, SSS plus meat peachworm. Still 3, as soon as they came out of the worm whirlpool, they did not hesitate to stretch out their long insect silk and attack the palace. In fact, they just wanted to dig out the worm crystals that attracted them the most from that large area of ruins. The worm crystal that Ling Xian personally deployed naturally knew where it was, and quickly pulled Ling Yaoyao's Ling bow, taking her to jump quickly and dodge left and right. And Meshtal and his guards and harems had to run around, for fear of being crushed into meat cakes by the huge mountain of peachworms. Ling Xian gave orders to Qingben and the Jingrui team to quickly lead the returners of the Dark Night. Michael hid back, but he was unwilling to let Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao escape, chasing after these two people. Although the other guards also tried to keep up with Meshtal, they were not as fast as the SSS class mecha, and quickly fell behind, or were crushed because they blocked the path of the meat peachworms that came to forage. Ling Xian said to Ling Yaoyao in the voice communication, 168 is also here, right? We took him to 168 and... Doesn't Meshtal like to play with more to bully the less, feed the Zerg with the human race, and let him experience it himself later? The so-called noble bloodline in the body of the tower insect people can only make the meat peachworm with a little judgment and thinking ability not take the initiative to eat them. If the peachworms were in a normal state, they would obey the orders of the tower worm people who cultivated them with blood, but now for the sake of the insect crystals, they are in a state of extreme excitement and fanaticism, and they basically have no ability to think, and there are no tower worm gods who have a blood contract with them, so they naturally begin to let themselves go casually. Although the 3 meat peachworm bosses would not go out of their way to kill the tower bug people, they would not be very obedient and deliberately avoid them. After eating the nearest insect crystal, the 3 meat peachworms naturally found that there were 2 beings of the same level who were almost the same as their own strength in the very close place. Meat peachworm Heaven Xing likes to devour, not only including various resources and insect cubs, but also devouring the same race to increase Chang's own combat power, and will only surrender to the Zerg that is much stronger than itself. The 3 peachworms did not obey anyone, and immediately fought each other for the position of a unique boss. As for the little pitiful one that was a little further away and had not yet reached the adult body, it was ignored by the meat peachworm bosses. Not to mention the worm silk fighting with each other, they also gave birth to a steady stream of insect eggs, using mental power to dominate them to eat everything they saw in front of them, and grow up quickly to become a help for them to fight. Messier saw that the 3 meat peachworms that suddenly came easily crushed the huge palace, and all kinds of rare resources entered the belly of the insect with the sound of clicking. And his heart was dripping with blood, even his harem and guards. In a panic, many of them were crushed into meat cakes by the Zerg, and for the middle and low-level Zerg in the Mad Bow, they didn't care about the tower Zerg people. Anyway, they would eat what they could provide energy. Meshtal was so angry that his eyes were red, and the culprit of all this was Ling Xian. He must not let that bastard escape. His scientific research institute and energy depot were built underground, and there should not be much damage, and Meshtal secretly decided that he must arrest Ling Xian and transform him into a puppet in his hands. As for Ling Yaoyao, it is an excellent mother who gives birth to highly talented offspring. With this plan in mind, Meshtal pursued even more. Soon, the battlefield of Michael and Ling Xian finally left the center of the palace where the 3 meat peachworm bosses were located and came to the edge of the palace. There's a miniature meat peach bug. Meshtal was not afraid at the moment, and took out hundreds of S-Class and 10 SS-Class combat robots directly from the space button. This is completely obedient to orders and is Chang's strength guard. Michael sneered and said harshly, "Do you only have this little ability? If you can't beat it, you only know how to dodge." I want to beat me with a meat peachworm that stole from me, dream. If you surrender now, I might be able to make you die a little happy. Ling Xian pulled Ling Yaoyao to hide behind 168, and did not talk nonsense with Michel, only silently communicated with 168 with mental power. This is the emperor of the Tower Worm Star Field, only by killing him can you be the real insect king. 168 Now he has been educated to have a correct outlook, knowing that he can't kill people casually, but he is not a virgin who never dares to kill. It heard Ling Xian's words, and then felt the malice on Michel towards Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao, and immediately agreed, I can't snatch insect crystals from the hands of the bigwigs, and NENG can still die as an emperor. As for those S-class and SS-level combat robots, 168 doesn't pay attention to them, so what's the use of more ants? You must know that 168 has been nurtured by countless auxiliary healing insects and auxiliary healing sea beast meat, and now even his physique has reached the SSS upgrade, and his body is as indestructible as an iron wall. 168 and the robot squad led by Meshtal are fighting. Michael soon discovered that this body size looked just a juvenile meat peachworm, and the shell was more defensive than that of an adult body. The insect silk is tough and sharp, unparalleled, not to mention the S-class and SS-class combat robots he summoned. Even his SSS-level mecha himself couldn't cause any substantial shing damage to 168, and finally cut off a piece of meat from the opponent, and the other party snatched the meat block back faster than him, and ate it and grew new blood. More importantly, the meat peachworm in front of me. Because of its small size, the whole insect is very flexible and agile, and it is very slippery. Not to mention seeing through all his schemes, he will occasionally design to trap him in turn. A belly full of bad water, Ma Dan, how can he fight? When using meat peachworms against the Warner people, Meshtal admired their combat power, but also disliked them for being too stupid and inflexible enough, and the instructions seemed to understand but did not understand, except for Space Shuttle, which was usually very slow. Now I finally met a smart and flexible meat peachworm. But the other party was trained and taught by the human race to deal with him. Meshtal found that his attack had almost no substantial damage to 168, but the damage to his mecha was deepening, and the combat robot that he thought was his trump card was almost vulnerable, so he suddenly turned around and wanted to escape. And in addition to this seemingly weak but indestructible meat peachworm, there are also two brothers and sisters of the Ling family who can strangely achieve a joint attack with mental power. Meshtal felt like he was being splashed with a huge basin of ice water, drenched from head to toe. Dangerous, too dangerous. The anger in his heart were replaced by extreme fear. Meshtal is not a blindly arrogant person. He can break out of the siege from more than 100 brothers and sisters and sit on the throne of the emperor. He definitely has not only extraordinary talent, but also the ability to bend and stretch, and have a far-sighted personality. As long as he survives, he still has a chance to turn the tables. His energy depot and scientific research institute are not only one near the main star palace, but also a backup point. Fortunately, he kept a hand. Michel made a quick decision, took out a device that could support his mecha into the space jump, and then opened the space jump. Ling Xian knew that Michel was going to escape, and immediately said to 168 with his mental power, wrap him and my mecha with worm silk. Let's enter the space leap together. Immediately afterwards, Ling Xian threw out the mecha whip, pushed Ling Bo to the position where the Dark Knight person was hiding, and threw it to Ling Yaoyao. Go back to the main battleship, wait for me to come back. Trust me. And 168. Ling Yaoyao could only watch as 168 took Ling Xian's mecha and entered the worm vortex with Meshal's mecha. She almost wanted to rush in, but Ling Xian's last instruction suddenly stopped. Her mecha Ling Bo was only SS level, the weakest in terms of defensibility, even the mental power. She was not as good as Ling Xian, 168, and Meshal. Just daring into the whirlpool, she may even have a hard time protecting herself, let alone help Ling Xian, but it will become a burden that drags him down. If only Ling Xian went in by herself, she might not be able to relax, but if Ling Xian and 168 were together, Ling Yaoyao would suddenly feel a little relieved, and what she had to do now was to assist the Nighthawk team to sweep everything on the main star and wait for Ling Xian to return. Ling Yaoyao didn't know that although Ling Xian and 168 were better than Meixel Qiang in the Insect Dome space channel, their strength was greatly suppressed by the distorted space force, and they couldn't fight for the stability of the space channel, otherwise it was likely that everyone would die in the space channel together. And out of the space channel, on the other side is another scientific research institute and energy depot that Michel has been planning and preparing for a long time, and has even cultivated tens of thousands of S-class male and mature body troops in it. He has more than 800 A level and more than a dozen S-class harems and guards, and he has no way to deal with Ling Xian. After all, those people are not the same heart for him. Hundreds of S-class and 10 SS-class combat robots, there is no way to take 168, after all, the combat robot is not high in flexibility, and there are thousands of 168 insects. Tens of thousands of crazy and murderous Tower Zerg Android core, with built-in control chips, are absolutely only subordinate to Meshul, but they are much more flexible than combat robots, and their combat power is completely different. Ling Yaoyao returned to the Night Warrior battleship, and the 50-man Jingrui squad led by Qingbin also returned. She briefly told Ling Xian and 168 that they entered the space bug with Meshul. Qingbin originally wanted to send Ling Yaoyao back to the main battleship, but Ling Yaoyao disagreed and wanted to follow the Night Warrior team to hunt the main star of the Tower Worm. Qingbin thought about it for a while. When Ling Yaoyao fought side by side with the boss just now, the terrible combat power was so terrible that even he couldn't think he could fight. Suddenly I felt that such a murderous girl paper only let her stay in the kitchen to make auxiliary therapeutic food. It was simply a waste of talent. Ling Yaoyao also released the current SS level Blood Vine Luo 012. After 012 advanced to the SS level, the adult body can become up to 10 meters tall, and the blood vine tentacles have also changed from hundreds of original ones to 500 or 600, and the combat power is not small. The main pets encouraged each other, we must also work hard. What they had to do next was not much simpler than Ling Xian and 168, they were going to feed the auxiliary healing food mixed with the blood-expelling potion to the 3 meat peachworm bosses who were still fighting for the highs. The Jingrui team has done this 5 times with Ling Xian, which can be regarded as experienced. But the previous 5 meat peachworms were all minors, much weaker, but they were still separated, and there were 2 terrifying guys named Ling Xian and 168 as a deterrent. The danger is much higher, but things were not as difficult as imagined, because the 3 meat peachworm bosses were too big, and they had just experienced a relatively long-range insect shuttle, which took a lot of effort, and if it were not for the danger of life, they would never exhaust their strength to make space leaps in the short term. All they had to do was to fly over the 3 meat peachworms that were fighting and drop them a large number of low-level insects meat and sea beast meat with auxiliary healing food, then quickly flee. Even if you are at war, you will never miss these delicious snacks. What Ling Yaoyao and Bloodvine Luo 012 had to do was to protect the Night Guardians to successfully escape from the terrible worm silk and blood basin mouth of the peachworm, so that they would not chew the entire battleship as food. And feed the other 2 meat peachworms twice. As for why unmanned fighters are not used, because the concealment of unmanned fighters is too poor, it is likely that they will be slapped away by the meat peachworm bosses before they fly to the intended target location. Soon, the Night Runner battleship quietly came to the sky above the first meat peachworm and opened the item drop channel. These auxiliary foods are not made very finely, but a lot of seasonings are added to make them smell very good, and many drugs are added to quench the blood. But for meat peachworms who have never eaten cooked meat and have a sensitive sense of smell, this is already irresistibly delicious. The first meat peachworm sensed the aroma of the food, and immediately divided most of its attention from the battle, opening its bloody mouth to catch the meat that fell from the sky. Some of them are a little far away from its mouth, and they are quickly rolled back with insect silk and sent to the mouth. At the same time, dozens of insect silk stretched infinitely, suddenly attacking the source of the food. Ling Yaoyao, who was driving Ling Bo standing around the night bearer, and other sharp soldiers immediately slashed at those insect silk with the sharpest mecha laser knife. Just relying on the mecha laser knife, it is difficult to cut off the silk of the SSS upgraded adult meat peachworm, but it is quenched with a potion that makes the meat peachworm very disliked, which will make the worm silk a little taboo. And the Bloodvine 012, who stayed on top of the Night Runner battleship, extended one of his tentacles by nearly 100 meters, and began to continue to drop auxiliary healing food in another place, causing the peachworm to divert the attack target. Then he took his tentacles back with a whoosh. A few more unmanned fighters were released, and they escaped in 7 or 8 directions, throwing a few auxiliary healing blocks from time to time to attract the attention of the peachworms below. Ling Yaoyao and several other combat divisions who relied on the medicinal diet to improve the mental power of Jing to the SS level escorted the Dark Knight Warrior away. If someone's mecha is unfortunately entangled in insect silk, immediately open the escape capsule, and the escape capsule is also smeared with a potion that makes the peachworm not like the smell, and the Knight's warship and other safe people help to respond to the escape capsule. In this way, the Night Runner battleship completed its first mission without any danger. Then there are the remaining 2 meat peach worms, which are also dealt with. When it came to the third meat peach worm, Ling Yaoyao was swept down by the meat peach worm's silk, but Ling Yaoyao was reluctant to give up Ling Bo's escape. Ling Bo was a gift from Ling Xian to her. As soon as Ling Yaoyao was caught in the worm's silk, she took 2 mental power enhancement potions one after another. The mental power suddenly changed from infinitely close to SSS level to SSS upgrade. Although this improvement could only last for 3 minutes, it was enough to say to Ling Yaoyao, and the sharp tentacles of the god turned into thousands of sharp blades and attacked the insect silk that entangled Ling Bo. When the insect silk is stretched for a long time, the defense will be slightly reduced, and there is also an SSS level Chong degree, but it is still difficult to resist the attack of Ling Yaoyao's SSS upgraded mental power, and it will be quickly cut off, and Ling Bo was still tied up by the worm silk, and could only turn on the Chong rebound button to soar upwards, but he could not control his direction well. 012 The protector was eager, and quickly wrapped Ling Bo with his extended cane and pulled it back, and Ling Yaoyao also cooperated very well with the earth branch to slow down Ling Bo, so that he returned to the night one without danger. The meat peach worm, which has been quenched with the blood of the tower bug tribe, will no longer obey the instructions of the tower worm aliens, but unlike the high wisdom of 168, it still remembers to eat, and is full of yearning for all blood meat, constantly producing insect eggs and insect cubs, and urging them to plunder resources. The people on the main star of the tower worm ushered in an unprecedented disaster. Fortunately, as the cultivators of the Zerg, they also used the Zerg as food for a long time, so naturally they would not be afraid. They all had their own means to restrain the Zerg, and they could basically protect themselves, and the casualties were not serious, but it was absolutely impossible to have spare strength to deal with the Nighthawk team. And the prosperity on the main star of the tower worm was also destroyed in just a few days, and it became desolate. This scene seems cruel, but it is not worth the same ching. The Tower Zerg have enjoyed the benefits of sending the Zerg to the Warner Star field to plunder the resources of the human race for many years, so that they can also experience the taste of the Zerg they cultivated as food and hunting. Only when they really experience it will they know they are wrong. Ling Yaoyao seems to be soft and cute, silly and sweet, but the enemy who only loves her, the reasonable person, and has malicious intentions towards their human race will never be pretending to be benevolent and righteous, and being kind to the enemy is cruel to his own people. And how to deal with these 3 meat peach worms after plundering the resources of the tower worm's main star will have to wait for Ling Xian and 168 to come back. On the other side, Ling Xian and 168 followed Mashal, and the Chong space jumped to a resource star not far from the main star of the tower worm. Messier was followed by the 2 big Chong, showing a very panicked look, and used a loudspeaker to tell Ling Xian that he wanted to negotiate, surrender, and promise all kinds of benefits. Ling Xian ignored it, and only said to 168 simply, "This person will be killed." 168 can feel the substantial malice on Mishal's body, and naturally know that he must not be soft on this kind of person, and thousands of insects are flying at the moment. Mishal in the mecha had a very resentful look in his eyes, and he wanted to say some nonsense to delay the time so that the core located here in the Underground Scientific Research Institute would be more thoroughly prepared. But who knew that this Ling Xian couldn't get in, under the double attack of Ling Xian and 168. Messel had a very difficult time even relying on SSS upgraded mechas. Fortunately, his S-class core didn't need to prepare for long. After receiving his emergency order, they came out of the ground one by one, and after a while, there were tens of thousands of help behind him. 168 was so shocked that his 9 eyes widened, and then he said cutely, "Ling Xian villain, this Tower Zerg is so shameless. Fortunately, I still have a little bit of medicinal liquid in my body. I originally wanted to keep it for the future to slowly lay eggs and eat by myself." As he spoke, tiny white particles began to appear on the silk of 168. These particles fell to the ground and quickly turned into huge insect eggs, and then one by one, the Zerg broke out of their shells, continued to eat soil, and continued to grow, because 168's body has been transformed. Its physique is 3 points higher than that of other adult bodies, and the combat power of the insect cubs born is also extraordinary. All SS class, the number is not a lot, there is always 1,000. SS level Zerg can fight against 10 S level Tower Zerg in one match. Devouring each other can increase their own combat power. Ling Xian praised 168 rarely. 168 is awesome. If it weren't for 168, maybe he would really be planted here today, and now, everyone can still be said to be evenly matched who died in the deer. It is still unknown, and there was Ling Yaoyao behind him, and he said that if he asked her to wait for him to go back, he would never let her down. the smile on Meshel's face suddenly froze, and he gritted his teeth and thought hatefully the big deal is to die with them. In addition to this 10,000 S-class core, he also buried countless time bombs. Underground on this entire planet, the battle between Ling Xian, 168 and Meshjal lasted all night until the next morning when the sun was about to rise. Meshjal and his S-class core are very powerful, but in terms of the highest combat power, he is the only one in the end, and Ling Xian also has a sky-defying 168 help. Therefore, in the later stages of this war, Meshjal gradually began to decline. Thousands of SS-class Zerg on the ground and tens of thousands of S-class tower Zerg android male Xing also suffered a large number of casualties, blood flowed into rivers, and the rest were still killing and not dying. Meshjal didn't want to die, he thought about escaping, but there was a 168 that he couldn't get rid of even if he traveled through space. He was extremely desperate and unwilling, but he also knew that he was afraid that he would really have to be here this time. No, it shouldn't be like this. In his precognitive dream, he obviously succeeded in invading the Huan-Nua Empire, and finally succeeded, after killing his half-brother who was almost stupid that day. The Huan-Nua Empire also became his bag. Why is the reality completely different? Unfortunately, no one could give Meshjal an answer. Under the attack of Ling Xian and 168, he was exhausted, and the mental power domain also began to fall into a manic state. Meshjal's eyes flashed with deep malice. Since you can't hide it, let's die together. Even if he was going to hell, he would not let go of Ling Xian who destroyed all his plans. As for that Ling Yaoyao, as long as Ling Xian died, presumably even if she was still alive, she would not be happy. Who made these hypocritical humans always like to flaunt some kind of deep friendship? Meshjal was on the verge of madness, no longer resisting attacks from Ling Xian and 168, and used all his remaining strength to turn on the 1-minute countdown to the time bomb on the planet. Then he turned on the amplifier and said, "Ha ha ha, you guys bury me together." Ling Xian sensitively sensed that something was wrong, and the whole planet began to brew a terrifying aura. Soon, Ling Yun swept the abnormal radial fluctuations under the planet. This is the prelude to the explosion of nuclear energy. You know, this is the only resource star left in the Tower Worm star field. Meshjal, this madman. At this extremely urgent juncture, Ling Xian didn't have time to think more, and quickly communicated with his mind. 168, this planet is about to explode. We will immediately space leap out of here. 168 understood, and immediately prepared to open the Worm Dome whirlpool. However, it was stopped by Meshjal's Chung force. He used all his best attacks to attack 168, trying to open the area where the worm vortex caused the space to distort and fluctuate. To open the space worm vortex, there must be no external force at the entrance to obstruct the disturbance, otherwise it will cause the space channel to be unstable and cannot be entered. If the space channel is unstable, it is easy to lose the original target and enter the space darkness and void turbulence. Ling Xian was certainly aware of this, and he had to increase his attack and strive to eliminate Meshjal in just over 40 seconds left. Although Meshjal was already at the end of the crossbow, with a determination to keep Ling Xian and 168, he just dragged the mecha Ling Yun and ignored 168. Ling Yun immediately said about this, "Master, please enter the escape cabin immediately and let 168 take you away." How could Ling Xian be willing to give up the mecha he had been fighting side by side for many years, but now that it is at stake, he must make a decision as soon as possible. Ling Yun said, "Master, Yaoyao Mei paper is waiting for you on the main battleship, come on." Ling Xian gritted his teeth fiercely and ordered 168, "I'll hold him back, and you go and try to open the worm vortex again. Go first, don't worry about me." 168 doesn't have a deep feeling for Ling Xian, because Ling Xian doesn't like it very much, and he has always been wary of it. But after fighting side by side this time, 168 didn't think so. 168 hesitated and refused to go. "I can't go back by myself without you, the children will be sad." Ling Xian sighed, why didn't he want to leave? It's just that if he wants to leave now, it is likely that no one or one insect will be able to leave in the end, and someone must stabilize Meshjal, who is attacking frantically at the end. Ling Xian comforted, 168 good, of course I want to go with you. You enter the worm, and then roll me up with worm silk. 168 also had a premonition that if he stayed any longer, he would probably never be able to leave again, so he stopped grinding and directly used the little remaining mental power, tearing the space and opening the whirlpool. As the whole 168 insect entered the space vortex, the nuclear bomb buried on the planet also completed brewing, and began to explode from a distance, and it only took a few seconds to immediately reach the area where Ling Xian and Meshjal were. Ling Xian suddenly burst out with SSS upgraded mental power, stabbing into Mei's divine domain, making his whole body unable to control the mecha because of the severe pain, but Michel still roguely hugged Ling Yun's main body. If 168 wants to sweep Ling Yun away, it is inevitable that even Messel will have to take it with him. Ling Xian was stuffed into the escape capsule by Ling Yunqiang and suddenly slammed towards the direction of 168, and just before the worm vortex was about to close, the escape capsule was extremely thrillingly caught in the insect silk of 168. A second before the space passage was completely closed, there was an earth-shattering bombardment. The body of the mecha Ling Yun that had been with Ling Xian for nearly 10 years, along with the damn Meshchel, was buried on the nameless resource star behind him. The explosion of the entire planet distorted the void near it, and there were many crazy space turbulences in the space channel. Even 168, whose body shell was extremely hard, felt unbearable pain, and it was almost impossible to distinguish the original direction and where the way out was in the space channel. It was a little worried about Ling Xian in the escape capsule entangled in its insect silk roll, and it didn't know if the weak human bug could handle it. However, 168 soon had no time to think about this, because even its mental power domain was violently attacked by the turbulence of space, and it was in severe pain. In the escape cabin that was very strongly entangled in 168 insect silk, Ling Xian was also shocked by the distortion force of the space of nothingness, and almost all his internal organs were displaced. He held the Ling Yun main chip that was finally pulled out by him in the palm of his hand, and his heart was painful and a trace of happiness, but more determined. Ling Xian gritted his teeth and tried his best to keep the sobriety of the mental power domain, so as not to fall into the collapse of the mental power. The space shuttle has deviated from its orbit due to the shock of the remaining force of the explosion, and it is likely to be lost in this void forever with the power of 168 alone. Seeing that the fluctuations of 168's mental power were getting weaker and weaker, he couldn't bear it, and in the narrow escape cabin, Ling Xian took out the mental power recovery and enhancement potion prepared for him by Ling Yaoyao from the space button, and poured 4 or 5 into it together. Then with his personal mental power, in the void passage full of space turbulence, Qiang Lin tore a piece of space, and then stretched out the mental power tentacles to wrap up the huge 168, and left the space passage with it, and came to a desolate void. Immediately afterwards, Ling Xian forced Qiang to hold on to the last trace of consciousness and sent himself and 168 to a deserted planet, and fell into a coma. On the other side, outside the main star area of the Tower Worm, the Nighthawk team's anti-invasion of the Tower Worm Star Alliance can be regarded as a great success, but the entire Nighthawk main battleship has fallen into an unprecedented slump. The resource star where Ling Xian was last located was annihilated by countless nuclear bombs, becoming a waste star and a death star with nuclear spokes everywhere. Even the SS Zerg and S-class android corps, which had been fighting fiercely on it before, were all wiped out, leaving no trace, but Ling Xian and Meshchel's mecha barely left some wreckage. There were signs of Qiang opening the worm vortex in the nearby space, but the space fluctuation aura was extremely disordered, indicating that those who entered the worm vortex from here were likely to have encountered an accident and would no longer be able to come out of the void. When Ling Yaoyao heard these news, her eyes widened and she said in disbelief, "No, he won't die. 168 won't either." She came to this world just to change the fate of the Ling family and the fate of Ling Xian. She couldn't accept it until the end, or the bamboo basket was empty. Ling Yaoyao panicked for a while, clenched her fists, pierced her hands with her nails, and said calmly, "He promised me, I believe he will never leave me alone. They just got lost and will be back soon. Before Ling Xian comes back, she will continue his will and take care of the Nighthawk team." The next battle was no longer based on the Nighthawk team, which was the most sparsely numerous, and the forces of the anti-Tower Worm Star Alliance government behind the Bai family, the anti-racial discrimination forces behind the Bram family, and even the Skull Star Thieves organization all came over to kick and want to divide the fat meat of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. Emperor Michael is dead, the palace is abandoned, and the bosses of the allied forces of the Tower Worm Star are also dead, crippled, and powerless to resist. But the hundreds of millions of insect soldiers left by the Tower Worm Star Alliance are still there. These are all meat. However, how to stop these red-eyed Zerg is a problem. In particular, 5 of them are underage meat peachworms, and 3 are already adults. After seeing the benefits of Ling Xian's subjugation of a meat peachworm, several major forces wanted to subdue 1 or 2. But these meat peachworms are not as silly and sweet as 168 at the beginning, and these have all eaten human blood meat, whereas it's so easy to subdue. Previously, the Nighthawk team was the first to invade the Tower Worm Star Alliance's military star insect cultivation base. In addition to rebelling against the 5 meat peachworms that had not yet reached adulthood, they naturally did something else, kidnapping all the technicians who cultivated meat peachworms, among them, those meat peachworm breeders who do the lowest and most dangerous work. They are all the most talented in the human race but refuse to be a fertility machine, which is used as fertilizer to cultivate the zerg. Unfortunately, they were tortured with hand and ankle chains, became slaves of the Tower Bug tribe, and became the top meat peachworm breeders. What is needed to cultivate meat peachworms is all things with energy, and the best of them is naturally human blood meat. However, the human race is not so easy to plunder, and those with a little passable talent are worth staying as fertility machines, so during the larval cultivation period of the peachworm, there are not many opportunities to cultivate with human blood. In addition, all kinds of internal energy-bound blood meat, the tower insects cannot eat directly, and they are also very good food for meat peachworms. After a long period of fighting with the bloody insect feeding and the terrible meat peachworm, now this group of humans has been rescued, but they can never go back to the past. They were grateful to the Nighthawk team for rescuing them, but they didn't know where they would go in the future. Even if they could return to their hometown, they were worried that their families would not accept such an unbearable self. Ling Yaoyao asked Qingben to send people to interrogate the meat peachworm cultivation technicians of the tower insects, and also personally met with several meat peachworm breeders in order to have a deeper understanding of the habits of these semi-adult and adult peachworms. Ling Yaoyao quickly learned that the 5 underage peachworms had rarely eaten human blood meat before, and they should be able to slowly adjust it, and they also had some preferences for food. The other 3 meat peachworm bosses who shuttled back from the border star were adults, but they didn't know how many humans they had eaten before they could grow so huge. In addition to the blood contract, the only thing that can be used to control the peachworm is the insect crystal. Quenched in the blood of the human race in the worm crystal, they will become human-loving. If the tower zerg no longer needs them, they can infinitely increase the fertility-promoting components in the worm crystal, so that they are completely unrestrained and continue to give birth to high-level insect eggs quickly until they run out of energy for the disposal of meat peachworms. Ling Yaoyao quickly made a decision: the 3 adult peachworms must not be kept, and can only be fed to them fertility crystals, so that they can infinitely overdraw their vitality until they die. The other 5 meat peachworms can be divided into 1 by 1 force, and 2 of them are easier to handle and keep for 168 as little brothers and spare food. The juvenile peachworm likes to eat people, and can slowly adjust and teach it by controlling the composition of insect crystals and supervising it. Because their current levels are only infinitely close to the SSS level, it is not difficult to kill them. If you want to keep them from reaching SSS level in the future, you will have to waste a lot of effort. For example, whenever these meat peachworms are about to advance, they should appropriately increase the fertility-promoting ingredients in their worm crystals to reduce their strength, but they do not have to overdraw their vitality. If one day we ensure that these meat peachworms will no longer love to eat people at all, and there are 168 suppression and discipline of them, it is not impossible to let them freely choose their favorite development path at that time. Ling Yaoyao's side calculated very well, but it was a bit difficult to actually implement it. First of all, worm crystals need countless rare materials to cultivate, many of which are unique to the tower worm star field, and there is only a little inventory at present, and if you want to gather more, you must have several other parties work together. Because 168 is not there, the 5 miners who stayed on the military stars of the tower worm were as jubilant as wild horses that had decapitated their anus, and did not obey anyone's command at all. The 3 big ones are even more difficult. They are simply lawless on the tower worm main star, and they are killing each other all day long, and the residents of the tower worm main star have to move out of the tower worm main star, so as not to become food for the zerg. In addition, there are the other 3 forces that are also eyeing these zerg, the remnants of the tower worm star allied forces that are immortal. Fortunately, because of Wei Ling's restraint of the skull star thief forces, and because of the scruples about the relationship between Lilith and Ling Yaoyao, Bai Sun has also suffered losses at the hands of Ling Xian. But in the long run, the remaining forces of the Tower Worm Star Alliance may not accumulate strength and make a comeback. The 3 bigwigs of the Skull Star Thief forces, the Anti-Tower Worm Star Alliance government forces, and the anti-racial discrimination forces sent invitations, hoping that the Nighthawk team could send representatives to negotiate on how to divide the interests of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, which was set for 3 days. Ling Yaoyao was very worried. Now Ling Xian and 168, the two biggest reliants of the Nighthawk team, were not there. This negotiation they didn't let alone take the biggest cake according to their merits. It was not easy to even want to retreat with their whole body. Who made them the least? 3 days later, early in the morning, seeing that they were about to go to the negotiation site, Ling Xian and 168 still had no trace. Wei Ling looked at his daughter with a cold face and sighed. This negotiation, Qing Ben and I will go. Ling Yaoyao said firmly, I want to be with you too. For the past 3 days, she insisted on taking the medicinal soup made by meat left over from 168 to the maximum limit that her body and mental power could bear every day. Ling Yaoyao only left a small part to keep for relatives and friends to treat. If it was not enough, as long as he could win 1 or 2 of the 5 meat peach worms, he would not have to worry about not having a new meat peach worm. Ling Yaoyao's mental power was infinitely close to the SSS level, and under her strong catalysis, she finally rose to the SSS level on this day, and her physique also had an S level. You know, there is no SSS level in the Tower Worm Star field except for Meshel, and Meshel is dead, Ling Yaoyao continued. Dad, I will prove that even if Brother Xian is not here, I, Ling Yaoyao, am not easy to bully. I will protect the Nighthawk team for him and will never let him and 168 use what I have bought for my life has been snatched away. Obviously, her figure and face are just extremely delicate and delicate girls, but the momentum exuded from her body is not weaker than Wei Ling, a long-standing general and the second in command of the Star Thief forces. Wei Ling stretched out his hand and patted Ling Yaoyao on the shoulder. That kid is very lucky. Ling Yaoyao's eyes were slightly gloomy. I can have today because of him, the lucky one is me. The place of negotiation is in Helen Star. The Nighthawk main battleship will wait outside the Helen Star, and if Ling Yaoyao and the others do not return after the agreed time, and do not send back any signal to ensure safety, the Nighthawk team will launch an attack on the Helen Star. The same is true for the Skull Star bandit forces, but their spaceships are 10 times larger than the Nighthawk battleship. But now the Skull Star Thief forces will never dare to underestimate this team with few people and equipment and outdated, and because they are both human races, and Wei Ling is pulling in them, the two sides faintly form an alliance. This is just to temporarily cooperate in case the two giants on the planet Helen regret it, and when it is time to compete for interests, the Skull Star Thief forces will never stay. As long as the Skull Star Thief forces can win a meat peach worm and domesticate it, there is no need to beg the Nighthawk team to return to the Warner Star field. After all, the Nighthawk team's original meat peach worm, along with their captain Ling Xian, are uncertain whether they are alive or dead. Ling Yaoyao and Wei Ling walked side by side in front, and Qingben followed behind with Lu Lin and Li Nan. When they appeared in the negotiation hall, the bigwigs of the other 3 forces had already arrived. The boss of the Anti-Tower Insect Star Alliance government organization is a middle-aged man with a soft face, named Hong Ziyu, who is Bai Sun's uncle, and Bai Sun, as the second in command and successor, follows him. Hong Ziyu knew that his nephew had suffered losses at the hands of the Ling family brothers and sisters before, and he couldn't swallow this breath, so he took the lead in sarcastically saying, the Nighthawk team, which defeated the official army and the main star of the Tower Worm Star Alliance, actually sent a little girl to negotiate. Are you short of people to this extent? Then it would be better to find a reliable man to have a child as soon as possible, and what interests to fight for. The words were full of slander and contempt for Ling Yaoyao, and also satirized Ling Xian for being unreliable in disguise. Ling Yaoyao's beautiful peach blossom eyes swept towards Hong Ziyu coldly, and directly released SSS-level mental power coercion. Shocked by Hong Ziyu's mental power domain containing a lot of Baono energy, he almost fell directly into the mental power madness. Ling Yaoyao curled her lips very gently and smiled, but the words she said were as cold as quenched ice slag. Mr. Hong, if you continue to talk nonsense, then don't blame Miss Ben for being rude. Originally, only Ling Yaoyao was regarded as the 3 major forces affiliated with Ling Xian, but he was suddenly shocked, and the little contempt on his face or in his heart was quickly put away, because what Ling Yaoyao showed was SSS-level attack system mental power. Simply overwhelming, the SSS-level mental power shown by Ling Yaoyao made the 3 bigwigs present dare not look down on the Nighthawk team anymore. At the beginning of the negotiations, Ling Yaoyao demanded to take 1 of the 3 adult peach worms, 2 of the 5 juvenile peach worms, and 1/3 of the remaining ordinary zerg, and asked the other 3 parties to help prepare enough materials to cultivate new insect crystals. In addition, the Nighthawk team will divide 1/10 of the star area in the Tower Worm Star field in the name of the Wano Empire for subsequent zerg cultivation, and the required star area will be selected by the Nighthawk team first. These requirements are a bit difficult for the other three parties to accept. If Ling Xian and 168 were here, these requests they made could be regarded as very benevolent. After all, the government of the Tower Worm Star Alliance could be overthrown, although the Nighthawk team had the fewest people, but the contribution was the most, and this level of profit sharing was not excessive. The Skull Star Thief forces only helped to raid behind the main star area, but the leader Ward Mains was a general belonging to the Nalai Federation, and naturally he was not happy that the Warno Empire had several meat peach worms in his hands. Otherwise, if the two Warners fought in the future, wouldn't the Nalai Federation be in a weak position, because of the conflict between Bai Sun and Ling Xian, and the fact that they have the most arms and warships in their hands, and they are still the native residents of the Tower Worm Star Field. They naturally do not want to be occupied by such an outsider as the Nighthawk team from the Wano Empire. The anti-racist Brame family has insufficient arms and manpower, and is very good in terms of high-tech technology and financial resources, but the force value is low, and they do not have a lot of say, so it is good to protect their own interests. Justin sat at the head of the Bram family, who was also the head of his grandfather, and could only cast helpless eyes at Ling Yaoyao. Hong Ziyu sneered, "Miss Ling, it's not that I look down on the Nighthawk team, I'm just telling the truth. Even if we are willing to allocate so many resources to you, you can't take it, let alone hold it. The allied forces of the Tower Worm Star are not all dead, and the casualty rate of the people is not high." After Ling Yaoyao's strength just now, Hong Ziyu's attitude and tone were much more polite, but inside and outside his words, there was still a hint of contempt for the Nighthawk team. SSS level is amazing. But which side of them doesn't have a few SS level Chong? Can be temporarily upgraded to SSS level with external assistance. With a richer combat awareness and experience, she may not be weaker than Ling Yaoyao, a little girl. Ling Xian and 168 are gone, and the Nighthawk team is only more than 10,000 people. How to kill the adult meat peach worm, how to tame the two juvenile meat peach worms, and still guard the 1/10 of the star area of the Tower Worm Star Field. Ward Mains knew that he had joined forces with the Nighthawk team too late, and he didn't make much credit this time. It would be good to be able to fight for a juvenile peach worm, and the rest could not be counted on, and of course he didn't want the Huanua Empire to gain too much more than them. So he also echoed, "I think the most important thing for the Nighthawk team at the moment should be to return safely to the Warner Star Field, and to get a juvenile peach worm. The interests of the Tower Worm Star Field do not need to be too important." Ling Yaoyao said coldly without giving in, "You don't have to bother with this. It doesn't matter if you can't talk about it. When the time comes, everyone will rely on their own abilities." Just when the negotiations between the four parties were in progress, they suddenly received a terrible news from the main star area of the Tower Worm. The airspace outside the main star area of the Tower Worm suddenly jumped through the stable worm channel, and the armies of the Tsang Legion and the Thorn Legion of the Huanua Empire jumped over, with 1,000,000 troops, surrounding the entire main star area of the Tower Worm. Led by a meat peach worm that looks like a juvenile but can move in space, escorted by a main battleship marked Nighthawk Team 2. Needless to say, that peach worm must be 168 who disappeared 3 days ago, and the one on the Nighthawk Team 2 must naturally be sitting on Ling Xian. Unexpectedly, 3 days later, Ling Xian and 168, the two great killers, not only returned unscathed, but also returned to the Huanua Empire, bringing 1,000,000 troops that were enough to crush the entire Tower Worm Star Field. As for the ownerless Zerg in the Tower Worm Star Field, they have now become masters and will absolutely obey the orders of Meat Peach Worm 168, and the only one who can pose a threat to 168 is the 3 adult Meat Peach Worms, the anti-Tower Insect Star Alliance government, which was originally very fearless. Hong Ziyu's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Ward Mains, who had previously ignored the Terran Alliance and faintly helped Hong Ziyu's trend, didn't look very good, and immediately apologized. "Miss Ling, please treat me as if I didn't say anything just now. It seems that in the next few hundred years, the Nalai Federation is destined to be unable to compete with the Huanua Empire, and since it cannot be defeated, it must not be offended in order to coexist peacefully." The only one who truly supported the Nighthawk team, the interested Brame family, showed a look of joy on their faces. "It's great that Major General Ling is safe." When Ling Yaoyao heard the news, she was so happy that she wanted to cry. He was really back. It even brought enough support so that no one can take them lightly anymore. At the same time, in the airspace near the Helen Star, near the main battleship of the Nighthawk, a worm vortex appeared, and what came out of it was a very thin meat peach worm, and the Darkman miniature battleship that was originally stationed on the main star of the Tower Worm. Ling Xian said lightly to 168, "You just stay on the main battleship. 168 blinked his 9 big watery eyes, and protested, "Why can't I follow? I can now transform into a 2-meter pocket form. I also want to see Yaoyao and 012 soon." Ling Xian complained without a face, "But your weight has not become lighter, and if you take you to the negotiation site, the building will collapse by you." More importantly, even if Ling Xian does not rely on the power of space leap of 168, he can make short-distance space leaps with his terrifying mental power that has reached the 4S level. Seeing that 168 looked injured, Ling Xian chose to ignore it very firmly. Ling Xian and his trusted subordinates in the command room of the main battleship connected to communication, and briefly asked Jiao for a few words. At the next moment, the space around the Night Runner battleship was slightly distorted and fluctuated, and the Nighter's figure quickly became illusory until it disappeared. Because of Ling Xian's sudden return, in the negotiation hall, the originally agreed negotiations could no longer continue. The heart of the Anti-Tower Insect Star Alliance government organization was very unbeautiful, staring at Ling Yaoyao. If it weren't for Ling Yaoyao himself being a mental power SSS-level perverted existence, he would have wanted to kidnap this Ling Xian woman and then negotiate with Ling Xian. And Ward Maines, who had just had to apologize, was also unwilling and aggrieved. The Brame family, who lacked strength and relied on the Nighthawk team to stand firm, showed a look of joy on their faces, planning how to continue to cooperate with the Nighthawk team. Ling Yaoyao seemed to be unaware of these undercurrents, and said with a smile, "Everyone, it's really a coincidence, our Nighthawk team has some housework. We will make an appointment another day for negotiations. I have to go back first." Wei Ling never knew that his seemingly weak daughter could be so calm in the face of these old fritters, and even choked when he spoke, but when he heard that Ling Xian had returned safely, he also brought Qiang big support, including the news of the Thorn Legion, and Wei Ling was also full of joy. But when Wei Ling and Qingbin stood up and were about to leave, the security door of the negotiation hall was suddenly closed. The negotiation hall was the place chosen by Hong Ziyu and the Brame family together. Justin immediately looked at his grandfather in a panic. The head of the Bram family had not given any instructions at all. He immediately said to Hong Ziyu with a calm face, "Boss Hong, what do you mean by this? Do you want to go against the 3 of us?" Ward Main's eyes were dark, but he didn't speak. Wei Ling grabbed the handle of the laser saber in his hand and sneered, "I don't know what Boss Hong means." Hong Ziyu said slowly, "Since Miss Ling and Major General Ling are unmarried couples, and they are also SSS-level Qiang themselves, they naturally have the ability to make decisions for the Nighthawk team. It was agreed that the negotiation results would be released today, but where is the reason for leaving the negotiation halfway before the negotiations are completed? Let's do this. Miss Ling's request just now. Our anti-government organization was the first to vote in favor. I don't know what Mr. Maines and Mr. Blame think?" Hong Ziyu knew very well that if the negotiation was waited until next time, the negotiators would be replaced by Ling Xian, and the Nighthawk team would definitely ask for more than just a little bit before. No, according to their current heritage, it is completely enough to deal with the remnants of the Tower Worm Star Alliance alone, and they can control all the Zerg without effort, and the 3 adult bodies on the Tower Worm main star are much easier to deal with, and there is no need to negotiate with them at all. The so-called negotiation is to divide the cake, and the Huanhua Empire can eat it itself, so why give it to them? If he agreed to the conditions Ling Yaoyao put forward before, Ling Xian would not regret it then. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Ling Yaoyao is still too tender in the end. She has never seen such a shameless negotiator. Although she is very angry, she doesn't know what to do. Although she is SSS-level mental power, this is the other party's territory in the end, and they may not be able to fight hard. At this moment, the security door that was closed was suddenly impacted by a great force, and the seemingly solid heavy electronic locks on it instantly turned into a pile of scrap copper and rotten metal. The safety door, which weighs 1,000 pounds, was easily pushed open from the outside. Ling Xian's tall and slender figure suddenly appeared at the door. Ling Xian looked around the negotiation hall coldly, and finally set his sights on Ling Yaoyao. Ling missed his fiancée and wanted to see her immediately. But a few people outside stopped me from entering, and I was offended, so please don't be surprised. Ling Xian's words were very polite, but the 4S level mental power coercion released was very rude. 4S, an unprecedented level in the entire interstellar world. A level that can never be achieved by using auxiliary healing potions and auxiliary food. Ling Xian's whole body exuded an extremely arrogant Qiang momentum, but the look he looked at Ling Yaoyao's eyes was extremely soft. Ling Yaoyao felt that all her previous worries had finally been let go at this moment. she ignored the fact that there were many outsiders at the scene, and regardless of the image of female Qiang that she had put out before, she rushed directly in the direction of Ling Xian. Ling Xian opened his arms, hugged his girl into his arms, patted her on the back comfortingly, and said softly, "Baby, I'm back, and everything will be with me next." Hong Ziyu, who had repeatedly embarrassed Ling Yaoyao before, was in a cold sweat at this moment. If he had known that Ling Xianqiang was so perverted, how could he dare to engage in those careful thoughts? It is better to learn from the Blum family, mainly the Nighthawk team, and just want to share some soup to drink. Ward Main sighed secretly in his heart, glad that he had apologized in time just now, and he was not too embarrassed on the surface, otherwise it would not be easy for the Nalai Federation and the Wano Empire to coexist peacefully. The Brain family is unabashedly surprised and eager. In the next negotiations, Ling Xian didn't even let Ling Yaoyao stay any longer, and next, the scene might be a little fierce. He didn't really want his little girl to see his iron-blooded and cold side. Ling Xian only said gently, 168 misses you, do you want to see it? It is waiting on the main battleship outside the Helen Star. This can be regarded as a euphemistic revelation of the combat power of their Nighthawk team to the other three bigwigs. Although Ling Yaoyao was very reluctant to part with Ling Xian immediately, she felt a little embarrassed about the delicate state of her youngest daughter that she couldn't help but reveal just now, and she missed 168 very much, so she nodded and said, "Then I'll go see 168, and by the way, wait for you to come back after your busyness." Ling Xian's 4S level mental power and 3S physique made Ling Yaoyao not feel at ease, and if she had no choice but to do so, she really didn't like to participate in this kind of interest dispute tearing up the scene. Ling Xian asked Li Nan to escort Ling Yaoyao back on the Night Runner, and asked them to send him a message when they returned. And Ling Yaoyao himself is an SSS level, and he also has an exotic plant 012 with extraordinary combat effectiveness, which is by no means something that can be bullied casually, and Ling Xian is not too worried about Ling Yaoyao's safety. Moreover, he was confident that the next negotiations should not be too long. He could now travel through space for a short distance, and maybe he could return to the main battleship of Nighthawk at the same time as Ling Yaoyao. As soon as Ling Yaoyao left, Ling Xian showed a very cold smile. "All meet peach worms, return to the Huanhua Empire." The Tower Worm Star Field is divided into 1/10 of the star area to serve as a Zerg cultivation base for us. Ordinary Zerg, return to the Huanhua Empire. Among them, the meat of the adult peach worm and the ordinary Zerg, others want it or not, and they can exchange other resources. Those who go against me, die. If you don't believe it, you can try. Ling Xian said as he exuded his 4S level mental power again, and the main targets of coercion were the Anti-Tower Worm Star Alliance Government Organization and the Skull Star Thief Force Organization. That's right, Major General Ling is so arrogant and unreasonable. Men just have to rely on strength to speak. The Anti-Tower Insect Star Alliance Government Organization has been planning for many years. How can they be willing to accept this distribution? This is simply taking all the most splendid parts of the cake, leaving them with only a little residue. They have 100,000 troops in their hands, as well as more advanced warships and munitions. It may not be without the power of a battle. After receiving the hint from Hong Ziyu's eyes, a man next to Hong Ziyu who was promoted to the 3rd rank gritted his teeth and said, "It's too much bullying." "I don't agree." Ling Xian's eyes swept lightly towards the man, and the tentacles of the mental power easily pierced into this person's divine domain without leaving any trace. The man immediately hugged his headache and cried out in pain, "Ah, my mental power core is broken." If the collapse of the divine domain is just that the divine core has lost its vitality, and it can no longer produce any new mental power, and it is still spread all over the energy, then the fragmentation of the divine core represents that it is more serious than the collapse of the divine domain. Ling Xian stared at Hong Ziyu with cold eyes and smiled slightly. "I wonder if your excellency has any other opinions? When I was away just now, I heard that you had a lot of opinions about my fiancé, and now you can continue to say that you have opinions." Bai Sun, who was following Hong Ziyu, had a white face and sweaty forehead, and endured the oppression of the god from Ling Xian with difficulty. When he knew the news of Ling Xian's disappearance, he was a little happy and fortunate, and even secretly felt that God was favoring him and giving him the opportunity to pursue Ling Yaoyao reasonably. However, when he was oppressed by Ling Yaoyao's 3S level mental power for the first time, Bai Sun's heart sank and he began to feel that he seemed to is not worthy of her. And now, the whole person has been compared to the dust by Ling Xian, and he no longer dares to have any delusions. He had no doubt that if he or his sister Bai Shui dared to show a trace of covetousness towards the Ling brothers and sisters again, their fate would be even more miserable than now. Even my uncle, if he dares to say an opinion, I am afraid that he will end up being shattered. Ward Maines, although he was not happy to see this situation, had to choose to succumb. A small half of the Skull Star thief forces were originally from the Huanua Empire, and it was impossible to help him fight the Nighthawk team. The people of their Nail Federation even wanted to return to the Warner Star Field in the future. They had to rely on Ling Xian. The Brame family was already very satisfied when they heard that Ling Xian could exchange it for other resources. Under the suppression of absolute strength, they have no right to say no at all. Even if they had higher tech arms, Ling Xian controlled an even more terrifying army of hundreds of millions of Zerg behind him. Ling Xian took the time to look at the people who were so oppressed by his mental power that the corners of their mouths were almost bleeding, and he was very satisfied that no one raised any objections. Since there is no objection, then it's settled. Ling Xian only killed the monkeys, and did not directly destroy the anti-Tower Worm Star Alliance government organization that liked to fight against the Nighthawk team everywhere, because taking into account the arms they got from the Bram family before, in fact, it was also from the support of the Bai family, and it was to prevent the oppression from being too much. They united with the remnants of the Tower Worm Star Alliance to resist together, then it would become a protracted war. I don't know how much Zerg it would cost. It was all meat. When Ling Yaoyao returned to the main battleship on the night one, he unexpectedly did not find 168. Did it jump elsewhere again? 168, who was staying in the battleship and eating, had already sensed the fluctuations in Ling Yaoyao and 012's mental power, and passed through the air and thought, 011 small pot friends, 012 little pot friends, you are fat. I'm eating delicious food, come quickly. Fortunately, the main battleship of the Nighthawk team has been processed and upgraded many times, otherwise it really can't bear the current weight of 168. 012, who transformed into a mini-form cost bracelet on Ling Yaoyao's wrist, shook a small cane and said in surprise, huh? Can you also transform into a mini-form in 168? 012 said happily, yes, yes. Ling Yaoyao was a little expectant. The smaller 168, snow white and delicate, pink cheeks, 9 watery big eyes, big mouth that must be a big cute thing. When Ling Yaoyao returned to the battleship, she found that 168, who was 2 meters tall, was even cuter than she imagined, and she couldn't restrain the power of the flood in her body at all, so she rushed over and buried it in 168's body. The skin was white, tender, soft, and smooth, and it felt super good. 012 became a little taller, about 1.5 meters tall, and also rushed to the other side and rubbed its okay. Anyway, 168 faces are big. You can make several friends bury their faces at once. 168 happily let his friends get close, and on the other hand, he did not forget to roll delicious pastries with worm silk to his big mouth. Since his body size can become smaller, it can finally eat these delicacies more delicately. After Ling Xian finished talking, when he directly jumped back to the interior of the main battleship, he saw such a picture. He raised his eyebrows, walked over and pulled Ling Yaoyao away. It's enough to hold it for 5 seconds, I'll be jealous if I take a long time. Ling Yaoyao was stunned. Ah. Why did you come back so soon? Ling Xian took the person into his arms and kissed the pink lips he had been longing for a long time. Because I can't accept that I will never see you again. I learned to move in space. Because of Ling Xian's return, Ling Yaoyao doesn't need to worry about foreign wars, she only needs to make auxiliary therapy food every day and play with 168. When it is necessary to use 168 to deter other Zerg, Ling Yaoyao will occasionally follow him to the battlefield, but most of the time Ling Xian will accompany him throughout the whole process. The remnants of the Tower Worm Star Alliance are jointly dealt with by the Songlong Legion and the Thorn Legion. As for the 3 adult peach worms, Ling Xian decided to lure them out one by one and break them one by one. But because the adult peachworm is too huge, the skin is rough and thick, and the defense is strong, it is not easy to deal with it because it can't beat it and can still jump and escape in space. In addition, there are still many things that need to be done in the Tower Worm Star Field, and Ling Xian needs to continue to sit in the Tower Worm Star Field for a period of time, and finalize the division of the Tower Worm Star Field's 10th star area as a Zerg breeding base. In addition to millions of troops, Ling Xian also specially summoned many dietary therapists to make a steady stream of ordinary Zerg into auxiliary healing food, and then sell them to various forces in the Tower Worm Star Field. The war entered a stable period, but Ling Yaoyao, as a student of the 1st Military Academy of Huanua, could not stay for a long time. The Thorn Legion was led by Wei Ling's brother Wei Heng, and the brothers reunited after a long absence, happy and infinitely emotional. Wei Ling hadn't returned home for a long time, seeing that the Tower Worm Star Alliance had basically settled down, and he didn't want to stay here forever, thinking that he had to take his wife and children back to the Huanhua Empire first to visit his relatives who had been separated for 17 or 18 years. Therefore, Ling Yaoyao is going to return to the Huanhua Empire with her parents and 2 younger brothers. Even if they are on the same battleship, they are brothers and sisters who gather less and leave more, and they are once again facing separation. Although Ling Xian was very reluctant, he also knew that it was impossible to keep Ling Yaoyao on the Nighthawk team all the time. She is only 18 or 9 years old, and at this age she should enjoy a carefree youth in school and meet more friends. The day before parting, at night. Before going to bed, Ling Xian pestered Ling Yaoyao's ears and temples, and repeatedly muttered, "Remember to think of me every day. I'll go back as soon as possible. Don't pay attention to those cats and dogs who have bad intentions towards you." The next day, Ling Yaoyao had to spray the brown berry marks on her neck and other places with a fast-acting healing potion, otherwise she would have no face to go out to see people. Of course, Ling Yaoyao also looked forward to Ling Xian going back quickly, but thinking of the hint in Ling Xian's words, he was afraid that he would formally propose to her when he went back, and he would not allow her to refuse, and he would definitely get engaged soon if he agreed. Ling Yaoyao is a little unsure. Do you want to decide on the marriage so early? But these days she and Ling Xian are close, and she thinks that such days are very good, and she is even a little used to his company. It is not impossible for the relationship to go further. Ling Xian was eager to stamp her with his seal, so why didn't she want to stand by his side as a fiancé? With Ling Xian's force value now, and having helped find her biological parents and brother before, it is basically impossible for the Wei family to object, mainly because they can't oppose it. The adoptive parents are Ling Xian's parents. They have already acquiesced to their togetherness. Even if Ling Yaoyao wanted to oppose it, she couldn't stand it. Of course, Ling Yaoyao didn't immediately express his intention to loosen up to Ling Xian, so let him miss it for a while, because this time Ling Xian will personally send them back. After the war, Ling Xian will also go back soon. Ling Yaoyao is more reluctant. Or 168, before parting, Ling Yaoyao and 012 hugged the 168 white and tender big face together. However, 168 is now stronger than many races, and his wisdom is not much worse than that of the human race, and he has set the goal of becoming the king of the Zerg race early. In short, it is impossible for 168 to follow them back to the Huanhua star field for a long time as a pet. Since 168 met Ling Yaoyao and 012, this is also the first time they have to be separated for a long time. 168 The 9 big eyes were full of tears. Boom, can you not leave? Although even if Ling Yaoyao is not there, the Nighthawk team is indispensable for 168's auxiliary healing food, but it is not so delicious. But 168 also knows that his food intake is too large. Even if Ling Yaoyao is here, it is impossible to spend most of his time on making food for it. But 168 now feels that even if there is no food made by Ling Yaoyao, it likes to get along with Ling Yaoyao and 012. This is probably the last time he changed from a food friend to a true friend. Ling Yaoyao pinched 168's soft face. There is no banquet in the world, parting is for a better gathering. I will come to see you in the future, and you can also come to the Huanhua Empire to see me when you have time. Unknowingly, she had been in the Tower Worm Star field for almost 2 months. In addition to finding her biological parents and brother, she also discovered high beast meat, met Lilith, a friend, and had many precious memories. If she has the opportunity in the future, she will definitely come again. 012 left his beloved pet light brain and special space button to 168, while Ling Yaoyao left a lot of homemade auxiliary therapy food for 168. 168 There was nothing to give to her friends. She wanted to cut some meat from herself, but was stopped by Ling Yaoyao. She already had a lot of meat in her hands that Ling Xian had obtained from the 3 adult meat peach worms. Ling Yaoyao said, "In the past, I was forced to do so, and I will never cut meat from 168 in the future. Even if you want to eat it yourself, you can also get it from other meat peach worms, you know? Cutting meat from yourself, where is there anything that doesn't hurt?" Ling Yaoyao and other meat peach worms don't feel anything, and their wisdom is far inferior to 168, so after cutting their meat, Ling Yaoyao doesn't feel distressed, just regards it as a natural law of weak meat Qiang food. But now that 168 is a friend she recognizes, Ling Yaoyao is naturally reluctant to let 168 hurt again. Ling Xian saw that this person was reluctant to say goodbye, even more sticky than when Ling Yaoyao said goodbye to him, but he did not step forward to urge, because in his heart, he also regarded 168 as a partner of recognition. Ling Yaoyao also had a sense of proportion, knowing that he couldn't let Wei Ling and the others wait too long and went to the Dark Night. Because 168 wanted to stay here to suppress the hundreds of millions of Zerg, it was the voyage back to the Huanhua star field from the Tower Worm star domain, and it was Ling Xian who used his mental power to tear apart the space and open the space leap channel. Ling Xian can jump short distance without obstacles, and the consumption of long-distance jumps will be relatively large. Therefore, it is necessary to adjust the state of the god to the best, and there will be a period of weakness and fatigue for several hours after shuttling. However, with the great power of Ling Xian's 4S level, it only takes 12 hours to return to the main star of the Huanhua star field from the Tower Worm star field, which is twice as fast as 168. When the Dark Knight Lord arrived safely in the airspace near the imperial capital star of the Wano Empire, Ling Yaoyao came out of the shockproof warehouse, found that Ling Xian's face was pale, and quickly fed Ling Xian a few bottles of mental power recovery medicinal diet soup, and asked him distressedly, "Why don't you go back to the main star of the imperial capital with us, rest for 2 days, and then leave?" Ling Xian held the girl's hand, grabbed her lips and kissed her affectionately, but shook her head firmly. "I went back to see my parents and grandfather a few days ago, and I also reported that I was safe. If I go back this time, I'm afraid I won't want to leave." Ling Yaoyao hugged Ling Xian's neck sitting on the boss chair in the command room from behind, and said 2 words softly, "Waiting for you." Ling Yaoyao thought that it would be difficult for her to adapt to the long-lost imperial capital star when she came back this time, but when she was really in it, Ling Yaoyao found that she was completely at ease. She has completely adapted to this world, and she no longer needs to rely on anyone, and she can make countless people worship and look up to her alone. Her winter vacation experience, from the border star area Elon star experience to the Tower Worm star field, is really magical. The long-lost friends in the Huanhua First Military Academy, as well as the elders in the family, all pulled Ling Yaoyao to ask carefully one by one. Ling Yaoyao also learned from relatives and friends what happened after she left the imperial capital star. The most important of them is that since March, the imperial capital star has also broken out in an all-round way, but fortunately, because of the warm-up of the previous 2 times, the combat awareness of most people in the imperial capital star has increased a lot, and the whole people actively responded to the battle, except for the economic losses of the destruction of the building, but did not cause much casualties. In addition, because of the previous 2 insect nest attacks, the major legions reserved some of the sharpest troops on the military star closest to the imperial capital star in order to support the imperial capital star at any time. Without Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian always getting in the way, Xiaoming's extraordinary strength and leadership skills stood out and won the appreciation of many people, but it was impossible to build a new legion on his own. Wei Yuan, Xiao Mingyao, Yi Shi, Zhao Qingyun and others have made great achievements in leading the military academy students and the Zerg to fight, and although Xiaoming is a little better by cheating, he is not a standout. During that time, Su Qinghe made many auxiliary medicines with very low side effects and almost biased towards medicinal diet, which were very popular and officially became a master-level pharmacy therapist. Because of the continuous insects that come to the door, the status of diet therapists has also risen repeatedly, and many students from the Department of Pharmacy and the Department of Music have begun to take the Department of Food Therapy, which has changed from the most unpopular major to the most popular major today. The insect nest has been endless, and the people of the imperial capital star have been overjoyed from the beginning. There are many meet door to door, and then it was miserable. Meet was full of troubles. In short, it seriously affected the normal study and work life of the people of the imperial capital star. Until 10 days ago, there were no new additions to the Zerg. Ling Yaoyao calculated the time and found that it happened to be the day when they attacked the main star of the Tower Worm, and the 3 adult peach worms were abducted back to the main star of the Tower Worm by the worm crystal, and no longer conscientiously provided newborn insect cubs. Ling Xian and 168 fought Meshul, and unexpectedly returned to the Huanhua Empire by tearing through space, but did not publicize it to the general public, and only contacted the Songlong Legion and the Thorn Legion. But the 2 legions were jointly dispatched, and the action was so big that it could not hide from everyone's eyes and ears. The matter of the Tower Worm star field, the high-level military department and the upper echelons of the imperial capital star basically knew a little, but they didn't know the details. But they all knew about Ling Yaoyao following Ling Xian to the Tower Worm star field. This time Ling Yaoyao is back now, and there are people sent back by Ling Xian in the army to deal with it, and the juniors are not good enough, so they can only ask Ling Yaoyao. The matter on the other side of the tower worm star field has basically become a foregone conclusion. Ling Yaoyao picked out the part that does not involve the secrets of the Nighthawk team, and said it simply. Xiao Mingyao exclaimed and regretted, even the peachworm can be subdued by your food. If I had known, I should have relied on you to go to the tower worm star field together. Wei Yuan was happy and happy. He could imagine that the Nighthawk team should have experienced a lot of difficulties when it first passed, and if he went with him, it would only be a burden, but fortunately, Ling Yaoyao finally returned safely, and brought back his long-lost uncle and aunt, and even 2 cute little cousins, relying on the processed meat peach worms and high-grade insect meat ingredients left by Ling Yaoyao before. Yishi's mother Xia Shu has been in a much better state recently, but the previous food has been eaten, and Yishi has long been looking forward to Ling Yaoyao's return. Fortunately, she didn't need to speak at all. As soon as Ling Yaoyao came back, she first stuffed her with a few ready-made auxiliary foods. Zhao Qingyun and Su Qinghe siblings also came over. Ling Yaoyao invited them to join Wei Yuan and the others, and then called Xiao Qi, who had recently slowed down a lot in the recovery speed of the divine realm, and with the help of Fu Ying, Fu Luo, Zhen Rou, senior brother Kai Mubai and senior sister Ran Ning, they made a sumptuous sea beast meat gourmet meal. During the in-depth discussion between Ling Yaoyao and Master Kai Yuhong, 012 and Bai, 2 long-lost friends, also had a food discussion. Kai Yuhong was still a little angry. What does it look like for his little disciple to be a good dietary therapist and run around on the battlefield all day long? Even if she is also a combat master, it can't change that she is just a weak healer in terms of physique. What if something happens? Who knew that Ling Yaoyao went out and came back, and the mental power became the second in the empire and the first SSS level among the auxiliary healers? Even his physique has been raised to an S level that can no longer be called weak. Ling Yaoyao's level of making food, under the same Qing situation of the same level of ingredients, is no worse than that of him, a food therapy master, a 19-year-old food therapy master. This achievement is even more terrifying than Su Qinghe, the 19-year-old disciple of the old man Zhen next door. Kai Yuhong was surprised and proud, but he was still a little speechless. I haven't had time to teach you yet, your level will surpass that of master. But don't think that you can stay outside like this, your knowledge reserve is too thin, and you still have to continue to study hard at the age when you should study. I don't want you to be a diet therapy master when you were 19 years old, and you will still be at this level in a year or 200. Ling Yaoyao knew that the master was all for her good, so she humbly accepted the teaching, and sent Kai Yuhong a small part of the meat peachworm meat, as well as many high-level insects meat and sea beast meat. Anyway, when Ling Xian comes back, he will bring it to her. Ling Yaoyao has good things and has never been hesitant to share them with her elders, relatives, and friends who are really good to her. On top of the Grandmaster level auxiliary healer, there is also a legendary level, that is, it can make 7th level high-quality auxiliary healing food. Kai Yuhong can't reach it, mainly because he doesn't have SSS level ingredients in his hands at all. After getting the filial piety of his little apprentice, he felt very good, and after pointing out some of Ling Yaoyao's knowledge deficiencies, he immediately buried his head in the diet therapy research room. With time, he should be able to go further. In addition, it was a dinner party of the Ling family and the Wei family for her family. Of course, Ling Yaoyao cooks in person, and uses the best ingredients, and also processes a lot of ingredients to keep for Grandpa Ling, Grandpa Wei, and Grandma Wei to eat. The top food made by the ingredients of the tower worm star field amazed everyone who had eaten them, and they became more and more emotional. How difficult it was for Ling Xian to stand on his feet over there and bite the most delicious bite of the cake. What made Ling Yaoyao breathe a sigh of relief was that the Wei family and the Ling family had a tacit understanding not to mention the feelings between Ling Xian and her, and still only regarded them as brothers and sisters. Even Wei Ling Qianyao, who already knew Qing completely, did not embarrass Ling Yaoyao in this matter. Only Qianyao tactfully hinted at the sentence, "It's good if you have a good time, if you like it, your parents will like it too." However, although it is not mentioned on the surface, the Wei family has done a lot of things that should be done. In order to facilitate Ling Yaoyao to better marry into the Ling family in the future, Grandma Wei began to ask Ling Yaoyao if she was willing to recognize her ancestors and return to her ancestors. Ling Yaoyao is naturally willing, but I am used to using the surname, but I am not very willing to change it. Fortunately, the Wei family doesn't mind what Ling Yaoyao's surname is, as long as she is willing to officially recognize the Wei family. The beginning of next month is Mr. Wei's birthday, not an integer, but Mr. Wei decided to hold a banquet and invite all the powerful circles of the imperial capital star to come over. First, in order to announce to the entire imperial capital star circle of dignitaries, Wei Ling returned safely with his wife and children, and will regain the power of the Thorn Legion. Second, in order to announce that Ling Yaoyao is the identity of the Wei family's daughter. This also means that the Wei family, which has been low-key for 18 years, is about to rise again. Ling Yaoyao hoped that Ling Xian would better come back before then. At every important moment in her life, she wanted to have his testimony. In addition, there is a person that Ling Yaoyao cannot ignore: Xiaoming. He had probably received the news of Meshel's death, and his whole body became a little decadent. No one could understand why Xiaoming, who had become an outstanding rising star of the First Military Academy of Huanhua, looked depressed and did not look happy at all. Of course Ling Yaoyao knew, because Meshel's death also represented Xiaoming's dream of becoming emperor, which was completely over. Even Xiaoming's opponent, the eldest prince Xiao Rui's frequent moves, Xiaoming had no intention of dealing with it, and most of the forces that were not easy to operate were also snatched away by Xiao Rui. What shocked Ling Yaoyao even more was that the third prince Xiao Zhen, who had never competed for the position, actually began to fight, and his performance in this insect nest attack was also very remarkable, and he was no longer as brave and resourceful as before. The battle for the throne began to become more and more treacherous. Ling Yaoyao was a little relieved that no matter what the outcome of this battle was, Ling Xian was now so big that even the royal family could not shake it, and he had united with the re-emerging Wei family Thorn army. Ling Yaoyao was busy in the third dimension and went to the long-lost star network. And quickly made and served a new batch of auxiliary healing food to the ancient Gourmet food house, which can be regarded as a reward for the fans and loyal customers who have missed her for a long time, although no matter how much she does, she will definitely not be able to get it. In the Star Network, Ling Yaoyao received 2 signed messages from anonymous accounts that were forwarded by hackers. One is from Xiaoming: "It turns out that you are red bean coconut milk. Why did you choose Ling Xian? Why did you choose the Department of Dietary Therapy? Why do you stand on the opposite side of me? You ruined everything about me. What's even more terrifying is that I can't hate you yet. Because what you did seemed to be right. This is probably all retribution I owed you in my previous life." Bai is famous all over the world. One is from Xiao Town: "Yao Yao, I finally understand why you were unwilling to accept me in the first place. In my position, it is a sin not to fight. I had a dream in which you agreed to my marriage proposal, but I was completely powerless to protect you. Am I still too late to enlighten? If I can grow enough to protect you, can you give me another chance? I still love your Zhen." Ling Yaoyao was a little embarrassed. Why did these 2 brothers like to send her a message to the Star Network? Maybe it's because she has nothing to do with these 2 people in reality. It's really sad. Since she crossed over, she hasn't come to these brothers at all. Why are there so many scenes one by one? Also, they all have a sense of their rewritten lives. Xiaoming's message is okay, but it just expresses his despair now. Xiaoming lacks Meshjil as a reserve force to support, and he doesn't have much heritage, and Su Qinghe is also missing, so there is no need to be afraid. However, Xiao Zhen's news must be treated with caution, and honest people are ruthless, but it is very terrifying. Ling Xian, who was far away in the Tower Worm Star field, sneezed. I don't know why, he always felt as if someone was prying him into the corner again. Which bastard doesn't have long eyes? It seems that he must hurry back to the Huanhua Empire. Because of Xiaoming's decline, Xiao Zhen seized the opportunity to rise, which can be regarded as one of the butterfly effects brought about by the change of the original drama. Everyone has a plan for their own life route, and if fate completely deviates from the original track, it is not surprising that the main characters can feel it. This is originally a world built up by an article, and it cannot be fully explained by science. As an outsider who has changed the trajectory of many things, Ling Yaoyao faintly has a premonition that as long as the royal struggle for the throne officially comes to an end, her life in this life will be completely rewritten, and since then Xiaoming and Xiao Zhen, who have been entangled with the original body in the original text, have drawn a clear line and are no longer with each other. According to the current trend, Xiaoming must have no hope of seizing the throne, not to mention that he has no strength behind him, because his mother Mei Lin framed the mother of the eldest prince Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui must have always held a grudge against Xiaoming. The current emperor's body was also broken by Mei Lin. As long as he did it, it was impossible to have no clues, thinking that the emperor disliked the second prince Xiaoming the most, and there may not be no reason for this. And Xiaoming recently colluded with the Emperor Michael of the Tower Worm Star field, causing insects in the imperial capital star several times, causing huge economic losses to the Huanhua Empire. the last one, Ling Xian really holds the handle of his private dealings with Michael since brother Lu Lin learned the high-tech technology of the Tower Worm Star Alliance. He has been leaving a program to monitor Xiaoming's private light brain. As long as Xiaoming didn't suddenly rely on himself to be incomparably big, he couldn't end well. Xiaozhen is different. He has the support from his mother's glory legion behind him. Xiao Rui also had the support of the mother god's legion behind him, who can take the throne, but it depends on how the forces behind them operate. Xiao Rui is cunning and cruel, and scrupulous to achieve his goals. In the original text, Xiaoming designed to frame Ling Xian for the death. Xiao Rui did not hesitate to cooperate with his competitor and enemy Xiaoming for his own interests. In this life, Xiaoming still made a move on Ling Xian, and Meat Peachworm 168 would only appear on the Elon star, and the worm crystal was still deployed on the Mo-Lon star, which had 1 billion residents. Xiaoming did not have enough power to use, and to be able to do this, Xiao Rui must have also mixed in it. This was only because they were worried that the Ling family was too powerful, and after any of them took the throne, their position would be unstable. Therefore, Ling Yaoyao was not willing to let Xiao Rui take the throne. He could attack the Ling family once, and he could have a second or third time. However, now Xiao Zhen, who finally realizes that he must fight for his position, Xian Xing is the most upright of their Xiao family brothers, but he is eyeing her. The battle of royal power, her ideas did not help. For Xiaoming and Xiaozhen's star network messages, Ling Yaoyao could only not reply at all. In addition to the letters of these two people, Ling Yaoyao also received many VIP messages from the official Weibo platform. Ling Yaoyao's double cultivation, even the red bean coconut milk that he teamed up with Wei Yuan Xiao Mingyao and others before, although he deliberately concealed it, but he couldn't hide it from everyone, and many people knew about it. Her friend mode has always refused to be added by strangers, and there are still many privileged classes who send messages to Ling Yaoyao through paid channels, mostly courting and confessing. And each of them is still very talented as the so-called good women ask for 100 families. Ling Yaoyao can enter the kitchen, enter the hall, and go to the battlefield, which is simply perfect, and on the surface it is still a single state. Of course, there will be no shortage of suitors. Ling Yaoyao was not happy about these confession letters. She only felt annoyed. If Ling Xian knew, she would definitely say that she attracted bees and butterflies, knocked over a jar of vinegar, and didn't know how to punish her. I originally wanted to block the function of forwarding messages in the Weibo VIP channel, but I thought that if she blocked this function, some people who urgently needed her help because of the injury of the divine realm would not be able to contact her in this way. Ling Yaoyao thought about it again and again, and decided to change the status of Weibo profile from single to in love, so that everyone should not receive any more confession letters. Then on Weibo, she replied to many fans who cared about her and wished her to launch new dishes soon. I'm back. Thank you for your concern. Food instructional videos are quickly following. The picture is a finished picture of 9 kinds of sea beast meat delicacies. The wild starfish was also asked by Ling Xian to come. The output of the sea beast meat is not too much, but not too little. The Songlong Legion alone will definitely not be able to finish eating. You can appropriately sell some of it to the outside world, and you can also introduce the data of these new ingredients on the Star Network. Ling Yaoyao released these pictures, just use them as a warm-up publicity. As soon as Ling Yaoyao sent it out, everyone licked the screen and praised, as well as all kinds of lamentations and accusations, accusing Ling Yaoyao of being unkind and not giving it to see. Bad reviews. Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but laugh, feeling as if she had returned to her former self as a food blogger. The difference is that in this life, she has also gained the love of her family, friends, and lovers. In this world, only love and food cannot be disappointed. Naturally, there has always been no shortage of food. Ling Yaoyao began to look forward to it. Ling Xian came back quickly. Ling Yaoyao got off the Star Network and went to make supper for 012, and then thought of the food-loving and fierce 168. If only Ling Xian could bring 168 back with him. Ling Yaoyao didn't know that someone on the Star Network accidentally discovered that her state had changed, and it had exploded at the moment. A large number of admirers cried that they were out of love, and spontaneously put who is Ling Yaoyao's mysterious lover on the hot search. Ling Yaoyao's lover and her closest friends naturally knew about it, but the others were unheard of. After all, most of her interactions with Ling Xian are private, even if they occasionally get close in front of others, which is normal for them as brothers and sisters. During this period, some classmates around Ling Yaoyao came out to saying that after Ling Yaoyao went out to practice and came back from this time, she has been wearing a beautiful red moonflower stud earrings, which shows that there must be a lover. Others revealed that when she returned from freshman military training last year, Ling Yaoyao wore the stud earrings on the spaceship, but she only took them off after a while. At that time, the person who sent her moonflower studs was probably Wei Yuan or Xiao Zhen. Now that Ling Yaoyao and Wei Yuan's cousin relationship is known to many people, so everyone is shocked. Could it be that the third prince Xiao Zhen actually quietly got their goddess, so that she finally willingly put on such priceless earrings again, and also changed her personal state on Weibo to in love? This is the rhythm to be made public, although Xiao Zhen is also very good and noble, for Ling Yaoyao, who is so talented that he defies the sky, has both beauty and cooking skills, and is still the little princess of the Ling and Wei families. Even if Xiao Zhengui is a prince, he himself is a little unworthy of Ling Yaoyao. The next day, when Ling Yaoyao appeared in the school, she enjoyed a much anticipated feeling, with a return rate of as high as 200%, and on average, everyone turned back at least twice, and they had to whisper with their companions beside them. But whenever she looked over, those people stopped talking again, and there was still a little strange sadness in their eyes. Because Ling Yaoyao is also a campus figure in the Huanhua First Military Academy, there are many beautiful topics, and many people usually look at it when walking, so Ling Yaoyao is used to this kind of gaze, but today it seems to be there are a lot of them, and it's a bit strange. Perhaps it's just her delusion? Ling Yaoyao didn't care too much. When Ling Yaoyao arrived at the classroom of the first-year diet therapy department and was about to take a theory class, there were still a few minutes before the class started. Ling Yaoyao was watched by the whole class. It was really the whole class who came to her seat, staring at her with wide eyes, and her eyes were spinning on the red moon flower on her right ear several times. When she first came back to school a few days ago, her classmates were also very enthusiastic about her, but she didn't have such gossip, entanglement, and nonsense. Ling Yaoyao was seen by so many people to make her scalp tingle, and she was also faintly aware of the source of everyone's abnormality. Perhaps it was related to the change in her personal feeling of Weibo data yesterday. Ling Yaoyao said helplessly, "If you have anything, just ask." Although Zhenro is Ling Yaoyao's best classmate and friend in the class, she doesn't know about Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian's loveching. She just knows that it was not Xiao Zhen who gave you Luohua earrings. So she was the first to ask, "Yaoyao, who is your mysterious lover? If you can't make it public, then you go back and tell me secretly?" Zhenro was immediately glared at by everyone, and she squeezed to the periphery with her petite body, and asked one by one, "Boss, are you really with the third Prince Xiao Zhen, right? Or is it the soldier you met when you went out to practice this time? Yaoyao children's shoes, don't be kidnapped by someone in a few words." Ling Yaoyao black line, it seems that the students are really concerned about her personal feelings. However, what does this have to do with Xiao Zhen? After Ling Yaoyao figured out the oolong from her classmates, she couldn't laugh or cry. Since everyone knows, Xiao Zhen must know it too, and he should know very well that his Luohua stud earrings this month have nothing to do with him. She did not reply to him, but expressed her decline by announcing that she was in love. As for her mysterious lover, Ling Yaoyao thought that Ling Xian was her brother or the identity of the entire new military training instructor of the auxiliary therapy department, and suddenly felt ashamed and couldn't say it at all. In addition to guessing that it was Xiao Zhen's, there were also many people who didn't know the relationship between her and Wei Yuan's cousins, and asked if it was Wei Yuan or Qiao Mingyao's. Even Yi Shi, Xiao Qi, Su Qinghe, and Zhao Qingyun had people guessing. After all, these are the only people who have had a jiao set with Ling Yaoyao and are single. After all, Yi Shi, who is known as Yi Shuai, is also very popular in the sister paper, but why is even Su Qinghe listed among them? It seems that Xing is really not a problem in this era, and Ling Yaoyao can only be speechless. Ling Yaoyao had to take out the style of the eldest sister, and said coldly, "Ahem, keep it a secret for the time being. Anyway, it's not any of your guesses now. You'll know later." Ling Yaoyao is not deliberately selling Guanzi, but Ling Xian is the undefeated god of war, extremely popular in the Huanhua Empire, and ranks first among the majority of girls, and even some young boys, who are most looking forward to marriage. If Ling Xian was announced, she would immediately be attacked by Ling Xian's countless fans. She really can't bear it alone. Forget it, let's not announce it yet. Fortunately, seeing that Ling Yaoyao is unwilling to say, everyone will not be entangled. As the eldest lady of a military family, the announcement of loveching involves a wide range of things, and also involves the cooperation of the families behind the two sides, etc., which is indeed not something that can be said casually. However, getting Ling Yaoyao's assurance was not any of their previous guesses, and everyone was suddenly more curious about the identity of Ling Yaoyao's mysterious lover. Wei Yuan, Qiao Mingyao, Yi Shi, and other people closest to Ling Yaoyao were naturally knowledgeable, and they were also questioned by countless people. But the external rhetoric is I don't know, and I also insist on knowing but not saying to good friends. Even Xiaoqi was questioned by video from his eldest brother Yunli. I thought you were a little interested in other girls before? Why do people have masters, and I haven't seen you take any action yet? In order to show favor to Ling Yaoyao before, Xiaoqi found a food platform to open a lot of back doors for Ling Yaoyao and sent her many free recommendation seats, although Ling Yaoyao didn't need it at all. At that time, he was purely for the deliciousness and curative effect of Ling Yaoyao's auxiliary healing food, and when he later learned her true identity, he did have a few beautiful thoughts. Although he was warned by Wei Yuan, he did give up this thought. But later, Ling Yaoyao was hacked in the auxiliary therapy competition. Xiaoqi spared no effort to defend Ling Yaoyao in front of his eldest brother, or accidentally revealed his excessive concern for Ling Yaoyao in front of his eldest brother, not only because of her extraordinary strength in dietary therapy. Xiaoqi said helplessly, "Brother, I look like this, where is the qualification to chase people? You see, as a prince, Zhen has been said to be not worthy of that person." As a brother, Yunli naturally felt that his younger brother was good at everything. USS upgraded your mental power when you were a child. As long as you continue to take the auxiliary healing food made by that little girl for a period of time, it will not be a problem to restore the original level, and maybe you can go further. As long as the Ling family doesn't want to stand in position, they will naturally not choose Xiao Zhen. Our mother is a royal princess, and my father is the richest man in the empire, so it is actually more suitable than Xiao Zhen. Where is it not worthy? You didn't chase it, just gave up. It's too unambitious. Xiaoqi smiled bitterly. Do you know who her lover is? Yunli naturally didn't know, but after thinking about the circle of the powerful in the imperial capital star, the only ones who could match Ling Yaoyao were Zhao Qingyun and his younger brother. Even Zhao Qingyun's talent was slightly inferior to his brother's original talent, but it would take some time for Xiaoqi to regain his true strength. The two of the Qiao family are also matched, but they are both distantly related to Ling Yaoyao, and they may not be very good together. It was because he boasted that his younger brother was no worse than Zhao Qingyun, and he vaguely sensed that his younger brother's young son Qing was a little bit of his brother, so Yunli came to care about it via video. So Yunli guessed, Zhao Qingyun? Xiaoqi didn't know it originally, and he also guessed that it was Zhao Qingyun, and even confirmed it with Zhao Qingyun himself. But I saw Zhao Qingyun's equally dejected face. As early as when Zhao Qingyun knew that the red bean coconut milk was Ling Yaoyao's identity, he accidentally learned that Ling Bo and Ling Yun were Qing couple mechas, and the ancient god Xian of the mecha platform he admired the most was Ling Xian, and Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian were not just brother and sister relationships, but lovers. This enemy is so big that he is not even qualified to compete. As a passerby who has not confessed, it seems to be a great affirmation that he can be suspected of being the mysterious lover of the goddess in his dreams, but it is also in the wound of his first love that ended without a problem to say that he has repeatedly sprinkled salt. In the face of Xiaoqi's question, Zhao Qingyun was extremely bitter, and he couldn't hold back, so he said the sentence Ling Bo and Ling Yun are Qing mecha. As a person who also failed in secret love, Zhao Qingyun of course also saw that Xiaoqi came to him for confirmation, because Xiaoqi had also been moved by Ling Yaoyao. Zhao Qingyun felt a faint comfort. It turned out that he was not the only one who suffered. After Xiaoqi realized the meaning of Zhao Qingyun's words, he was silent for a long time. It's one thing to know that you have no hope, but if Ling Yaoyao finds someone who is similar to him or worse than him, he will definitely want to try again. However, it was Ling Xian, who overwhelmed the genius teenagers in the entire imperial capital star circle, the legendary child of someone else's family. Xiaoqi had never thought about this before. Where could a normal person think of it? The Ling family adopted Ling Yaoyao, and they actually produced and sold themselves. The Ling family's biological son Ling Xian is the best fighter in the entire star, and even the adopted daughter is the best therapist in the entire star. No one is lucky enough. What's even worse is that these two are still together. The Ling family is simply against the sky. Xiaoqi suddenly understood why Zhao Qingyun looked bitter and began to have a relationship with his cousin Xiao Zhen. They lost to Ling Xian, and they really couldn't even be convinced. However, empathize if their family had such an adopted daughter, it would not flow to outsiders' fields. In addition to family and relatives and friends, there are not many people who know about Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian's love Qing, and these people who know are unwilling to continue to disclose it to the outside world. Even if Yunli is his own brother, Xiaoqi only sighed and said, I know, but I can't say it. In short, he is a person I can never compare. Just when the entire empire was speculating about Ling Yaoyao's mysterious lover, Ling Xian finally arranged the affairs of the Tower Worm Star Alliance and was coming back. After all 3 adult peach worms were weakened to SS+ level, the situation in the Tower Worm Star field had basically stabilized, and he didn't need to keep an eye on it all the time. But in order to ensure that the remnants of the Tower Worm Alliance government did not have any moths, 168 was not brought back this time. Wei Heng, the deputy commander of the Thorn Legion, and the deputy commander of the Tsunglong Legion will be stationed in the Tower Worm Star field for a long time, and Ling Xian, a member of the Nighthawk Jingrui army, also left half of them, including Li Nan, who was very familiar with 168, and if something happened, let 168 come over and report to him. As for the stable space transition point between the 2 star fields, it will take half a year to develop, and after the space transition point is established, the situation of the Tower Worm Star field should be completely settled. The worm crisis that plagued the Wano Empire for thousands of years has since been officially resolved, and the Zerg have become an alternative beast meat they have kept in captivity. Originally, Ling Xian was worried that without the common foreign enemy of the Zerg, the Nalai Federation, which had always been ambitious, would make a move, but now Ling Xian is not worried. As long as the Zerg race is in the hands of the Huan-Nua Empire for one day, the Nalai Federation will not dare to act rashly. The more advanced scientific research technology of the Tower Worm Star field will become another layer of guarantee for the Huan-Nua Empire to improve its strength and combat power. In the long run, the Huan-Nua Empire will surely develop into the most Xiang Empire in the 2 star fields, but Ling Xian was not very happy, and then let the royal Shao family control the fate of the Huan-Nua Empire, and even because of their private hue, they could plot against the Ling family at will. With the continuous supply of the Zerg meat and the sea beast meat to the Huan-Nua Empire, the most talented geniuses can still rise again, and after a long time, there will be more and more SSS level geniuses. Ling Xian is a 4S class, but he can't resist many SSS class joins forces, so he must take advantage of the fact that he has the strength to absolutely suppress everyone, and use thunderous methods to usher in long-term stability for the Ling family and transform the Huan-Nua Empire into a better look. For example, if the Huan-Nua Empire is changed from a monarchical dictatorship to a constitutional monarchy, the existence of the royal family can be retained, but it is impossible to oversee the political power, so it is just kept as a mascot. This is Yu Gong. As for privately, the most important thing for Ling Xian to go back this time is naturally to make the status of the little girl he has been longing for fiancé as soon as possible, officially propose to Ling Yaoyao, go to the Wei family to propose, and hold engagement procedures and ceremonies. Ling Xian led the Nighthawk main battleship back to the Huan-Nua Empire, first opening the personal light brain network to understand the current situation. Ling Xian was very satisfied to see that the insects had been wiped out, and Xiaoming failed to achieve the expected goal at all. Next, naturally, we should pay attention to Ling Yaoyao's news. Then I was caught off guard and saw the hot search of who is Ling Yaoyao's mysterious lover, as well as a series of speculative lists of possible candidates in popular comments. There are also many comments crying that they are out of love, and they confess under the Weibo posted after Ling Yaoyao's return. Ling Xian was about to see the joy of his daughter-in-law, and was immediately splashed with a basin of ice water. It seems that his previous hunch was not wrong, and sure enough, someone was trying to pry into his corner. There are more than 5 million confession-type messages alone, and at this moment, it has not yet reached 24h before Ling Yaoyao announced that he is in love. Ling Xian stared at the word in love on Ling Yaoyao's profile page, his cold black face slowly and soothed, the ice melted, and the lips unconsciously raised a pleasant arc. It's useless if you like it, she is already mine. After secretly poking for a while, Ling Xian posted on his personal Weibo that he hadn't seen for a long time, and also changed his state of feeling to in love. Ling Xian has many fans. The Huan-Nua Empire has a population of 100 billion, and his fans are 50 billion. This is because many planets are not connected to the star network in the ranking of personal accounts on the Weibo platform. Ling Xian's number of fans ranks in the top 10, which is only slightly less than the most well-known actors and singers. But the star is a daily operation. Ling Xian is busy, not once a year, and sometimes only a few times a year, and transfers a few official military propaganda Weibo. In order to prevent everyone from discovering the slight changes in his personal information, Ling Xian also very schemingly transferred Ling Yaoyao's Weibo, which has been followed by hundreds of millions of people, and crooked Ling Xian v. Go home for dinner at night. At Ling Yaoyao v. I'm back. Thank you for your concern. Food instructional videos are quickly following. The content is very serious, and it seems that there is no explosive point. However, for Ling Xian, who has been publishing for more than 10 years, except for military propaganda needs, never posts private Weibo, and never interacts with family and friends, it is too abnormal. When everyone saw Ling Xian's name appear at the top of Ling Yaoyao's Weibo comment area, they all suddenly froze for a few seconds, and then involuntarily screamed excitedly, "All the living god of war." Ling Yaoyao have also been on Weibo's hot searches. Ling Xian's feeling Qing state change. I don't know which hot-eyed fan picked it up. Everyone looked at this familiar in Love 3, Ling Xian's first Weibo interaction since the blog was opened Ling Yaoyao, and then look at the hashtag Ling Yaoyao mysterious lover hashtag in the hot search, suddenly realized the brothers and sisters who are not related by blood are in love at the same time, and they also interact on Weibo. Major General Ling should have just finished the matter of the tower worm. Starfield, let's go back to the Warner Starfield. The first thing I thought about was finding a good sister to eat him. I have a bold guess. I don't know if I should say upstairs. I think what you think is the same as what I think. Originally, I always believed that no one was worthy of our undefeated god of war since the ancient gourmet food and delicious insect powder on Yaoyao sister paper. I feel more and more that no one is worthy of the goddess Yaoyao. Why didn't we expect this combination before? The most popular male god in the country vs the most popular goddess in the country CP. As a carver apprentice, I have seen the red moon lotus flower stud earrings worn by Yaoyao Mei paper from the XX carving master before. In other words, it is not a dream star stone sent by any party in the following speculation list. I can only remind you that this is it. LS guys, are you a little too big? They are brothers and sisters. Even if there is no blood relationship, there is no difference between getting along with brother and sister. As a freshman in the Department of Sound Therapy, I was very lucky to meet Major General Ling as our instructor during the previous military training. If you see with your own eyes how Major General Ling is ruthless and selfless in training Yaoyao Mei paper, you will never doubt that there is any ambiguous relationship between them. LS Alumni Clause. In other words, don't you realize at all that Major General Ling's harshness at that time had deep intentions? Don't forget, Yaoyao Meiji's physique was at the bottom of the entire auxiliary therapy department. According to the latest news, Yaoyao Mei paper's physique has now been upgraded to S level, which is more Qiang than many combat systems. Not simple, it's not simple, wow. LS little brother, I feel like you know a lot. Ask for a deep understanding of the love history of the Ling brothers and sisters. My goddess and male god have announced that they are in love, and the baby has fallen out of love twice in one day. The point is that I actually hope that the two of them are a couple and want to wish them a long life. Boom. I never expected Ling Xian god of war to be such a god of war. I really misjudged him. Our goddess Yaoyao is not yet 19 years old. Or his sister who grew up watching him grow up, how could he do it? LS, imagine, if you have such a beautiful, cute and good cooking sister, and you are not related by blood, you can't help it? Watching her being snatched away by another stinky boy? Back to LS, I thought about it, I can't bear it. I am obviously a straight girl, but if the object is Yaoyao Mei paper, I think I will be happy to bend it into a mosquito coil from the ancient Earth era. Am I the only one who understands why Ling Xian god of war changed his personal sense of Qing state, and why the true meaning behind it Yaoyao sister paper's move? Oath of sovereignty, the identity of the main palace. Am I the only one who only cares about what the goddess Yaoyao and the male god Ling Xian will eat for dinner? Just thinking about it, my saliva is a little uncontrollable. The male god does not post a blog for 10,000 years, and he will come to the dog as soon as he gets it as a single dog. I actually feel that I am too little and not full, and I feel that I can have a few more dozen. Ling Xian looked at Weibo, whether it was his own Weibo homepage, Ling Yaoyao's Weibo homepage, or the popular Weibo homepage, as well as various gossip news pushes. All of them are the topics of him and Ling Yaoyao dominating the screen, and there is no longer any name of a cat and a dog that appears with Yaoyao's name, and all the enemies are perfectly KO'd by themselves, and they are very satisfied. Ling Xian was happy, and on the other hand, his mouth was as tight as a clamshell, and Ling Yaoyao, who refused to say Ling Xian's name by Zhenrou and Suqing, his two friends be asked one after another, was not very wonderful at the moment, because she resolutely refused to say it. As soon as she turned her head, her classmates and friends saw the news of Ling Xian Ling Yaoyao brothers and sisters are in love on their personal light brain push news, thinking that this was just unfounded speculation, and they were very angry that these media maliciously spread rumors in order to attract people's attention, so they clicked in and took a look. There is actually a real hammer. Go around Ling Yaoyao's Weibo again. Even the time when the brother and sister began to have ambiguity was picked up, that is, on the spaceship returning from military training, Ling Yaoyao wore red moon lotus flower stud earrings for the first time. Everyone suddenly understood why Ling Yaoyao refused to speak. I thought they were just pure brothers and sisters, but it turned out to be a completely impure lover's relationship. This is indeed a bit difficult for Ling Yaoyao to say. It's a pity that Major General Ling doesn't seem to be willing to just be an underground lover, so there is such a thing. The friends looked at Ling Yaoyao's eyes, and they were all particularly meaningful, looking like I know everything. Ling Yaoyao was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig into the ground, but although she was very embarrassed in her heart, Ling Yaoyao pretended to be very calm on her face and said, "It doesn't matter if you know. I didn't say it before, mainly because I was afraid that you wouldn't believe it if I said it." No, if Ling Yaoyao is in charge, they may really feel that Ling Yaoyao is unwilling to disclose her real love interest, and deliberately uses her eldest brother as a shield. Ling Xian is so tactfully public, everyone will not doubt it, because Ling Xian represents absolute credibility. The classmates around him and the friends who didn't know that Ling Yaoyao's love partner was Ling Xian were immediately satisfied. Those gossip objects before, we can always pick out the places that are not good. Enough. However, now that we finally know the right master, we can't find anything wrong with it. When I first saw this news, I was still very angry and thought it was a rumor, but I thought about it carefully. Suddenly I feel that you two are worthy of each other. It's not just a face, it's simply a pair made in heaven. As Wei Yuan, Qiao Mingyao, and Yi Shi, who have known Qing for a long time, they have complex hearts. Wei Yuanxin was slightly depressed. The sister who finally recognized her was abducted by her adoptive brother again. What's even more depressing is that everyone says it's a good match. Even if there is a very small part of the accusation of Ling Xian, it is more excuses for him. Qiao Mingyao, I have known for a long time that Yao Mei is in love, but seeing her openly showing affection, I don't know why I suddenly want to find someone to fall in love and show the urge to go back. Yi Shi, it's rare to feel the same way as Xiao Qiao's sister. Ling Yaoyao didn't have the heart to care about what her friends were thinking. She was now all focused on Ling Xian is back. Although Ling Yaoyao has been looking forward to his return, she didn't expect it to be so soon. It has only been a week since she came back, which is only enough for Ling Yaoyao to get together with her family and friends. For Ling Xian's high-profile declaration of sovereignty, Ling Yaoyao is not only embarrassed, but more sweetness and joy. Ling Yaoyao found everyone's reaction. Not only did she not say that she was not worthy of Ling Xian, most of them were optimistic and blessed, and many people clearly said that they would become their CP fans from today onwards, begging for more sugar. This made Ling Yaoyao's embarrassment much less. Fortunately, no one will ever maliciously smear Wu Lily at the beginning of the military training, saying that she did not know how to be content as the adopted daughter of the Ling family, and deliberately seduced Ling Xian and took a fancy to the position of the young lady of the Ling family. In these short months, she proved herself with her own strength, standing at a height that was not much different from Ling Xian. She chose to be with Ling Xian, just because she liked it, and it had nothing to do with the interests represented by Ling Xian's identity, and it was not that the Ling Wei family had to rely on marriage to reach any cooperation. Ling Yaoyao looked at Ling Xian at her Weibo's simple sentence "go home for dinner at night," felt encouraged, and replied generously, "Okay, what do you want to eat?" At Ling Xian, in fact, Ling Yaoyao can predict Ling Xian's answer sure enough. After receiving her reply, Ling Xian replied in seconds, "You want to eat everything you make." At Ling Yaoyao, the two of them instantly added hundreds of millions of comments on Weibo, accusing them of new dogs or asking for more dog food. However, the two owners did not pay attention to the replies of the fans anymore and went to the communication account private chat. Ling Xian posted the above sentence on Weibo, and at the same time privately poked Ling Yaoyao, "I want to eat you the most." Ling Yaoyao, Ling hooligan molester Xian, think about it several times a day. Ling Yaoyao, if you talk nonsense, I won't cook for you. Ling Xian, then I'll continue after eating? Tell me what's wrong. What he said is the truth. Of course, food is also to be eaten. Facing such a faceless Major General Ling Yaoyao actually felt a little cute after getting used to it. Well, you can only talk about it anyway. Who made Ling Xian, although he was full of thoughts about playing hooligan, was also an old-fashioned man, insisting on keeping the first in-depth flow between them until after marriage, at least after the engagement. Ling Xian felt provoked, although he hadn't met yet, but he could imagine that Ling Yaoyao, who said this, must have a provocative and cute little look. Ling Xian's eyes became dark. "Oh, you wait." Ling Yaoyao immediately regretted it. "I always feel like I'm going to work a little hard tonight." Ling Xian has been holding back and not really eating her, but he has not tasted her from head to toe. She is now an S-level physique, but Ling Xian's current physique is an SSS level that can be called against the sky. Ling Yaoyao felt a little unlovable. After the brother and sister parted ways, the sweet dinner and the sweet and torturous night will not be detailed. The next day, Ling Xian returned to the military headquarters to report and began to get busy again. In addition to reporting in detail the situation of the Tower Worm Star Field, discussing and distributing the resources obtained from the Tower Worm Star Field, the most important thing is to reward Ling Xian for meritorious deeds. With Ling Xian's previous victory against the Zerg in the border star area, as well as the huge record achieved by going deep into the enemy camp and defeating the Tower Worm Star Alliance, this time completely defeating the Zerg, and even bringing back countless valuable resources, it was enough for him to be promoted to the military merit of a marshal, of course, because Ling Jinghai is still in the position of marshal. No matter how high the merits of a family are, it is impossible for two marshals to appear at the same time. You know, even his father Ling Tianyue is a 4-star general, and he is already the highest star among the commanders of several legions. Before Wei Ling disappeared, he was only a 3-star general. After many discussions, the military finally decided to give Ling Xian 2 major jumps in a row and promoted him to the military rank of a 1-star general. As for Ling Xian's remaining military merits, he can keep his qualifications enough in the future, and then slowly rise up. Even if he doesn't care about the merits, with Ling Xian's 4S level mental power and SSS level physique, he is actually subdued by just being a star. But if Ling Xian was promoted a little higher, the one on the throne would probably be very uncomfortable. Ling Xian has no objection to this. To achieve the position of general, and to hold such a large amount of merit, he is already qualified enough to directly put forward opinions on the composition of the royal family and the regime with the most seniority in the military department. It is recommended to reform from a monarchical dictatorship to a constitutional monarchy. In this regard, an old man from the military headquarters was shocked, and there was silence in the highest level conference hall of the military headquarters. Including the 4-star Marshal Ling Jinghai, who sits at the top of the list, it is also the first time he has heard his grandson put forward such a bold idea. However, no one reprimanded Ling Xian for being wrong or disrespectful to the royal family. In the army, there are not no loyal royalists. The Paladin Legion has always been absolutely loyal to the royal family, but it may not be able to gain 100% trust from the royal family, but it is a relationship of interdependence and mutual defense. Even Xiao Qing, one of the 3 marshals of the Paladin Legion, only asked Ling Xian in a deep voice, "Reason, what reason do you have to make everyone in the royal family have to obey?" Ling Xian naturally did not fight an unprepared battle. Because he had the most cutting-edge scientific research technology from the Tower Worm Star domain in his hands, as well as the most sharp troops of the Huanhua Empire, Ling Xian found out very clearly how the second Prince Xiaoming colluded with the Tower Worm Star domain emperor to repeatedly let the imperial capital star fall into a worm crisis, and also cooperated with the eldest Prince Xiao Rui to design the situation of Yilixing and Mo launching SSS-level insect emperors, in order to deal with him, even ignoring the various evidence of the lives of more than 1 billion people in Yilixing and Molixing. As a prince, it is common to fight for power and seize the throne, but the heart is so vicious and corrupt, and it is so dirty and rotten. How can you be an emperor? The current emperor was played with by Merlin, a secret agent sent by the Tower Worm Star Field, to make her the queen. The emperor's own body was collapsed, and in his position, he did nothing, although he had no major faults, but he did not have any merits. There are many people among the descendants of the royal family who bully others and take plunder, and the emperor clearly knows it, but he also chooses to cover up, or have no intention of governing, and only knows how to indulge in pleasure. In the past 100 years, the country's economic development and scientific research and technology have been in a state of stagnation, and there is a faint tendency to be overwhelmed by the Nail Federation. Both the Narai Federation and the Dark Star Alliance have been eyeing the Wano Empire. If it weren't for this anti-invasion of the Tower Worm Star Alliance and the Huanhua Empire to achieve the greatest benefit, even if there were no hidden dangers of the Zerg, the Huanhua Empire would have a new crisis. This is all because the royal family is corrupt, fighting for power and profit, and greedy for pleasure. The military department worked hard to maintain the stability of the Huanhua Empire, not to endlessly feed them off. Ling Xian's words were fierce and unceremonious, and some royalists looked embarrassed, and finally an old man couldn't help but reprimand Ling Xian, "These are not your way to take care of them. Don't think that being promoted to a 1-star general is amazing." Ling Xian didn't speak, and directly used the 4S level mental power to deter him back. nearly 400 years old to be promoted to a 2-star general. Of course you hope to continue to mix the rest of your life safely. I can understand you, but I will never approve. After all, the Huanhua Empire will continue to mix like this. Who knows if a second Tower Worm star field will appear one day. The universe is so big that it can accommodate many people, but there has never been absolute peace and tranquility. Rotten things should be abandoned in order to move forward better. Ling Xian, a young man in his early 30s, can see the truth clearly, and the old men at the top of the military department will naturally not be unable to see it clearly. The reform method proposed by Ling Xian is benevolent enough, and at least it retains the throne for the royal family and the Shao family, so that they can still have no worries about food and clothing and enjoy the shade of their ancestors. Even such a behemoth in the Tower Worm star field, Ling Xian could win the battle with only 10,000 Nighthawk troops, now that the Ling and Wei families have formed an alliance, and there are countless Zerg armies behind them. Even if Ling Xian wants to rebel and claim the title of emperor, his strength is completely sufficient. Because of its grand prestige in the Huanhua Empire, maybe the people will still be happy to see it. Many people in the military department already agreed with Ling Xian's proposal, and a very small number of those who did not agree were temporarily controlled by the military department, so as not to ventilate them and beat the snake. In short, reforming the constitutional monarchy is imperative. It's just that how to implement it and make the royal family have to obey requires careful planning from the upper echelons of the military. First of all, it is necessary to start with Xiao Ming, who is unforgivable for treason and collusion with the enemy, and Xiao Rui, who is extremely guilty. The official business came to an end for the time being, and Ling Xian, who became a 1-star general, finally relaxed a little. The time has reached the end of April, and there is still a week left for Mr. Wei's birthday, when the Wei family will announce that Wei Ling will regain control of the Thorn Legion, and also announce that Ling Yaoyao recognizes his ancestors and returns to his ancestral home. And Ling Xian planned that it would be best to do the marriage proposal before that, and then take advantage of the crowd to announce one more thing. By the way, the Ling and Wei families became in-laws. As long as Ling Yaoyao can be made to nod and agree to marry him, the possibility of the Wei family refusing is not very high. So what Admiral Ling focuses on is to plan a marriage proposal that Ling Yaoyao can't refuse. In the exclusive office, Ling Xian was thinking about how to propose. Adjutant Qingbin knocked on the door twice, and Ling Xian noticed, and immediately let him in impatiently. Because when Ling Xian saw Qingbin's face with a smile on his face, he knew that he should not have any urgent and important military affairs. Of course, Qingbin knew what his boss and friend was worried about, and said with a smile, "I have a great idea. If you succeed, you have to thank me when you come back, and give me and Luo Wenhui a month off." Ling Xian frowned. What's the idea? He always felt that Qingbin was coming up with bad ideas at the beginning. He didn't know that Ling Yaoyao and Wei Yuan were cousins, and he obviously knocked over the vinegar jar, but when he didn't dare to say his feelings because of his relationship with Ling Yaoyao's adopted brother and sister, it was Qingbin, a bad friend, who suggested to him, just kiss her until she agreed. At that time, because he tasted the taste of broken love for the first time in his life, he still died before he could succeed, and drank a lot of wine. Although he was not drunk, he was also a little drunk. It was simply the worst and clumsy confession, which made Ling Yaoyao have a cold war with him for a long time, and regarded him as a flood. The process was a little tortuous. No matter what, Ling Yaoyao was finally caught by him. Although he couldn't wait to marry someone home, Ling Xian was unwilling to use any forced means to make Ling Yaoyao uncomfortable. Qingbin looked at Ling Xian's suspicious look and slowly said the key points. The day after tomorrow is your Admiral Award ceremony. You can choose to open the ceremony to the whole empire live, and propose to Yaoyao Mei paper in public. How about it? It is said that the success rate of public marriage proposal on the medal is as high as 99%, and there has never been a divorce, and it has always been in love. The only exception to the unsuccessful one was also because the Major General's proposal was a pet royal princess, and he had no feelings at all, just a Major General's unilateral crush. What's even more amazing is that although the princess did not agree, she also felt the sincerity of the Major General, and the interaction gradually increased, until at the award ceremony of the Major General Lieutenant General, the princess finally agreed to his marriage proposal. To some extent, the marriage proposal at the award ceremony can also be said to have a 100% success rate of the proposal. If you can't do it once, then do it again. Starting from the general award ceremony, the recipient can freely choose whether to open it to the public or invite several relatives and friends to participate. Ling Xian has never liked publicity, and the previous Major General Award ceremony chose not to be disclosed to the public, and this time the general's award mode was still intended. He paid a lot for this empire, but Ling Xian felt that it was just what he should do in his position, and it was not worth publicizing, and he didn't want to win a higher reputation by doing so. But after listening to Qingbin's proposal, the success rate was 99%, and the love was happy for a lifetime, but it made Ling Xian's heart move. Rao is a little Ling Xian, who has no long random cells, and can't help but look forward to the kind of scene where they promise each other for life under the attention of the people of the whole empire. He didn't care about fame, but he wanted to make his love for Ling Yaoyao public on the most solemn occasion, propose to her, and look forward to getting a positive response from her. If he did this when they didn't feel deep enough, it would indeed be a bit coercive, but he could feel that in fact, his little girl had already relented, otherwise he would not have been willing to announce that he was in love before he came back. She was probably waiting for him to show enough sincerity before the last trace of hesitation in her heart would be eliminated. Ling Xian was not absolutely sure, and the worst result was just a failure, and he would do it again later. It's just that when he is promoted to marshal, it will take a long time, and he still hopes to succeed in one go. Ling Xian said calmly, "It's done, I'll give you 3 months of vacation. If it doesn't work, you don't want extra vacation for the next 3 years. Ling Xian couldn't see it. Qingbin specially asked him and Luo Wenhui to take a vacation together, obviously wanting the young couple to live a two-person world. Because when he was in the Tower Worm Star field before, Qingbin was once in danger and was seriously injured, although it was not fatal, and the rescue was also very timely, but Qingbin's excessive blood loss and pale and weak appearance still made the military doctor Luo Wenhui worry hard. Qingbin took the opportunity to confess his courtship again, which meant that Luo Wenhui did not agree to be with him. He would rather give up treatment and just die. This trick is still learned from Ling Xian, although the routine is old, it is very effective. If Luo Wenhui had no intention at all, he would not have been entangled with Qingbin for so many years, and he had not agreed before, but there were frequent wars, and he was afraid that one day he would hear the news of his lover dying on the battlefield. Seeing that after the war in the Tower Worm Star field was settled, a long period of peace could be ushered in, Luo Wenhui agreed. If Ling Xian fails to propose, of course he is not happy to let his adjutant and good buddy take his lover out to have fun. Qingbin touched his nose and smiled. Then it seems that only Su Qing is allowed to succeed, not to lose. Of course he has to gamble. Ling Xian personally gave Ling Yaoyao invitation coupons for relatives and friends of the general's award ceremony. After dinner, Ling Xian used the excuse that the military headquarters still had something to do, and he still had to go back to the military region dormitory later. This is to better prepare the details of the proposal. Ling Yaoyao was a little disappointed. Ling Xian had been back for nearly a week, only the first day was left, and then he came over for dinner today. Usually only one video call a day. Ling Yaoyao knew that with Ling Xian's identity, busyness was certain, and separation was also the norm. Knowing that he is now in a period of passionate love, and he is also in the imperial capital Star, but it is difficult to see each other, and Ling Yaoyao still can't help but feel a little disappointed. As soon as Ling Xian came back, she declared her sovereignty on Weibo in a high-profile manner, and this week, Ling Yaoyao saw her classmates, relatives, and friends who couldn't help but be ridiculed by each other, envious of her happiness. But in fact, she is still alone most of the time. I thought that Ling Xian would propose to her when she came back, but in fact, Ling Xian seemed to have forgotten about it and didn't mention it. The headquarters of the military region of the Imperial Capital Star can be different from when it is in the Border Star area or the Tower Worm Star field. Even the main battleship command room can be visited by her casually, if there is no special situation, or the status of a legal partner. Even if she is Ling Xian's sister and lover, she can't just go to the military region dormitory to find him. She can only wait for Ling Xian to come to see her after he is busy. Perhaps, it's just that he's too busy with affairs, I can understand, but Ling Yaoyao is still a little resentful. Ling Xian personally came to invite her to participate in the general's award ceremony, which made Ling Yaoyao's heart feel much better, and it seems that he still cares about and values her very much. Ling Xian naturally saw the little Qingshu of his little girl, and could only comfort, "When I finish the Admiral award ceremony, I will have time to accompany you more." Ling Yaoyao didn't dare to expect too much, and said duplicitously, "Who rarely accompanies you?" Ling Xian kissed the little girl's face funny, "Well, it's me who rare you." In addition to Ling Yaoyao, Ling Xian and the two asked people to give their grandfather and parents, and also gave invitation coupons to relatives and friends. As Ling Jinghai and Ling Tianyue, they can participate without invitation tickets, and they will sit in the front row of VIP seats for the leaders of the military region. but Ling Xian hopes that they will also participate in this award ceremony as relatives. Soon, the day of the award ceremony for General Ling Xian arrived. This day is not a weekend. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao has now reached the Grandmaster level, comparable to the level of Master Kai Yuhong, and has a lot more freedom in the Department of Food Therapy. She only needs to take the exam at the end of each semester, and she can do whatever she wants at other times. However, Ling Yaoyao's achievement of the Grandmaster level was not publicized. Only Master Kai Yuhong and the most important relatives and friends knew about it, and still claimed to be only a master level. After all, there is currently only Kai Yuhong as a Grandmaster level dietotherapist in the Empire. In addition to the academy and research matters, it is indispensable to make auxiliary healing food for many dignitaries and dignitaries every month. Even just announcing her promotion to a master dietitian has shocked and amazed many people. Su Qinghe, who is also a master, also has the same freedom in schoolwork. Ling Yaoyao also has one more authority. As long as she wants, she can participate in the remaining major assessment levels of her studies in advance at any time, and as long as she passes the assessment, she can graduate early. However, Ling Xian and other family members did not recommend that Ling Yaoyao graduate so early, hoping that she could enjoy campus life in school for a longer period of time. Ling Yaoyao didn't know that Ling Xian's award ceremony was a model of public broadcast to the whole empire, but she also knew that this occasion was very important to Ling Xian, so she deliberately wore a rose gold dress, with a pair of simple and clever high heels, and was also pulled by Xing Yanjun to the high-end styling studio where she grew up to do a hairstyle and put on light makeup. Xing Yanjun is also dressed up, elegant and dignified but full of intentions. On the speeding car to the headquarters of the military region, Xing Yanjun's thoughtful tangled eyes made Ling Yaoyao a little unbearable, and she always felt that Xing Yanjun seemed to be hiding something from her, so she stared at Xing Yanjun several times with doubtful eyes. Previously, the parents of the Ling family had been pretending to be ignorant of her and Ling Xian's love, but now the whole empire knows. Xing Yanjun actually did not express any opinion, which made Ling Yaoyao a little apprehensive. Did her mother agree or not be very optimistic? Xing Yanjun wanted to kiss her daughter's tender face, but she was afraid of rubbing the makeup on her face, so she could only pinch her cute little earlobes without Yuelua flower studs, and said with a smile, "Your brother has such a good eye, but fortunately he started early." Ling Yaoyao suddenly smelled red at the roots of her ears, but she still heard the meaning of approval from Xing Yanjun's ridiculous words. She had the courage to ask Xing Yanjun in a low voice, "Mom, when did you know?" Xing Yanjun naturally knew Ling Xian's plan to publicly propose later, and as a mother, of course she had to help her son. "But I was a little reluctant to love my daughter who grew up since she was a child, so she was so entangled." Fortunately, Xing Yanjun quickly figured out that Ling Yaoyao would officially recognize his ancestors and return to the Zhongwei family a week later. If Ling Xian's marriage proposal was unsuccessful this time, maybe Ling Yaoyao would return to the Wei family with blood relations in the future. If the proposal is successful, Ling Yaoyao will still be a member of their Ling family, but her identity will change from an adopted daughter to a prospective daughter-in-law. Xing Yanjun thought for a while and said truthfully, "Actually, when you weren't together, your father and I both knew." Ling Yaoyao was stunned. "Huh? How could it be?" Xing Yanjun, "Well, just when your brother came back from the X-312 mission injury, he had to wait for you to come back, otherwise he would not enter the medical cabin." Ling Yaoyao's whole pretty face was red now, but she didn't expect the Ling family's parents to know so early, and she was obviously still full of resistance to Ling Xian at that time. "How did my parents know?" Could it be that Ling Xian took the initiative to say it? Xing Yanjun knew that her daughter might have gone astray, and continued with a smile, "At that time, I felt very suspicious. What important whispers did you brothers and sisters have? You have to say it before entering the medical cabin, and you can't be late for half a day? So I tactfully went to the study to look at the surveillance. The result is a hemp egg. I found that the watery cabbage I raised was arched by my own pig. I was so angry that I turned my head and told your dad that when Ling Xian came out of the medical cabin, he was served by your father's baton every day, slapped his back, and broke one of the batons, but he still insisted on identifying you. We parents have no choice but to let him go. I thought that if you were unwilling, I would ask your dad to send him to Border Star for a long time and not let him come back." Xing Yanjun has been holding back these words for a long time, and she has not dared to reveal them to her daughter, and now seeing that the two are in love, she will not only not let her daughter feel that she and Ling Tianyue are parents and don't care about her, but she will also feel more and more sorry for Ling Xian for her suffering. When you don't like someone, the other person is on the verge of life and death, and you won't frown. When I like someone, I will frown worriedly when I hear that he eats one less meal. No, at the beginning, Ling Yaoyao's face was mainly shocked, embarrassed, but then she began to look distressed and guilty. I heard that Ling Xian was beaten by her father in the 3 days after she got out of the medical cabin, and at that time she went to her grandfather's house because of anger, and she didn't know anything about it. Ling Tianyua's father is naturally measured, and he won't really do anything to Ling Xian, but the pain of skin is indispensable. I didn't expect that the parents of the Ling family would be so ruthless to their own son because of her adopted daughter. At that time Ling Xian had just come out of the medical cabin, no wonder he didn't go to the old house to find her in those 3 days. And Ling Xian didn't tell her about it at all. Looking back now, how could Ling Yaoyao not understand that the Ling family's parents and Ling Xian did not hide it at that time, because they were afraid that if they failed, they would also leave her a way out, so as not to be embarrassed in the Ling family. Ling Yaoyao's eyes were slightly moist, and she stretched out her hand to hug Xin Yanjin's neck. "Mom, you and Dad are so good to me. I love you to death." Xin Yanjin patted the little girl's back and said meaningfully, "Don't worry, we will continue to be good to you in the future. If you quarrel with Ah Xian in the future, your mother will definitely stand by you unconditionally." As he spoke, the solemn and cold building of the military region headquarters was already in front of him. The mother and daughter verified their identities, went to the auditorium on the top floor, and were taken by the soldiers to sit in the center of the first row of the family area. Ling Jinghai and Ling Tianyue sat in the first row of the military headquarters area, nodding to Xin Yanjin's mother and daughter from a distance. In the center is a huge stage and the podium of the award ceremony. Ling Xian hadn't shown up yet. The MC was reading out Ling Xian's various achievements since joining the army, and the huge light screen behind him also played a collection of images of those achievements, mostly intercepted from the mecha videos of the battleship and his comrades, turning the tide again and being seriously injured and dying again and again after 10 years in the army. Ling Xian won a total of 520 battles, large and small, and entered the medical cabin 134 times. It wasn't until later that Ling Xian's fighting skills were sharpened more and more between life and death, and the number of times he was seriously injured in the past 2 or 3 years to the point where he had to enter the medical cabin gradually decreased. From the lowest soldier to the 1-star general of the empire, every promotion is Ling Xian's practical blood and sweat. Ling Yaoyao has the memory of her original body, only knowing that her eldest brother has been on the front line all year round since graduation, rarely going home, and occasionally coming back. He also has a cold and serious face, and he doesn't get close to others. But I never thought that this man had shed so much blood, suffered so many injuries, and suffered so much behind the iron-blooded cold face. When the food that was most lacking was extremely hungry, Ling Xian and his comrades in arms could only cut their wrists to drink their own blood, and forced themselves to swallow the insects that had never been dealt with Bano energy. Ling Yaoyao felt that her heart was being grabbed fiercely, and after watching this scene, she realized how many hardships and obstacles were contained behind the 4 words undefeated god of war. But Ling Xian has never been defeated, and again in the ultimate desperate situation, he has turned things around, turned danger into safety, and persevered until the moment of victory. After so many battles and injuries, only the more representative ones were selected and released, among which Ling Xian's 520th battle victory was the victory achieved by the anti-invasion of the Tower Worm Star Field. The 133rd time he entered the medical cabin was the time when Ling Xian came back from the X-312 star before, and the 134th time he entered the medical cabin was the time when he tore up the space and mistakenly returned to the Huanhua Empire after defeating the Tower Worm Emperor Michael from the Tower Worm Star Field. Ling Xian was seriously injured at the time, and woke up after being in a coma for a full night on the unmanned waste star, took out the spare light brain and the space button and sent a distress signal to the Songlong Legion, insisted on reporting the key points of the Tower Worm Star Field, lay in the medical cabin for a day, and after coming out, he summoned the Songlong Legion and the Thorn Legion, and hurried to the Tower Worm Star Field. This video recorded the scene where Ling Xian was covered in blood when he was found by the first aid team of the Songlong Legion. Ling Xian never told her about this at all. When she saw him again in the Tower Worm Star Field, it was Ling Xian who was calm and cold in front of that person, gently doting on her, and allowing her to rely on her with confidence. The tears that had been welling up in Ling Yaoyao's eyes finally couldn't hold back and fell. Xin Yanjin hurriedly handed her a handkerchief and comforted her. "It's okay, he has rough skin and thick skin, and it's nothing to be injured." It doesn't sound like a mother at all. Xin Yanjin, as Ling Tianyue's exclusive divine healer, doesn't know how many times he has seen Ling Tianyue seriously injured, so he has become accustomed to it, The glory of a soldier has always been exchanged for his life, and it is already a fluke to be able to pick up a life. Ling Yaoyao is still a little girl in the ivory tower, and it is naturally a little difficult to accept the first time she sees her lover passing by death countless times. Ling Xian originally did not agree to play these, or hoped to try to be as simple as possible, not to choose those scenes that were too bloody. But Qingben asked that it must be released. This is not to sell miserable and bought on Qing, but to let Ling Yaoyao have a deeper understanding of the side of Ling Xian that she does not know. Luo Wenhui refused to agree to Qingben easily for so many years, because he knew too well that being with a military general meant that he could not be completely at ease for the rest of his life. If Ling Yaoyao was willing to agree to the marriage proposal after knowing such a side of Ling Xian, she would not regret it, and nothing would separate them in the future. Before Ling Xian came on the stage, he watched Ling Yaoyao cry backstage. He was very distressed, and his eyes couldn't help but be a little red, and he never shed tears when he was seriously injured again and again in the video. He urged Qingben on the side in a cold voice, "When will the award ceremony start? There is no need to sing praises." Qingben knew that Ling Xian was reluctant to make his lover sad, so he had to urge the MC on the stage from the military communicator to change the part of the song from the extended version to the condensed simplified version. Fortunately, all the guests in the audience have arrived. The military channel broadcast simultaneously throughout the empire also started a long time ago. After the MC summarized Ling Xian's merits in concise language, he began to announce the official start of the award ceremony, and invited Ling Xian, the recipient of the award, to appear. Ling Xian had already sorted out the Qing thread, and his handsome and tough face still looked cold and indifferent. He was wearing a one-star general's dress version of the uniform, gorgeous and powerful, straight and thoughtful, full of forbidden atmosphere, but very charming. The master of ceremonies asked everyone to stand up, pay attention to the salute, and then invited the first marshal of the empire, Ling Jinghai, to present the honor to Ling Xian. The three ceremonial officers held the military hats, epaulettes, and medals representing the one-star general with both hands. Ling Jinghai walked out of the main seat in the audience, stepped on the white traction beam to the podium, and solemnly took the military cap, epaulettes, and medals in the hands of the ceremonial officer with both hands, and put them on for Ling Xian one by one. At this moment, the two of them are not grandfathers and grandsons, but the relationship between the imperial marshal and his most outstanding successor. Ling Jinghai simply said a few words of encouragement to Ling Xian, patted him on the shoulder, and then took the guiding beam back to the main position. The MC asked all the staff to sit back in their seats, and next, it was time for Ling Xian's personal speech. Every word he said, every watch would be seen by people watching the live broadcast of this award ceremony throughout the empire. Even if it was a habitable planet that could not be directly reached by the Star Network, it would be broadcast in delay later. Ling Xian's voice was low and mellow, thanking his relatives and comrades in arms who fought side by side, and thanking the military department who trusted him and the people of the empire who supported him. The voice was very pleasant to listen to, but it was also very cold and indifferent, as if it was just a routine. But everyone knows that he is such a cold Qing, not good at gorgeous rhetoric, and never cares about false fame and other people's opinions, but he has always proved with practical actions that he is fully worthy of the medal and position of a one-star general. The people watching the live broadcast talked a lot, feeling that Ling Xian's huge contribution was only promoted to a one-star general. People who know more about the composition of the military and the upper circle of the powerful feel that this position is quite reasonable. Ling Xian is already the youngest general in the history of the Huanhua Empire, only 31 years old. His father is a 3-star general, and his grandfather is a 4-star marshal, so he can't let Ling Xian reach the top in one step and surpass his father. These people also know very well that even if Ling Xian never plays in person in the future, the merits he has accumulated now are enough for him to be promoted to marshal, but he still needs to slowly endure his qualifications. As long as Ling Xian, the national god of war, is here, the Ling family can be glorified for hundreds of years. No matter which prince sits in that position, he must not easily attack the Ling family. Otherwise, it will lose the hearts of the people. What these powerful people can't understand is that Ling Xian has always liked to be low-key, not flamboyant, and doesn't care about reputation. Could it be that the Ling family noticed that the royal family was secretly targeting the Ling family's small actions, and deliberately made a gorgeous slap in the face and counterattack? No, even the emperor and queen, or the 3 princes, are not as popular as Ling Xian, the national god of war. The most infuriating thing is that Ling Xian doesn't care about what people can't ask for. However, everyone soon discovered that they were completely overthinking. Ling Xian's choice of public award ceremony this time was indeed plotted, but it was not to fight back and warn some people in the royal family. For those small actions that people simply wanted to put him to death, he had already had a perfect return gift, and it didn't take long for the royal family to be arrogant anymore, so they could only either be a mascot or a dog leash. After Ling Xian finished his personal speech, the subject changed suddenly. There is a personal matter that is very important to me personally, and I would like to ask you to help me bear witness. Ling Xian faced Ling Yaoyao in the center of the first row of the family area, and took out a small black box from the space button, and on the red flannel in the box, there stood a light gold dream star stone ring made by Ling Xian. The iron-blooded Admiral, who was still cold and indifferent just now, suddenly knelt down on one knee on the stage. His handsome face suddenly became soothing and soft, and his cold eyes locked Ling Yaoyao's face. Yaoyao, are you willing to marry me? If you want, I will use the rest of my life to protect you, love you, spoil you, and love you until death separates us. At the same time, the lights of the entire auditorium also changed from solemn and cold to lively and flickering warm huang tones. One of the brightest spotlights circled Ling Yaoyao's figure, and Ling Xian, who was also circled by the spotlight on the stage, looked at each other from a distance, as if they were the only ones left in this huge auditorium. The light screen projection behind the stage is a beautiful red rose symbolizing love in the ancient Earth era, arranged in the shape of a heart, and around the rose, a circle of flickering candles flickering with fire. If someone counts carefully, they will find that there are exactly 999 roses and 99 candles. Ling Yaoyao stood up from her seat and covered her mouth in shock to hide the excitement in her heart. The moment she saw Ling Xian kneeling down on one knee, she had a faint premonition, but she didn't expect that it was really a marriage proposal. Still on such a serious and solemn occasion, Ling Yaoyao knew that it was no longer popular to kneel down on one knee in the interstellar era, and the engagement ring was not necessary, as long as you prepared a handmade engagement gift to express enough sincerity. But these are the unique customs of the era she is most familiar with. Among them, the engagement ring, if it is made by Ling Xian himself, is by no means completed in a short time. It turned out that he didn't neglect her because he was busy with work, but to plan a solemn and grand surprise for her. Ling Xian looked at Ling Yaoyao patiently and gently, and continued in a cold voice, if you don't agree except for force majeure factors that cannot be contacted, I will propose to you once a day in the future until you agree. This is simply the sweetest long manga threat. Ling Yaoyao was so moved that she wanted to cry, and when she heard him say this, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The main pink color, and the introducing beam of red hearts and pink bubbles extends to the side of Ling Yaoyao's seat. Shen Yanjun had already given way at the right time, and opened the passage from the seat to the outside very intimately. Ling Yaoyao had already put this man in her heart, and she would be extremely uncomfortable to see the injuries he had suffered. Thinking about every dangerous mission he had in the future, she wanted to fight side by side with him. If you can't be with him, you must wait for him to return in the rear. She couldn't guarantee that Ling Xian would no longer be seriously injured and needed to enter the medical cabin in the future, so she could only try her best to do so that every time he woke up from the medical cabin, the first person he could see was her. In the face of Ling Xian's prepared marriage proposal, how could she give a negative answer? Ling Yaoyao reluctantly restrained her complicated heart that wanted to laugh and cry in her heart, walked out, stepped on the pink guiding beam, and soon came to the stage, in front of Ling Xian. She stretched out her left hand and handed it to Ling Xian, her beautiful face with the happiest and brightest smile. I do. In an instant, Ling Xian's lips also drew the most charming arc, and there seemed to be a flashing starlight flowing in his cold eyes. Ling Xian seemed to be calm and organized, but in fact, his palms were sweating from the palms of his hands when he was so nervous, and his heart had been held high, until he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he got the most anticipated answer. He got up and put the simple and gorgeous dream star stone ring on the girl's slender white and slender ring finger. Ling Yaoyao happily stretched out her hand in front of her eyes and looked at it, and found that the light gold dream star stone, about the size of her little fingernail, was polished into a beautiful and smooth diamond shape, inlaid on the ring, shining brightly under the light, transparent and beautiful. The small ring body is simple, engraved with the word X and Y, which is the first spelling of her and Ling Xian's names. Ling Yaoyao happily threw herself into Ling Xian's arms, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the chin. It shows that she is the same to Ling Xian, and she has a deep meaning. Anyway, even if the audience is a person from the military department, the highest position is also his grandfather. So Ling Yaoyao is not too shy. As for the representatives of the royal family, TSK, she was eager to show off in front of them, lest Xiaoming and Xiaozhen come to entangle again. In the family area, only Shen Yanjun, who has long recognized her. The smile on Ling Xian's face was a little more brilliant, his eyes were dark, he lowered his head to clasp Ling Yaoyao's slender chin, and gently kissed the soft cherry lips. The kiss was very restrained and separated at the touch of it, but everyone could feel the strong love from this gentle kiss. Ling Xian was very sure the little girl dared to take such an initiative, and she definitely didn't know that his award ceremony was broadcast live to the whole empire. Shen Yanjun covered her face in the audience. She seemed to have forgotten to remind her daughter that there was such a thing as a live broadcast. As for the audience who are watching the live broadcast, their hearts are full of heart at the moment. After Ling Xian tactfully and high-profile swearing sovereignty on Weibo before, a large number of people shouted that they were out of love. But when they learned that the girl Ling Xian liked was another beautiful girl who was also very popular, Ling Yaoyao, an ancient gourmet food assistant therapist, even the most demanding people couldn't say that they were not a good match for each other. Many people have since become CP fans of the two of them, going to their Weibo homepage every day to squat and wait for more dog food. Unfortunately, I didn't wait. Ling Yaoyao posted a Weibo during the period, but only updated the food teaching video. In the past, everyone liked to lick the screen of Ling Yaoyao's food video. Even if you couldn't eat it, you could see and smell the realistic aroma and enjoyed it, but since a strange switch was turned on, everyone always felt that the food could no longer satisfy them. A large number of people clamoring for sugar and dog food. As Ling Xian has been busy and has not appeared again, everyone can understand that Ling Xian, as a major general of the empire, is busy with military affairs, and it is normal to go on Weibo less. It has been done not once a year before. The major general is just more sullen, not used to showing affection, and must be very sweet and affectionate with the goddess Yaoyao in private, but there are also a very small number of people who questioned, could it be that they just thought wrong and thought too much before? Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao are actually just normal brother-sister interactions, although they are in love, but each has a lover, because I don't want to expose my real lover, so I acquiesced to everyone's misunderstanding. Some people also say that even if they are really a couple, the previous interaction between the two is likely to be just a show, but in fact, this is just a business marriage. Anyone with a bit of doorway can know that Ling Yaoyao is actually the daughter of the Wei family, and the two Ling and Wei families are united. Of course, the marriage method is the closest. If you don't really love each other, you will naturally not be happy to show off every day. There are not many people who agree with the above speculation, and it has been criticized by the majority of CP fans, but when the initiator of this remark asked, then what reason do you have to prove that it is not a show, but true love? Many people replied angrily, my male god has always relied on strength to speak, and I don't need to put on a show, let alone get married. My goddess Yaoyao is so beautiful and good, and if she doesn't marry, she is also the little princess of the Ling and Wei families, so she doesn't need to put on a show, let alone marry. But these are just their natural speculations, and there is no evidence that the two of them love each other. After all, the two masters have never officially and publicly acknowledged the identity of each other's boyfriends, girlfriends. Maybe, they really misunderstood, it's just an oolong. Until today, Ling Xian's general awards ceremony actually chose to broadcast it live to the whole country. All media did not receive the news in advance, because although Ling Xian chose to make it public, he did not like to deliberately publicize it. When Ling Xian's past records and injuries were broadcast in the early stage, many people couldn't help but cry, and some people who felt that they didn't like Ling Xian's cold and solemn style of doing things before were also instantly circled by Ling Xian. It turns out that this person has paid so much behind his back to protect the tranquility of the empire and the safety of the people. But he never deliberately promoted it. When Ling Xian appeared on the podium, everyone licked and licked desperately. Oh my god, how can my male god be so handsome? It's even better than those celebrity models in the entertainment industry who rely on their faces to eat. The straight military uniform on his body, Forbidden and Xing, made many little fans blush, but they made various confessions on the live broadcast platform without restraint. Male god, my marriage. Male god friend X me. Male god, I want to give you a monkey. The male god is so handsome that people can't close their legs. The style of painting was very fanatical, until someone silently reminded the god of war has a master. Okay, it's the goddess Yaoyao. LS nymphomaniac retreats. After a strange silence, everyone began to pretend that the one just now was not themselves. If you accidentally send the wrong message, it's all the blame of the voice recognition system. Just now my cat was pressing the virtual keyboard. Hey, I didn't say anything. Jiaxing. Calm account. There were also a very small number of discordant voices, and they came out and said that Ling Xian did not have Ling Yaoyao's exclusive label on his body. Even if they were really in love, maybe they would break up in 2 days. As a result, these people were slapped in the face the next moment. Ling Xian faded away his arrogant and cold face, knelt down on one knee in public, and solemnly proposed to Ling Yaoyao. A sentence until death separates us, simple and casual, but everyone can see that Ling Xian is sincere. Such a man who can still remain calm in the face of supreme glory in a life and death situation, in order to propose to his beloved girl, is willing to lower his arrogant head and carefully expect her response. Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao are both very good, so good that if they choose anything other than each other, they will seem to be the other party. It is normal for them to be attracted to each other and choose each other, but they are by no means a last resort, and in the face of their beloved, they will still be like ordinary people, happy, apprehensive, nervous, and eager. If this is not love, then what is it? The solemn and cold picture has become warm and beautiful, and the Iron Man also has a soft side. Ling Yaoyao was moved to wet her eyes, which was crying with joy, but she was immediately amused by Ling Xian's sweet and terrible coercion and laughed. These two people can only tolerate each other in their eyes. Everyone feels that they have been shown, their little hearts have been muet, but they are still reluctant to blink. They are just insignificant outsiders, but they are also very important witnesses. Looking at the scene where Ling Yaoyao took the initiative and clumsily wanted to kiss Ling Xian's god of war, but only kissed his chin, the commanderia couldn't help but send out a large piece of goodwill. Ha 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 ha. I feel sorry for the goddess. In other words, the goddess's physique has improved. Why can't she grow taller? The most cute height difference is screaming. It's so sweet, there's no way to see it. The light kiss of the two people behind them simply has a pink bubble effect all over the screen, and is known as the sweetest kiss of the year in the empire. After this kiss, everyone saw Ling Xian pressing against Ling Yaoyao's ear. Not knowing what he said, everyone saw the goddess Yaoyao, who was still hot just now, and her ears and face instantly turned red, and they exclaimed, "What does it mean that the whole empire can see it?" After saying this, she seemed to realize that her stupid appearance had also been seen, and quickly covered her mouth, burying her face in the arms of Admiral Ling Xian like an ostrich. Then Ling Xian hugged the slender waist of the girl, who threw himself into his arms tightly, and smiled happily. "The whole empire knows that you promised to marry me, and you are not allowed to regret it." Then there was the little girl's soft and sullen voice, "I regret you, big-headed ghost." The audience covered their little hearts one after another, and suddenly had an urge to change the stage. This dog food is too much, and everyone feels that it has been a little stretched. Here, Admiral Ling Xian, who successfully proposed marriage, happily hugged the beauty. As for how many people were secretly stuffed, it was not their business. The Ling family is very clear about Ling Xian's marriage proposal plan, the pink love bubbles on the beam or something, or the creativity provided by Shen Yanjun, finally the mother once. Although the Wei family did not know this in advance, they also had a premonition, because they received a letter from the Ling family to officially visit the door, and expressed the hope that they would not tell Ling Yaoyao first, and the time would be set one day after Ling Xian's awarding ceremony. He also informed the Wei family in advance that he would choose to broadcast live today's award ceremony. If it weren't for Ling Yaoyao's lifelong event, how could the Ling family go to the Wei family to visit, and mysteriously asked them to keep Ling Yaoyao a secret, and specifically mentioned their own award ceremony? The Wei family watched Ling Xian's live broadcast of the award ceremony, and they were immediately silent. Wei Ling and Qian Yao, as Ling Yaoyao's biological parents, had already seen these two young people sweet and crooked many times when they were in the Tower Worm Star Field, and Ling Xian had been introducing Ling Yaoyao as a fiancé to the outside world at that time. Later, it was discovered that they were not officially engaged, but the Wei family had already known and acquiesced, and Wei Ling and Qian Yao were found by Ling Xian at the risk of going to the Tower Worm Star Field, and they had no position to object to the love of their daughter who was not close to them. Mr. Wei laughed and scolded, "This kid from the Ling family usually looks quite honest, but he is good at robbing people with our Wei family, so he is sure that Xiao Yaoyao will not refuse him." Grandma Wei also smiled and said, "If we are engaged, Yaoyao is still the daughter of our Wei family, but it cannot be regarded as their Ling family, and our family has an additional son-in-law, the god of war, which is not a loss at all." Wei Ling and Qian Yao looked at each other, and Wei Ling took the lead in saying, "As parents, we have not been able to fulfill our kindness. The matter of marriage depends entirely on Yaoyao's own will. Anyway, it's just an engagement now, and there are still more than 6 years left before the age of 25, and there is still a chance to regret it. The Wei family will always be Yaoyao's backing. If Ling Xian dares to be bad to her, our family is not easy to bully. Xianyao's mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law more and more satisfied. I think Ling Xian, this child is sincere, and he will definitely be good to Yaoyao. It's good to settle down early, otherwise Ling Xian doesn't know how many daughters are staring at him and want to marry. Even the two little ones of Wei's Weiyu also expressed their opinions. Wei's curled his lips. Sister is really stupid, she was abducted so easily. But although that murderer is very fierce to us, he is very good to my sister. Weiyu smiled. Sister is so great, and the brother-in-law I found is also very powerful. Mom, why don't we have a sister? I heard that my brother-in-law turned out to be my sister's brother. Xian Yao. After the successful marriage proposal at the award ceremony, Ling Yaoyao did not have time to continue to get tired of Ling Xian, and was pulled back to the Ling family's old house by Shen Yanjun, and Ling Xian was promoted to general in the military department, and the changes in identity verification procedures and the promotion of capable subordinates were successive. For example, Qing Bin's position was promoted from colonel to major general, and he would train a new adjutant in the future, and Qing Bin would become his right-hand man. Others also have their own promotions. Ling Yaoyao finally learned from Shen Yanjun that tomorrow they would go to the Wei family to visit, propose marriage, and discuss the wedding date by the way. Shen Yanjun explained carefully to Ling Yaoyao that Ling Xian hoped that it would be best to marry directly, and if the Wei family or Ling Yaoyao still had doubts, it was okay to get engaged first. The life expectancy of people in the interstellar age is generally 300 to 500 years, and the legal age of marriage is 25 years old. Because Ling Yaoyao is not yet 25 years old, she can only get engaged first to prevent teenagers from getting married on impulse, but they cannot bear the various obligations and responsibilities that come with marriage. Engagement also has to go through legal procedures, and there is a part of the legal binding force, which can be regarded as a trial marriage, which is more serious and solemn than love, but not as constrained as a formal marriage. When Ling Yaoyao turns 25 years old, if the two do not break off their engagement in advance, they will be automatically promoted to a formal marriage relationship. Before Ling Yaoyao turned 25, if the two had children, the engagement relationship would automatically be promoted to a marriage relationship. In the type of engagement where both parties are over 25 years old, they will agree on a trial marriage period, which cannot exceed 3 years, and will automatically become a formal marriage relationship after the expiration of the period. This is a good alleviation of the resistance of many liberals to marriage. In the interstellar age, everyone's life has become longer, but love is easily worn away by time. In order to ensure social stability, the fines for divorce are very high, especially for the party who betrayed the marriage. Therefore, if it is not a recognized person, few people will get married so early, and the trial marriage period brought about by engagement is also very necessary, and almost 80% of people will choose to get engaged first, and if it is appropriate, they will be promoted to marriage. If the engagement ceremony is held on a large scale, generally speaking, the wedding ceremony will not be held again, just invite relatives and friends to have dinner and get together. If you want to get married directly when you are over 18 years old or under 25 years old, you cannot get married unless you have the consent and signature of both parents. Don't look at the fact that the Wei family has little objection, that's because this is just an engagement and a trial marriage, and either party can terminate the engagement at any time if they are dissatisfied. Ling Yaoyao really hadn't studied such a complex marriage system in the interstellar era before, and she was a little confused. Shen Yanjun just saw that her daughter was too silly and sweet, and gave her a popular science about the difference, and did not mean that she would make a decision. Ling Yaoyao thought about it for a long time, and she didn't know whether it was better to get engaged or get married directly. For her, it is a lifelong matter to determine Ling Xian, and there is no need for a trial marriage. She only turned 19 in a few months, and she got married so early. She was indeed a little afraid of being restrained, and she still wanted to enjoy the sweet freedom of love for a while, and there were not so many constraints on engagement. Ling Yaoyao consulted two mothers on her personal light brain. Shen Yanjun met Ling Tianyue at the age of 18 and quickly fell in love, because Shen Yanjun's family was not at ease, and felt that Ling Tianyue still needed to be investigated again, and her daughter was still too young. Xian Yao and Wei Ling were married directly, when they were both 25 years old and recognized each other, but they also fell in love for 7 years before getting married. Ling Yaoyao couldn't come up with a result, knowing that Ling Xian would go back to his old house after finishing his military affairs, so he waited for him on the sofa in the living room. As a result, Ling Yaoyao fell asleep unconsciously. It wasn't until close to the early morning that Ling Xian returned from finishing everything. He was in order to make up for the next time to take a day off, prepare for the wedding, and arrange all the affairs in the army properly, so it would be so late. Starting tomorrow, Ling Xian has a month's vacation, and unimportant things are handled remotely on the light brain, and if there are important matters, he only needs to report to the military headquarters occasionally. Seeing the little girl who was waiting for him to fall asleep, Ling Xian's heart was soft. He stepped forward and picked up the little girl's petite body lightly, but her sleeping face was so cute and seductive that Ling Xian couldn't help but lean over and kiss the pouting little mouth. When Ling Xian picked her up, she noticed something. When Ling Xian kissed her, she barely overcame the drowsiness, opened her eyes, and glared at Ling Xian complainingly with hazy eyes. Bad guy. Playing hooligan again. Ling Xian was justified and chuckled. I kiss my daughter-in-law, it's a matter of course, how can it be said to be a hooligan? Ling Yaoyao was stunned for a while, and then reacted in a daze. No, she agreed to this guy's proposal today thinking of her purpose until now. Ling Yaoyao hurriedly asked, do you want to get engaged or get married? Because Ling Xian had been talking about engagement before, Ling Yaoyao was not sure if this person was also thinking about leaving room for regret in case it was not suitable. Shen Yanjin couldn't count what she said. She was also Ling Yaoyao's mother, so naturally she hoped that it would be best for the two of them to settle down and not break up again in a year or two. Ling Yaoyao wanted to hear Ling Xian say it himself. Ling Xian said without hesitation, of course I am married. But your biological parents don't recognize me very much, and they may not be willing to sign for us. Only when she gets married will Ling Xian feel that she has truly abducted people and will never give her a chance to regret it in the future. But Ling Yaoyao is only 19 years old after all, and there are very few precedents in the history of the empire for getting married before graduation, unless it is a type of commercial marriage. When it comes to true love, everyone seems to feel that they are more responsible and solemn when they get engaged and then get married. Ling Xian was sure that he would never regret it, but he couldn't deprive Ling Yaoyao of the right to repent because of his private thoughts. Ling Yaoyao grabbed the clothes on Ling Xian's chest and asked a little nervously, then, if I get married now, one day you will find out that I actually have a lot of shortcomings. What should you do if you want to regret it? Ling Xian complained, I have decided that it will not change for the rest of my life. I am afraid that you will regret it. Ling Yaoyao's heart suddenly improved, and she rubbed Ling Xian's chest with her furry head. Let's get married directly. I always think about a marriage with room for regret, and we all love each other with reservations, but Ling Yaoyao doesn't like this. Ling Xian said ecstatically, really? Then he was so excited that he pressed Ling Yaoyao to the sofa and started kissing wildly. He always felt that he fell first and loved more than Ling Yaoyao, and she just passively responded to his fiery love. But she never thought that she would be willing to give up the right to investigate him for a longer time and repent at any time, and directly cross the engagement and marry him. Ling Yaoyao was kissed and panted, wait. I haven't finished speaking yet. Ling Xian reluctantly stopped, his eyes were a little vicious, he pinched the little girl's waist tightly, and said in a dangerous tone, huh? You won't regret it now, will you? There is a kind of posture that if Ling Yaoyao dares to nod, he will fight her desperately. Ling Yaoyao said helplessly, no, I just want to wait until the dust settles on the battle for the throne, get married again. If we get married, we can invite 168 over, it would be even better. When the battle for the throne came to an end, the fate of her and Ling Xian was completely rewritten, and from then on she could enter a new chapter and would never be disturbed by the original work again. Ling Yaoyao heard Ling Xian say that he was promoting reform, to change from a monarchical dictatorship to a constitutional monarchy, and to find out Xiao Rui and Xiao Ming who had attacked the Ling family, and also brought up the evidence of Xiao Ming's treason and collusion. Ling Yaoyao didn't understand the specific process very clearly, only knowing that things were feasible, but it would take a while. It will also take half a year to a year for the Tower Worm Star field to open a stable space transition channel and stabilize the situation. Ling Yaoyao felt that in this way, she could enjoy the sweetness of love for a while, and when everything was completely resolved, she would have no worries when she got married. Ling Xian grinded his teeth, picked up Ling Yaoyao and pressed it hard into his arms. Bad girl. Doesn't this make him have to be able to see and eat for a long time? However, since Ling Yaoyao made a request, Admiral Ling, who favors his wife first, naturally has no reason not to agree. Originally, a slower spatial transition channel could be done for a year, but it seems that it must be done within half a year. And the affairs of the royal Xiao family are not allowed to exceed half a year at most. It is more troublesome to prepare for a grand wedding ceremony, and half a year is barely enough to prepare. Half a year, this is the limit of what he can endure. The next day, the Ling family went to visit the Wei family together. With the help of Shenyanjin, Ling Xian had already prepared 9 space buttons, stuffed with all kinds of gifts needed for marriage, from rare minerals to precious ingredients, medicinal materials, antiques, etc., as well as a long list of real estate. The gift of the proposal can be accepted by the family being proposed. But the bride price sent by the man when the real engagement or marriage is only intended to be received by the woman's family, and most of it will be left to her daughter as one of the private property at the bottom of the box, plus a generous dowry that is not much inferior to the bride price. This is because in the interstellar age, engagement means that children should go out to live independently, and parents should of course give their children more financial resources and form a new family. Ling Yaoyao was obviously raised by the Ling family, and Ling Xian also prepared such a rich gift for marriage, which was enough to prove his sincerity. The Wei family and the Ling family are already allies, and they have long speculated that the Ling family is here today to propose marriage. The Wei family was still very hot at first. However, when he heard that Ling Xian insisted on getting married instead of being engaged, the faces of the Wei family suddenly froze and stuck for a while. Mr. Wei asked, Ling Xian, are you wrong? Yaoyao is not yet 19 years old, of course she is engaged first. Ling Xian, that's right, it's marriage. Yaoyao and I have already recognized each other, and we will never regret it, and I also ask my father-in-law and mother-in-law to fulfill it, and help sign the consent document on the marriage agreement at that time. Wei Ling's face was a little dark, and he rarely said something important. I know that your Ling family has been more kind to Yaoyao than the sky, and you have a great favor to me and my wife, but these are not enough reasons for me to be careless about Yaoyao's marriage. When young people first start falling in love, it is easy to idealize their feelings, but marriage and love are different. Xian Yao also followed, if you have been in love for a long time and understand each other more thoroughly, we will not have to ask for an engagement first, but you have been in love for less than a year if you feel that you can stand the test, it is nothing to wait a while before officially getting married. When Yaoyao graduates, we will sign the marriage consent document for you in advance, how about it? Wei Ling and Xian Yao did not deliberately embarrass Ling Xian, but for the sake of Ling Yaoyao's rights and interests. No matter how Ling Yaoyao showed that she was serious, Xian Yao gently persuaded her that it was better to get engaged first than to marry directly, so that she would be more cautious and responsible. Ling Yaoyao had to say, Dad, Mom, I have known Ling Xian since I was 1 year old, and I have known him thoroughly enough, and Shenyanjin couldn't watch her children fight alone, and was embarrassed by Ling Yaoyao's parents, so she said calmly, by the way, Yaoyao's household registration is still in our Ling family, and Yaoyao's legal guardians are me and Tianyue. According to the law, as long as there is no blood relationship within 3 generations, adopted children can also get married. In other words, if you don't agree, as long as we agree, the marriage of the 2 children will also be concluded. The 2 children asked for your opinion, and they really regarded you as elders. It's okay if you don't trust my son Ling Xian, or even your own daughter Yaoyao, that's a big deal, our family will have less contact in the future. This is very rude, because Shenyanjin does treat Ling Yaoyao as her own daughter, and has not treated Ling Yaoyao badly. If Ling Xian is unreliable, or Ling Yaoyao herself still has concerns, of course she can't pit Ling Yaoyao. Since the 2 children recognized each other, Shenyanjin couldn't see that they were embarrassed by Wei Ling Qianyao. Wei Ling Qianyao was forced to leave Ling Yaoyao behind, and the Wei family hadn't looked for Ling Yaoyao for so many years because they believed that she had died a long time ago. Now that they are recognized by chance, Ling Yaoyao has been doing her best to the Wei family, and the auxiliary food she made was sent to Mr. Ling, and she would definitely send one to Mr. Wei and Mrs. Wei. In order to prove his sincerity, Ling Xian is not only busy with work these days, but also personally checks the gifts of marriage. If Wei Ling and Xian Yao insist that the marriage is not discussed, then don't discuss it. When blindly giving in and forbearance doesn't work, then you must be up, and the 2 children can't be disrespectful to Wei Ling Qianyao as an elder, even if they haven't fulfilled their responsibilities as parents. Shenyanjin doesn't mind being the one who pretends to be black-faced. Sure enough, hearing Shenyan's unceremonious words now, Wei Ling's face darkened even more, and Qian Yao's face turned slightly whiter. Qian Yao tried to explain, I don't mean to disrespect Yaoyao's decision, just make suggestions. Although Wei Ling let go, he still insisted, saying, if you want to get our consent, it's not impossible, but I have requirements and conditions. If you feel that we do not need our consent at all, there is no need to continue. Of course, Ling Yaoyao still hopes to get the understanding and consent of her biological parents, and she also knows that they are so opposed because they are afraid that she will suffer, and the fixed thinking mode of the interstellar era makes them feel that marriage is not child's play and needs to be investigated more. She hurriedly looked at Ling Xian. Ling Xian patted Ling Yaoyao's hand comfortingly, and then looked at Wei Ling. What are the conditions? Just say it. Wei Ling finally had a look of approval in his eyes. If you get married directly, you have to sign a prenuptial agreement with Yaoyao. If she files for divorce first, you must agree to it for whatever reason, and you cannot pursue any legal responsibility. If you file for divorce first, then deal with it fairly. The agreement will take effect before the age of 25. This is an unequal treaty. In short, it is to fight for a way out for Ling Yaoyao so that even if she gets married, she can regret it. After saying that, Wei Ling looked at Ling Yaoyao again. Ling Xian must sign, but if you don't think it's necessary, you cannot sign, and when you feel necessary, sign your name. Ling Xian immediately said, okay, I agree. He loved Ling Yaoyao, and he was confident that he would never make Ling Yaoyao regret it and have the idea of leaving him. To be honest, Wei Ling's requirements are simply harsher than engagement. If it is an engagement, Ling Xian at least has the authority to repent at any time in the middle, but if he is married, he is completely giving up his right to repent freely. With such an agreement, Ling Yaoyao felt that she would definitely not have a chance to use it, so she just pretended to be so that Wei Ling Qianyao, who didn't know Ling Xian well enough, was relieved. However, looking at Ling Xian's unhesitating appearance, Ling Yaoyao was still very useful in her heart. The marriage of Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao was settled, not engaged, but directly married. Those who directly choose to marry in the interstellar age are either marriages of interests, and they are more secure when they get married, and they do not give each other room for regret, or they love deeply and have already identified each other, and they do not need to pass the test of marriage trial. If there was no public proposal by Ling Xian at the General's Awards ceremony, everyone would definitely be inclined to the former, but those who watched Ling Xian's proposal and Ling Yaoyao's response to the scene would not think that it was the former, then it could only be the latter. In addition to informing a small number of relatives and friends, this matter was not made public, but chose to announce it together at the birthday banquet of the old man a few days later. But there is never an absolute secret in the circle of power. Xiao Ming and Xiao Zhen, who had been paying attention to Ling Yaoyao's dynamics, after experiencing the impact of the Ling family's brothers and sisters' hot search for love and Ling Xian's public proposal at the honor ceremony, now they heard that these two people went directly to get married, and they were suddenly stimulated a little big, and they could no longer calm down. Xiao Ming began to be frequently investigated by the Imperial Newspaper Bureau during this time, and he was vaguely aware of it, but it didn't matter. This road has always been only allowed to succeed and not fail, and his ambition can no longer be realized. Naturally he has already failed, and it is natural that he will accept it no matter what the outcome is. In a trance, Xiao Ming dreamed of more pictures that seemed to be from another world, familiar as if he had experienced it himself, but it was completely different from reality. In that dream, he took the heart of Su Qinghe step by step, and relied on her to climb the power of Marshal Zhao Bohai. Ling Yaoyao has been entangled with him. He dismisses Ling Yaoyao, and Ling Yaoyao agrees to be engaged to his third brother Xiao Zhen. Because he was afraid that Ling Xian would become a fierce enemy in the future, he and Xiao Ruwei teamed up to design a series of plans between Yi launching and Mo launching, and succeeded, and the Ling family has since withered and declined. This was really a dream, exactly as he had expected. He sat on the coveted throne and stood at the top of the empire. However, what happened next was a sudden change. The Zerg who sent him to the throne turned his claws at the Huanua Empire, which already belonged to him. He used the meat peachworm to frame Ling Xian, and Michael also used the meat peachworm to kill him easily. The Wano Empire has since fallen into a long period of war. Xiao Ming had this dream many times before, but it ended when he sat on the throne, so he was resentful and angry that Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian did not play cards according to reason, and destroyed his plan again and again. However, this time, Xiao Ming was very real by the dream, and he was used as food by meat peachworms, and the whole scene was eaten by a clatter. I was so frightened that I suddenly woke up from the dream. The terrible feeling of being pierced deep into the blood and internal organs by sharp teeth, and the bones all over the body were strangled. It simply made Xiao Ming creepy. Fortunately, this is just a dream. However, because of this dream, Xiao Ming's original fearless mentality of failure is a big deal. His death has been worn away. He wants to live, no matter how difficult and painful he lives. He doesn't want to die so miserably. Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian can get rid of their original fate, and now they are living so happily, and they are about to get married. Why can't he? His mother killed Xiao Rui's mother, Xiao Rui, because of the previous deployment of Yilixing MO launching with him, and now he has begun to be targeted by Ling Xian, and Xiao Rui will definitely not let him go before Xiao Rui is retaliated by Ling Xian. He no longer fantasized about the imperial throne or the blessings of the Qi people, he just wanted to live normally. He didn't want to fall into the hands of Xiao Rui or Ling Xian, be tortured or be under house arrest for the rest of his life. Xiao Ming began to wake up from his depression, packed up his important belongings and installed several space buttons, trying to find an unknown backward planet or a dark star field mixed with fish and dragons, so that although it would be very long and unknown dangers, at least he still had freedom. But he didn't know that his every move fell in a very deeply hidden monitor. Lu Lin immediately reported Xiao Ming's situation to Ling Xian and asked, "Do you need to send someone to stop him?" Ling Xian said coldly, "No, let our people help him and let him leave the imperial capital star smoothly. Then send his whereabouts to Xiao Rui in a reasonable way." Although Ling Xian mentioned all kinds of evidence of Xiao Rui and Xiao Ming, because the two of them were princes and their identities were extraordinary, it was impossible to only listen to Ling Xian's words, even if it was evidence. There was also the possibility of forgery. After all, Ling Xian had more advanced technology in his hands. The investigation is necessary, but the Imperial Newspaper Bureau is not technical enough, and it is very difficult to verify and takes a long time. As soon as Xiao Ming escaped like this, he completely confirmed his crime. If he didn't have a guilty conscience at all, why did he run away? The Huanhua Empire followed humanism, and the highest punishment was only life imprisonment, and he was imprisoned as a mining coolie with a god of imprisonment. As long as he thought that Xiao Ming framed him for his own selfishness and did not hesitate to bury the lives of more than 1 billion imperial citizens, Ling Xian felt that such a punishment was too light. Because Xiao Ming did not succeed this time, it could only be regarded as an attempted murder, and Ling Xian had no reason to take his life openly. After knowing that in this life, in addition to still attacking him, Xiao Ming also had other thoughts about Ling Yaoyao. Ling Xian could never let him live. If Xiao Rui knew the news of Xiao Ming's escape, it would be different. Xiao Rui has endured for many years for the sake of the throne, although he chose to join forces with Xiao Ming to deal with him before, but Xiao Rui himself and Xiao Ming have a grudge against killing their mother. Although it was not Xiao Ming who killed Xiao Rui's mother but Xiao Ming's mother Mei Lin, Xiao Rui still recorded this account on Xiao Ming's head, who let Mei Lin die. Mei Lin did everything for Xiao Ming to pave the way. Xiao Rui Xing remnant, as long as he is given an opportunity, he will never be merciful to Xiao Ming. In short, Ling Xian's move seemed to create an opportunity for Xiao Ming to escape, but in fact it was to create an opportunity for Xiao Rui to get rid of Xiao Ming and kill someone with a knife. Xiao Rui did not have the charge of treason and collusion with the enemy, and his mind was deeper and more cunning, and he had the support and protection of the Legion of Gods behind him, and most of them could shirk the affairs of Yilixing and Mo launching to Xiao Ming's head and pick himself clean. But as long as he couldn't help but kill Xiao Ming, he would definitely leave clues. No matter how justified his reason for avenging his mother is, the royal family will never allow such a prince who killed his brother to sit on the throne. When others ascended to the throne, Xiao Rui became a defeated bandit, and waiting for his fate was only to be placed under house arrest for the rest of his life on a remote planet that was either poor or prosperous. As for the final candidate for the throne, although Ling Xian was very reluctant to admit it, it was probably the third Prince Xiao Zhen, who had done nothing and had no ambitions before, and had only recently begun to plan. A guy who has been secretly in love with Ling Yaoyao since 3 or 4 years ago, but it's ridiculous that even this Yaoyao is not that Yaoyao, and I don't notice it at all. Xiao Zhen didn't like Ling Xian except that he liked Yaoyao, but he didn't do anything wrong, so Ling Xian wouldn't deal with him. Ling Xian took revenge on Xiao Rui and Xiao Ming, which can be regarded as helping Xiao Zhen in disguise and clearing obstacles for his path to ascending to the throne, and Xiao Zhen and the Glory Legion behind him owed the Ling family. It doesn't matter if Xiao Zhen doesn't give up on himself. In short, as long as the Glory Legion wants to save face, it is impossible to help a mascot emperor without political power to dig the corner of his dignified imperial god of war. Besides, even if there is the support of the Glory Legion, it can't be dug. Ling Xian boasted that he surrounded Ling Yaoyao's wall, not only a copper wall and an iron wall, but also the hardest fortress in the entire galaxy. So when Ling Xian heard the news that Xiao Zhen had a tantrum in the house, smashed 2 intelligent robots, and drank a lot of wine, he only scoffed, "Oh, he can only do this." Knowing that Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao were going to get married directly, Xiao Ming suddenly woke up from his depression and began to look for another way out. However, Xiaozhen began to decline, and no longer actively formed alliances with the powerful to prepare for the struggle for the throne. Xiaozhen didn't like to fight for power and profit, and he had no ambition for that position, but he suddenly became persistent before, and he also thought that maybe he would be on top, he would be able to protect Ling Yaoyao, and the Ling Yaoyao who promised to be engaged to him in the dream might agree to him again in reality and become his queen. As long as he thinks of this, Xiaozhen is full of energy, and no matter how much he doesn't like it, he is also very motivated to do it. But this dream has now been completely shattered. Ling Yaoyao chose Ling Xian. That man who was so big that even his father had to be afraid. Even if he became emperor, he couldn't beat Ling Xian and snatch people from Ling Xian's hands, so why did he have to fight for the throne? However, the reality is that Xiaozhen can't help but not fight if he doesn't want to. He has extended an olive branch to many people, and behind him also represents the interests of the entire Glory Legion, and now if he doesn't want to fight, he will completely offend those who come to rely on him and support him and the forces behind him. The so-called tiger riding is difficult. Xiaozhen doesn't want to fight, and he has to be driven to the shelves. Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian are already openly fiancé. Xiaozhen can like Ling Yaoyao in private, but he can no longer show it in front of people at will, otherwise it is a blatant provocation to Ling Xian, the god of war who saved the great hero of the Huanhua Empire. Because the possibility of Xiaozhen's ascension to the throne suddenly became much larger, the imperial monarchy's dictatorship wanted to reform into a constitutional monarchy, but it was always strongly obstructed by the Glory Legion. Xiao Ming successfully escaped and was officially convicted of treason and collusion with the enemy. Xiao Rui also began to make moves at this time. The Wei family held a birthday banquet for Mr. Wei Lively, entertaining the entire circle of top dignitaries in the imperial capital Star. The Weijia residential area is close to the sea, and the birthday banquet is held in the Seaview Pavilion on the top of the mountain. The hall on the first floor is very spacious, more than 20 meters high, which can accommodate thousands of guests, and the decoration is simple and elegant, low-key, and luxurious. The second floor is a special VIP room, which is slightly smaller than the first floor and only receives 300 guests. The third floor is the Sky Garden. In the center of the Sky Garden, there is also a rotating light ladder observation deck, which is hundreds of meters high, which is on the top of the mountain, and the height of the observation deck can already go straight into the sky. At the banquet, the wine cup was wrong, and the clothes were fragrant and the hair was shadowy. For the purpose of Mr. Wei's birthday banquet, everyone basically knows a little bit of the doorway, but Wei Chongshan, the head of the Wei family, still officially announced it in front of the top circle of dignitaries on the imperial capital Star, and also invited several of the most well-known media and news platforms on the imperial capital Star to broadcast it simultaneously. The hashtag Ling Xian Honor Ceremony Proposal hashtag, which was previously at the top of the hot search, was still not pushed down because there were too many people who paid attention. The headlines of StarNet in the past 2 days have been contracted by Ling and Wei. However, people at the banquet site, in addition to paying attention to gossip, are more concerned about food. Food and drinks are self-service mode, all of which are made by professional food therapists, mostly the practice of ancient gourmet cuisine, among which the recently popular insect meat food is indispensable. And even there are many strong sea beast meat delicacies unique to the tower worm star field. Ling Yaoyao is responsible for the production of one of the dishes in the special VIP room, that is, the classic Buddha jumps over the wall, and each guest can only use a small bowl in a limited quantity. The ordinary hall also has Buddha jumping over the wall, although it is not made by Ling Yaoyao himself, but it is also cooked by a master food therapist with very good skills. In addition, there are countless dishes that have appeared in Ling Yaoyao's food teaching video. They could only look at it greedily before, and today they are finally lucky enough to taste the real delicious food. These dishes are also from the hands of middle and senior dietitians who have personally instructed Ling Yaoyao, and the curative effect is not necessarily very good, but the taste is great, which makes people can't stop eating. All the guests who were lucky enough to eat these delicacies finally truly realized what it means for the Wei family to have a daughter like Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian. To marry such a daughter-in-law, the whole family no longer has to worry about falling into Jingmania, and can often have the opportunity to get the ultimate enjoyment of taste. Taking highly effective auxiliary therapeutic food for a long time can also improve the mental power and physique. Look at these two families, Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian, who are already talented against the sky, have improved their mental power and physique again. Even Ling Jinghai, who collapsed in the divine domain, has now restored his B-level mental power, and Mr. Wei, who has lost his level in the divine domain, has now restored his original SS level. Mrs. Wei, who has a genetic disease, is also much healthier. If Ling Yaoyao just recognizes her ancestors and returns to her ancestors, from the adopted daughter of the Ling family to the daughter of the Wei family, I am afraid that those who want to marry the Ling and Wei families will be able to circle the imperial capital star twice. Before Ling Yaoyao recognized his ancestors and returned to his ancestral home, he was already bound to Ling Xian, the first person in the galaxy. If there is a Ling Xian, the glory of the Ling family can be 400 or 500 more years, but with Ling Yaoyao, the strength of the Ling and Wei families can be improved by another 1 or 2% as a whole, and it can also bless the next 2 or 3 generations. The protagonist of the birthday banquet is Mr. Wei, but the most eye-catching are Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian, then Wei Ling Qianyao, and the talented and cute Suiyou twins. But Mr. Wei had no intention of being displeased at all, and his face was always a happy smile. What everyone is most concerned about is, when will Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao get engaged? There are also well-informed people who know that the two plan to get married directly, and they are also very concerned about the wedding date. Ling Yaoyao didn't know how to answer, but Ling Xian responded very categorically and unanimously, in half a year at the latest. It can be seen that the god of war is very eager to turn his sister and fiancée into a real daughter-in-law. However, everyone can also understand that they have such a fiancée and want to settle down quickly. Ling Yaoyao and her two twin brothers met the close clansmen of the Wei family one by one, and were led by Mrs. Wei and Qian Yao, and met no less than the elders of the Wei family, and received a lot of greetings. Ling Yaoyao's identity and household registration were also transferred back from the Ling family to the names of Wei Jia Wei Ling and Qian Yao, and a second name Wei Yaoyao was added, which was only used in the family tree of Shengwei, and Ling Yaoyao could still keep the surname Ling that he was used to in his daily life. At this point, Ling Yaoyao has completed her most important task at today's banquet, and next, she can arrange it by herself. But as long as there is a place where Ling Yaoyao is, there will be a bunch of noble ladies coming over, thinking about having a relationship with this high-level ancient gourmet food auxiliary therapy, getting to know each other, and if there is a place where Ling Yaoyao needs help in the future, it will be more convenient to speak. And around Ling Xian, there was also a circle of people who wanted to get close to him, but they were shocked by Ling Xian's cold face and ran away a lot, and they chatted a few words, which was completely awkward, and Ling Xian only replied with a word or two out of politeness. Ling Yaoyao was really not very good at dealing with this kind of scene, but fortunately, Ling Xian quickly came over to rescue her, said hello, and pulled her away, heading straight to the Sky Garden on the 3rd floor. The Sky Garden is also one of the banquet halls, only providing fruits, snacks, drinks, and most of them are young people who like to gather here. Holding a glass of fine wine, looking at the railing, the starry sky, the bright moon, the sea in the night, the smell of the sea breeze as if there is none, the faint sound of the sea in the distance, the fresh air in the breath, and the low sound of insects nearby, which is very ching. There are a lot of people, and many of them are Ling Yaoyao's familiar friends, mainly entertained by Wei Yuan here. Ling Yaoyao was finally much more at ease, and the bird followed Ling Xian closely, greeting her friends a little shyly. Wei Yuan could only silently sigh in his heart. His brother's treatment is really far inferior to that of his brother Qing. Xiao Mingyao sighed, it was very strange. Oh my god, Yamei's shy look. It is estimated that she will only appear in front of her man. Ling Yaoyao gave Xiao Meiren a roll of his eyes, and then used his mouth to nudge the direction where Nu Yeshi was. Yi Shuai was wearing a men's dress, handsome and neat, and was talking happily with a girl with big breasts, waist, fine skin, white legs, and long legs. Xiao Mingyao looked over, his eyes stayed on Yi Shi most of the time, and he glared at the girl paper very unshabely. Xiao Mingyao said nonchalantly, well, she hooked up with a good girl this time, the appearance is what I like, but she is too clumsy, and she actually likes Shi Nampo. Wei Yuan shrugged his shoulders and did not comment. My sister has turned on the dog mode all day long, so he still shouldn't wake up for the time being and fall into the Qing net without knowing it, or deliberately deceive his cousin. Ling Xian patiently waited for Ling Yaoyao and the familiar guys to say hello one by one, took her hand, and walked to the middle of the Sky Garden. The Wei family's aerial rotating light ladder observation deck is not open to everyone, only the direct descendants of the Wei family or the most noble VIPs of the guests to be entertained by the Wei family. Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao want to go up, naturally it is possible, and there happens to be no one up there at this time. Stepping on the rotating light ladder, seeing that the height of the two of them was constantly climbing. Ling Yaoyao was always a little worried that she would fall, and involuntarily grabbed Ling Xian's arm tightly. Ling Xian pulled the nervous girl away, and when Ling Yaoyao protested and exclaimed, he beat her horizontally and hugged her up. In order to prevent falling, Ling Yaoyao had to quickly stretch out her arm and hug Ling Xian's neck. Ling Xian leaned over to her ear, and the unique breath of a man was sharp but made Ling Yaoyao feel at ease. The Admiral's low voice almost murmured, "You are my princess alone, I don't like you being coveted by many people." Ling Yaoyao felt that she was being teased. Not only her earlobes were hot, but her heartbeat was also puffy, which girl didn't hide a princess dream in her heart. Everyone said that she was the little princess of the Ling and Wei families, but in fact, the Ling family's parents rarely accompanied her, and not long after they recognized the Wei family. Although the Wei family was very good to her, they were not close enough. As a daughter and granddaughter, she often has to be very sensible for the sake of her parents and elders. Really spoiling her like a little princess, she can put on her face at will, and the only one who can put on her face is Ling Xian. Ling Yaoyao whispered, "Well, you are my exclusive knight." In a low whisper, the two of them came to the top of the observation deck, and now there was a solid floor, but it was a transparent conical oar, and a hanging energy device was inlaid under the oar. The round platform above is only 5 meters in diameter, and it is covered with a layer of crystal nephrite that is warm to the touch. Holding Ling Yaoyao and sitting in the center of the platform, Ling Xian had a whim. This place is inaccessible and the scenery is unique. As long as there are people above, the people below cannot come up without permission. Good for something. Ling Yaoyao immediately hugged him tightly, his body tensed, and he said angrily, "Don't mess around. What if I accidentally roll down?" There is no protective fence around the round platform, and it is beautiful but also comes with great danger. Even if there is an anti-gravity magnetic field under the platform, even if it falls, it will be very slow, and there will be no problem, but the free fall movement will never feel so good, not to mention that there are so many guests in the sky garden below. Ling Xian paused and continued, "I just want to say that we can consider setting up a small table here and eating alone. Even if he wants to go to work at the military headquarters, Ling Yaoyao will prepare a lunch box for him in advance, using the best ingredients. Ordinary food can only fill the stomach and maintain the needs of normal daily activities, but it cannot keep his physical fitness in the best condition, not to mention that Ling Xian now has to train for several hours a day even if he is on vacation." Before meeting Ling Yaoyao, when the situation was the most difficult, the raw insects could also be swallowed reluctantly. However, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. The food at tonight's banquet is already very delicious and rare for most guests, but for Ling Xian, it is a bit tasteless. Ling Yaoyao's space button has always had a lot of auxiliary delicacies that are easy to carry, so Ling Xian's proposal is completely sincere, but it also has a bit of a deliberate ambiguous meaning, wanting to see Ling Yaoyao's embarrassed and cute reaction. Ling Yaoyao was even more annoyed now, and bit Ling Xian's neck with a small white tooth. Ling Xian continued to play hooliganism verbally seriously, "Be harder and leave me a mark of love. Let everyone see how deeply you love me." Ling Yaoyao looked up at the starry sky speechlessly. Who is this old driver? Please return her taciturn and cold-bound brother to the god of war. However, following the gangsters a lot, Ling Yaoyao is not completely at a disadvantage of being completely suppressed, and she can occasionally stand up. She took out the folding table from the space button, and then placed a few kinds of snacks in the lunchbox, as well as 2 food bags of meat peachworm meat medicinal soup. Just when Ling Xian, who hadn't eaten enough for dinner, wanted to eat, Ling Yaoyao grabbed his big hand with a slight thin callus, sent it to his soft lips, gently kissed each of his fingers, and then looked up at the stunned Ling Xian. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were bright, sparkling, and she threw a sultry look. "Honey, do you want to eat snacks now, or eat me, huh?" The girl's own green index finger was placed in front of her own red lips, and the tip of her pink tongue was stuck out mischievously licked. Slowly seduce and seduce, the cold and handsome Admiral suddenly changed his face greatly, his eyes became deep and deep, and he suddenly pulled this grinding little demon into his arms, clasped her slender chin, and was about to kiss him fiercely, but he was quickly stretched out to cover his mouth by Ling Yaoyao, who had already been prepared, and his painting style changed suddenly, and he said pitifully, "Ah, brother, I'm so hungry. I really want to eat snacks." Ling Xian, who was full of blood, almost wanted to put this bad girl on the spot. The sweet times that belong to lovers always pass very quickly. Although for Ling Xian, every day is sweet and tormenting. In short, the light is like an arrow, and the sun and moon are like shuttles. 2 months later, the time came to the beginning of July. Xiaoming went through several twists and turns and fled to the dark star field of the chaotic star belt between the Huanhua Empire and the Nalai Federation. I thought I was finally safe, out of the control of the people of the Huanhua Empire, but on the first day I arrived in the dark star field, I died at the hands of the killer sent by Xiao Rui. The mantis catches cicadas behind, and this drama of royal brothers turning against each other has also been put on the surface by people with hearts. This heart-to-heart person comes from the Glory Legion that supports Xiao Zhen's ascension, and everything seems to have nothing to do with Ling Xian. Even if those people know that Ling Xian's promotion is indispensable, so what? He only delivered the messages to those who needed them properly, and did not force them to do anything, not even a single direct conversation. The emperor, who was already in poor health and rarely cared about political affairs, did not know what good things his good sons had done. The emperor suddenly looked much older, and he was not very firm in resisting the constitutional monarchy jointly proposed by the military. His heart has lost his fighting spirit, because of disappointment. He doesn't want to care about the life and death of his descendants, after all, even he can't live happily. The sky of the imperial capital star, in other words, the sky of the Huanhua Empire, is about to change. At the beginning of July, Ling Yaoyao, who started the summer vacation, at Ling Xian's suggestion, chose the Tower Worm Star Field as the summer vacation experience location, and planned to meet his friend 168,012, who had been separated for more than 3 months, and also said that he missed the food of the Tower Worm Star Field very much. In addition, walking with Ling Yaoyao this time, there are also familiar friends Wei Yuan, Qiao Mingyao, Yi Shi, Su Qinghe, Zhao Qingyun, etc., as well as Zhen Rou and most of the students in the diet therapy class. Everyone wants to visit the Zerg breeding base in the Tower Worm Star Field, as well as the wild starfish that are rich in sea beast meat. I'm also looking forward to getting to know the legendary meat peachworm Emperor 168. Only this time, Ling Xian just sent them to the Tower Worm Star Field, and did not plan to stay there with Ling Yaoyao. Ling Xian's reason was that he still had important military affairs in the imperial capital star, and Qingben was on vacation, so he couldn't leave. What Ling Yaoyao didn't know was that Ling Xian's move was to prevent the next major reshuffle of the royal family's power, and even the change of throne to affect her. It is impossible for the royal family not to know that this change was first proposed by Ling Xian, and they also know very well the importance of Ling Yaoyao to Ling Xian. In order to prevent accidents, Ling Xian simply sent Ling Yaoyao to the Tower Worm Star Field. With 168 there, Yaoyao would never be fine. When the summer vacation ended in 2 months, the situation in the imperial capital star was almost stabilized. When the time comes, Yaoyao will be brought back. Well, customized handmade wedding dresses and other ancient country A-style wedding dresses should also be ready. Ling Yaoyao and his friends soon arrived at the long-lost Tower Worm Star Field, the star area where the Tsang Legion and the Thorn Legion of the Wano Empire were stationed. Ling Yaoyao learned from Li Nan, who had been stationed in the Tower Worm Star Field for a long time and was now promoted to colonel, that during the time she was away, 168 was not lonely, and several other meat peachworms became 168 sparring brothers, and also served as common reserve food. In addition, during the time Ling Yaoyao left, the relationship between 168 and Lilith quickly improved, and each insect was very keen on fighting and killing, and let the food therapists trained by Ling Yaoyao make food for them. However, when 168 keenly sensed the mental power fluctuations of Ling Yaoyao and 012 not far away, he immediately transformed into a mini form and came to Ling Yaoyao through a short distance space leap. Ling Yaoyao was instantly occupied by 168's familiar white and tender face. 012 branches and leaves swayed, pounced on it, and hugged 168 excitedly. Ling Yaoyao also stretched out her hand and pinched 168's face, and said with emotion, "White, tender and strong at a glance, you can tell that your food must be good during this time." 168 immediately muttered aggrievedly, "Although I ate a lot, I didn't make it as delicious as you did. The baby misses you so much, you two have no conscience, you can come to see me." This IQ is completely comparable to normal humans. Who wants to fool today's 168? It is impossible. Even Lilith can get close to 168 because she first gained Ling Yaoyao's trust, and being close to 168 is purely because she likes it, without any bad intentions, and her friend's friend has become a friend. Lilith also quickly drove the mecha back to the Nighthawk main battleship, and also pounced on Ling Yaoyao for the first time. "The last time we met, it was just the first acquaintance, and now we see each other again, we are old friends." Ling Yaoyao also brought a lot of her friends from the Huanhua Empire over, and the new and old friends gathered together, surrounded by the unique insect food and sea beast meat food of the tower worm star field, and the atmosphere quickly became lively. The 168-meter-tall mini-form is really very white, tender, soft and cute, and it is so close to Ling Yaoyao and 012, resulting in Wei Yuan, Xiao Mingyao, Yi Shi, Su Qinghe, Zhenrou, and others also like 168 very much, especially Su Qinghe and Zhenrou, who can't wait to step forward and touch it. And Lilith was impressed by Yi Shi's handsomeness and demeanor, and the two talked very happily. Anyway, her fiancé Justin was not there, so she didn't take the opportunity to hook up with the handsome young lady. While eating delicious food, Xiao Mingyao angrily glared at Yi Shi, who even had a fiancé and wanted to hook up. Ling Yaoyao took Wei Yuan's hand and introduced to 168, "Baby 168, this is my brother." 168 big eyes blinked, and his face was full of puzzlement. "Don't you have an older brother? Is that human boy from Lingxian? Do you want to take advantage of his absence and go out of the wall?" 168 was instilled with magical brain circuits by 012, and for Ling Yaoyao, her brother was equal to lovers and the like, so that 168 was a little confused about the relationship and title between the human race. Wei Yuan covered his mouth and coughed, "No, I'm just a brother." Although he is a fake brother, if Ling Xian knows that his relationship with Ling Yaoyao has been misunderstood, Ling Xian's vinegar jar will definitely have to be overturned again. 168's perception of Ling Xian has changed a lot. This time Ling Xian sent Ling Yaoyao and others over but did not show up at all. 168 still felt a little sorry and itchy claws. 168 in the tower worm star field, he became a veritable insect king, and everyone offered it and coaxed it. Now only Ling Xian can resist its thousands of insect silk attacks, and even fight in the void. Obviously Ling Xian was not present, but his influence was everywhere. Especially in this tower worm star field, Ling Xian is simply the uncrowned king. If he only relied on 168 who could open the worm dome vortex to make space leaps at the beginning to establish his majesty, since his mental power was promoted to 4S level, he could also tear up space and space leap. No one dared to provoke Ling Xian's authority anymore. The original military remnants of the Tower Worm Alliance all took the initiative to surrender, because only in this way could there be a way to survive, otherwise they would have to be the rations to feed the Zerg or the slaves wearing shackles, just like they had done to the human race. The Skull Star Thief forces disintegrated, and the human race, which originally belonged to the Huanhua Empire, did not hesitate to choose to rely on Ling Xian's Nighthawk team, while the human race belonging to the Nalai Federation and the Dark Star Field was sent back to the Warner Star Field by 168 after making a Jiao change with the Nighthawk team, returning to their respective hometowns. The Anti-Tower Worm Alliance government forces and anti-racial discrimination forces divided the remaining territory of the Tower Worm Alliance, and established the Tower Worm Alliance, pursuing the development of armed forces, and the Free Federation, pursuing the development of high-tech technology. After Ling Xian's beating before, now the Tower Worm Alliance headed by Hong Ziyu and by Sun is much more interesting, and the Free Federation, dominated by the Bram family, has always been in friendly contact with Ling Xian. The Tower Worm Alliance, the Free Federation, and the Huanhua Branch Alliance where Ling Xian is located used resources and technology to exchange for auxiliary food, and the three parties formed a three-legged stand. The Stable Insect Transition Channel is led by the Huanhua Branch Alliance, and the three parties work together to develop it, and it is expected to be completed in 3 or 4 months. In short, it was difficult to guarantee food and clothing, and the Tower Worm Star Field, which was thinking about invading and plundering resources all day long, is now thriving and developing well. Even if Ling Xian is away for a long time, these people do not dare to have any ill intentions, otherwise when Ling Xian returns, they will not only want to take more benefits, but even the benefits they have now will spit out with interest. Who made Ling Xian occupy the smallest area of the Tower Worm Star area, but the force reserve he controlled was the most strong. Even Ling Yaoyao, Ling Xian's fiancé, has also received unprecedented respect and courtesy in the Tower Worm Star Field. After all, Ling Xian's importance to her is known throughout the star field. Ling Yaoyao was like a fish in water in the Tower Worm Star Field, and Wei Yuan and other friends also liked this place suitable for experience, which could improve their strength and collect ingredients. The food therapist students brought by Ling Yaoyao were also very popular. Of course, this has a lot to do with the lack of dietitians in the Tower Worm Star Field, especially those who can make delicious auxiliary healing food. Of course, the happiest thing is 168, which has greatly improved the deliciousness of the food every day. In order to make it easier to eat, Lilith refused to leave, which caused her fiancé Justin to come to Huanhua every now and then. Lilith and Justin have been engaged for many years, and when Lilith turns 25 next year, they can officially switch to marriage. Yaoyao, next summer will be my wedding ceremony with Justin, can I invite you to attend then? Lilith asked Ling Yaoyao very expectantly. Thousand Silk Vine is the half-life race of the Thousand Spirit Flower, born to like to be close to the Thousand Spirit Flower clan, and is proud to receive the blessing of the Thousand Spirit Flower clan at the wedding. Ling Yaoyao then remembered that she was going to get married, as if she hadn't informed Lilith yet. She thought for a while and said, I should be free next summer, but I can't guarantee it, I will try my best to come over. Also, I will probably have a wedding at the end of the year, and the Worm Space Channel should be opened at that time, and you are welcome to come to the Huanua Empire to participate in the ceremony. Lilith was simply stunned. She thought that she had just reached the minimum age for marriage next year and married her beloved, which was already a very avant-garde behavior, who knew that Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian were bolder and avant-garde. Yaoyao is not yet 20 years old, and she is about to get married directly, Lilith said excitedly, of course I have to go. Whoa, I want to be your bridesmaid. Ling Yaoyao smiled and said, okay, welcome. Previously, Su Qinghe and Zhenro knew that Ling Yaoyao was going to get married directly, and this was also their reaction. One was excited, the other shyly asked her if they could ask to be bridesmaids. After 168 learned that Ling Yaoyao was going to get married, he was also very excited and said that he wanted to participate without hesitation. It knows from cartoons that marriage is a very important thing for human beings, and even human weddings. 168 have been specially studied. 168 concluded, Yaoyao, I want to be a flower girl. 012 didn't expect this before, and hurriedly said, I want to be too. Ling Yaoyao, good. 168 is a terrifying existence that is infinitely close to the 4S level, and 012 is also an SS level exotic pet, and these two murderous cute creatures are used as flower girls for her. Ling Yaoyao imagined that picture, it should be more beautiful. The days in the Tower Worm Star Field were very simple and happy, but Ling Yaoyao began to miss Ling Xian. As the old saying goes, not seeing each other in one day is like 3 autumns. Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian are in different places, plus the interstellar age can communicate with holograms, and they can also meet on the star network. However, now across the 2 star fields, the star network is not connected, and there is not a single word for a long time, and 2 weeks after arriving in the Tower Worm Star Field, Ling Yaoyao couldn't help but start thinking about returning to the Huanua Empire. But Ling Xian couldn't come. If Ling Yaoyao wanted to rely on 168 to take her back to the Huanua Empire in advance, she had to get the consent of Li Nan, who was stationed here. The selfless Colonel Li Nan only had one sentence, no, the Admiral ordered that you have to wait for him to come and pick you up before you can return to the Warner Star Field. Ling Yaoyao suddenly realized that something was wrong, and her heart chuckled, did Ling Xian hide something from me? Do you know what it is? Li Nan's mouth was tighter than a clam shell. How could he say that Ling Xian was fighting the royal family, the Glory Legion, and the gods in the Huanua Empire on his own? If there is 168 help, Ling Xian's battle can be much easier and smoother, but this will also put Ling Yaoyao in danger. Although Li Nan felt that with Yaoyao Mei's SSS level mental power, S level physique, and almost endless magical auxiliary medicinal soup with no side effects, he was a personal killer, and he was accompanied by an SS level exotic pet, there is no need to be protected as a greenhouse flower at all. However, this is their way of expressing their love as an admiral, and they choose to carry the wind and rain themselves, just wanting to give their beloved the best things. Li Nan originally couldn't understand this kind of Iron Man roaching, but recently he met a soft and lovely dietitian, and he seemed to understand it a little. Whatever ingredients she wanted, he would hunt them for her very hard, and he didn't want to use the hands of his subordinates. Li Nan glanced at him and said, you can command 168, but I can't stop you if you insist on traveling back to the Huanua Empire. But if you really do that, it will be my dereliction of duty. The Admiral said that before the end of the summer vacation, if you go back 1 day early, you will deduct a year's salary. Ling Yaoyao said proudly, it's okay, he deducted your salary for 1 year, and I will make up for you for 2 years. Li Nan was completely unmoved. Ling Yaoyao was distressed for a while, and at this time, Zhenro entered the command room with a lunch box, which contained several auxiliary therapeutic foods she had just made. She pushed the door in and saw Ling Yaoyao and Li Nan talking, and quickly apologized and was about to turn around and leave, but was grabbed by Ling Yaoyao. Zhenro lowered her head and explained in a low voice that she was here to give Colonel Li the auxiliary therapy food she made, because the ingredients she wanted belonged to the more difficult to hunt in the sea, and Colonel Linan helped her hunt them, and made an appointment to use half of the finished product as a thank you gift after she made the auxiliary healing food. Ling Yaoyao's eyes went back and forth between the two of them, and she suddenly realized, oh. You two have Jianqing. Zhenrou hurriedly defended, but Linan, who had always been cold and upright, was strangely silent, and his ears were magically a little red. Zhenrou saw Linan like this, realized something, and her delicate face also turned red, and she quickly put down the food box and ran away. Ling Yaoyao smiled and squinted. Colonel Linan, I suddenly feel that whether Ling Xian punishes you or not has nothing to do with me. I not only want to go back myself, but also take Zhenrou with me, so as not to leave her here and be abducted by the big tail with ill intentions. Linan. In the end, Linan didn't say anything directly, but Ling Yaoyao asked Linan to answer her questions with yes and no, basically sent Ling Xian away, stayed in the Huanhua Empire, and guessed the reason why she was not allowed to go back. He didn't want her to take risks, so how could she bear to let him worry about her? But Ling Yaoyao was not willing to let Ling Xian fight alone. Under the trade-off, Ling Yaoyao decided to send 168 back to the Huanhua Empire. And let 168 arrive at the Huanhua Empire, hide in mini form, and use the communicator she gave it to send a SHE communication signal to Ling Xian. In the Tower Wormstar field, it is enough to have her dignified SSS-level combat master and Grandmaster-level food therapist in charge. 168 is in, it is coercion. Ling Yaoyao is there, it is coercion and inducement. Even the remaining SS-level meat peachworms began to be subdued by Ling Yaoyao and the food made by the food therapists brought by Ling Yaoyao. Their intelligence level is not as high as 168, but they also have the minds of 5 or 6-year-old children, and they know that if they want to eat delicious food, they must not eat the human race, and they must be obedient. What, want to resist? You will be beaten badly, and you will have to cut off a lot of meat originally. I wanted to take advantage of the absence of the boss 168 to rebel, but the meat peachworms were collectively full of bulls, and they were all meat peachworms. How could there be such a big difference? The boss eats meat, they can only eat vegetarian and drink soup, and they are often cut to lose weight. As the days passed, before the end of the summer vacation, Ling Xian and 168 finally appeared in the Tower Wormstar field. But the time was not very coincidental, and when they came, it was already the dead of night to rest. The 168 long-distance space leap consumed a lot, and after eating a lot of pre-stored auxiliary healing food, he regained his vitality. Ling Xian also accompanied it to adjust his state to the best. 168 originally wanted to go to Ling Yaoyao and give her a loving hug, but was stopped by Ling Xian ruthlessly. 168 had to go back to the little brothers alone, intending to wake them up and let them practice with them to get jet lag. Ling Xian washed away his fatigue in another room and entered the captain's exclusive lounge. I found that his girl was sleeping soundly, and her sleeping face was very cute. He took the person into his arms lightly. Ling Yaoyao, who was sleeping, sensed the familiar breath and rubbed it in the man's chest attachment. Ling Xian's cold face suddenly became soft, and he carefully kissed the top of the girl's hair, and said silently in his heart, "Sleep, my baby." Some people say that the Huanhua Empire and the Tower Wormstar field are under his control, and even the Nalai Federation and the Dark Star field are now retreating from the Huanhua Empire, and he can be regarded as the uncrowned king of the entire star. Ling Xian felt that holding his beloved little girl was the only way to truly own the whole world. When Ling Yaoyao woke up in a daze, she found herself nestled in a warm and generous familiar chest, and her strong arms were used as pillows by her. And the man's cold and resolute, and handsome and flawless face is close at hand. Ling Yaoyao's eyebrows and eyes curved slightly unconsciously, which was the arc of a happy smile. He came to her intact. "That's great," the girl's slender white hand raised and gently stroked the man's tough face. Usually Ling Xian's cold and stern momentum is too big, and people often ignore his handsome face. I have to say that in addition to Ling Xian's talent and strength, this face is also uniquely good-looking. Ling Yaoyao never felt that she had a face control, but at this moment she was a little crazy. Ling Xian's closed cold eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at Ling Yaoyao with a little teasing in his eyes. Ling Yaoyao was startled and hurriedly wanted to take her hand back, but Ling Xian reached out faster to hold the jade white little hand. Ling Yaoyao's eyes were wandering, her cheeks were flushed, and she asked a little stammeringly, why did you wake up so quickly?" Being caught by Ling Xian as a nymphomaniac, Ling Yaoyao was a little embarrassed. Ling Xian grabbed the little girl's hand to her lips, kissed her slowly one finger at a time, her voice was low, and she said with a smile, "Because I sensed the gaze of my baby's love but he refused to give me a loving good morning kiss." Ling Yaoyao knew that the man had started flirting with her again. Now Ling Yaoyao has found a way to deal with Ling Xian's flirting with her, that is, don't coax, provoke her back. Ling Yaoyao leaned over and quickly kissed Ling Xian's thin lips. A bright smile spread on his bright little face, and he said, "Brother, it's early." However, Ling Yaoyao didn't know that men who got up in the morning were absolutely unavoidable, especially since they were still in Chuang now. Next, Ling Yaoyao was pampered by the rogue from the divine domain to her body, from her pale blonde hair to her pink round and cute toes. When the weak and small pale golden tentacles were dragged into Ling Xian's divine domain by the strong black and red divine tentacles, Ling Yaoyao protested seriously with his thoughts, "Isn't this good in your divine domain? There is no black Banu energy, and there is no need to guide it at all, okay?" Ling Xian's black-red mental tentacles wrapped the light golden tentacles tightly, and did not answer. "Baby, have you missed me these days, huh?" Ling Yaoyao snorted arrogantly, "No." Mental power tentacles unconsciously betrayed her heart. "I miss you several times every day," Ling Xian continued. "Baby, I want you so much, I want to eat you whole." Ling Yaoyao was annoyed. "Lust. Get up." The thought of the tentacles of the god was your face feels good, I want to touch it a few more times." Ling Xian laughed happily and pressed Ling Yaoyao's hand to his face, looking like he was touching it casually. When Ling Xian was looking forward to the wedding night, he and Ling Yaoyao were truly united, and at the same time they were combined with the gods, and the spirit was integrated. Ling Yaoyao sensed Ling Xian's thoughts, and was so ashamed that the whole person was about to smoke, and wanted to kick Ling Xian down the chuang. This kind of thought would be completely sensed by the other party at any time. It's a pity that her strength is small, and her mental power is slightly inferior, and she was completely suppressed by Ling Xian. When Ling Yaoyao really got up, it was already noon, and when she went to the restaurant to eat, her friends looked at her with full ambiguity and ridicule, looking like, "You little don't win the newlyweds, we can understand." Ling Yaoyao was only embarrassed in front of Ling Xian and her elders, and she was not afraid of ridicule from her friends, and she calmly blocked back one by one. "Ling Yaoyao, Lilith, you and Justin are old husband and wife, and you still scold me every day, so embarrassed to talk about me?" Lilith was shot in the knee, but she really punched and kicked. Fortunately, her family's dear didn't dislike her. "Ling Yaoyao, brother Wei Yuan, if you are envious, you can also find a sister paper to fall in love." Wei Yuan touched his nose and concentrated on eating without speaking. "Ling Yaoyao, Xiao Chao Marin, Yi Shuai, you two show affection in front of me every day, so you don't allow me to show it occasionally?" Xiao Mingyao and Yi Shi said in unison, "When did I show my love?" Then they looked at each other in disgust, duplicitously saying that the other party was not their favorite at all. "Ling Yaoyao, Qinghe, I found that you seem to have someone you like recently." Su Qinghe glanced at Wei Yuan's direction in a panic, and then flatly denied, "There is no such thing." Ling Yaoyao looked at Jinro. "It's useless if you want to deny it. Whoever asks you to make auxiliary therapy food for that person every day, he has been fattened by you." Jinro's face turned red, and she said, "Isn't he called fat besides? The face is good looking, even if you are fat." Wei Yuan realized it later, and said with a wry smile, "Why is there all the sour smell of love around me?" But he didn't know at all that he was actually one of them. 168 and 012, who are really single dogs, looked at each other, and couldn't understand why humans would spend their time talking about boredom and saying that they were in love, and continued to bury their heads in hardship. 168 used insect silk to feed 012 a piece of fried insect wings, and 012 used tentacles to poke 168 with a sea beast meatball, and the picture was also strangely harmonious and beautiful. Ling Xian took Li Nan to stop outside the restaurant door, and listened to the audience with his big hearing. Ling Xian looked at the eyesore guys who were stealing Ling Yaoyao's attention with him, and also glanced back at his confidant Li Nan with approving eyes, and after looking at it carefully, he concluded, "You have gained at least 3 kilograms, and you need to increase your daily training." Unexpectedly, in just 2 months of summer vacation, this guy known as Shaoice Mountain could actually turn to a dietary therapy junior sister paper, and he was still Yao Yao's classmate and friend, and he had the demeanor of his boss. Li Nan said embarrassedly, "Ahem, obey, Admiral." The vacation life in the Tower Worm Star field quickly ended, and everyone happily returned to the Huanhua Empire. "This time I went back, but there were many things that were different from when I came. The political system of the Huanhua Empire and the powerful circle of the imperial capital star have undergone earth-shaking changes. The 5,000-year-old monarchical dictatorship of the Huanhua Empire has now been reformed into a constitutional monarchy. The original emperor abdicated due to illness, and the third prince Xiao Shen, as the new emperor, officially succeeded to the throne a month ago. As an emperor, Shaozhen can still enjoy supreme wealth and honor, but he has no executive, legislative, or judicial power, so he can only be a mascot without real power. At the same time, the Wano Imperial Parliament was formed, and the first parliamentary members were elected 2 weeks ago. The composition of the parliament, the 6 legions and the royal family were all in the hands of trustees, but half of them were civilian parliamentarians elected by the people. On the whole, the Huanua Empire is also thriving. It is expected that at the end of October, the Tower Worm Star Field and the Huanua Empire Worm Space Channel will be officially opened. Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian's wedding was also prepared with great fanfare, and early November was chosen as the wedding date. The people of the entire empire are looking forward to this grand wedding. In the circle of the powerful in the imperial capital Star, people who are not so powerful and have not yet received wedding invitations have begun to have various trusts, hoping to get the national CP wedding invitation tickets with the highest support rate among the people. As one of the parties, Ling Yaoyao's life is not much different from before. She still takes theoretical classes with the students of the diet therapy class, and then goes to the diet therapy research base to take practical classes, and makes some delicious food for Master Kai Yuhong, and mixes it by the way. It is worth mentioning that after several months of devoted to retreat research, Kai Yuhong finally upgraded from a Grandmaster level dietitian to a legendary level dietotherapist. In the Imperial Food Therapy Research Center, there are also 2 or 3 master level top level food therapists, who have advanced to the Grandmaster level food therapist. Kai Lao's old buddy and old rival Zhen Lao, Zhen Qiang also went from a Grandmaster level medicine therapist, relying on the more advanced ingredients obtained from the Tower Worm Star Field, to eat and medicine, and successfully advanced to the legendary level medicine therapist, only a week later than Kai Lao. The wind of dietary therapy in the Huanua Empire rose rapidly, forming a good competition with medication. Ling Yaoyao became a Grandmaster level food therapist, so there is no need to deliberately hide it, but it has not been deliberately promoted. Many people find Ling Yaoyao through various relationships to help make auxiliary healing food. If the mental power domain is incomplete or collapsed, Ling Yaoyao will do her part to help make auxiliary healing food. Fortunately, there are not many people who can go through Ling Xian's layers of protective nets to find Ling Yaoyao as auxiliary therapeutic food. In addition to asking the other party to provide double the ingredients, Ling Yaoyao does not charge a penny, and the extra ingredients are regarded as hard work. For Ling Yaoyao, a national treasure level food therapy master who can make extremely delicious auxiliary healing food and is also particularly effective in treating the divine domain, this level of reward is too light, receiving Ling Yaoyao's favor. Although these people will not be bound to the ships of the Ling and Wei families from now on, they will also have to give the Ling and Wei families a little bit of thin face and carry out various cooperative exchanges. Of course, this is a good thing for them. After all, not everyone can have a relationship with the Ling and Wei families now. The Ling family has become a veritable first family in the military, and the Wei family is also closely following, and the Ling family and the Wei family Qianqiang have joined forces, and the momentum is in full swing and unstoppable. The only thing that bothers Ling Yaoyao is that she has to try on various versions of the new wedding dress every 3 or 5 days. From the phoenix crown shawl and cheongsam of the ancient earth country A's style, to the white wedding dresses and toasting clothes of the medieval earth era, from the elaborate wedding dresses of the Huanua Empire to the flower wedding dresses of the Green Star Alliance, because these are all customized by hand by senior design masters, the best materials are also used, and some minor adjustments are often made in terms of detail design and size, as well as matching decorations and so on. There are also various beautiful scenes constructed through holograms to take wedding photos of the interstellar era hologram version. The only consolation is that Ling Xian has always been tossed with her. Men who usually wear military uniforms and training uniforms change into that set of low-key and luxurious dresses, and their hairstyles and faces are slightly modified, which is simply handsome, and in Ling Xian's eyes, Ling Yaoyao, who is rare in full dress and makeup, is also so beautiful that he can't take his eyes off. On this day, the first wedding dress they tried on was the style of the medieval earth era, and it was also the most popular wedding dress style in the 21st century on the ancient earth where Ling Yaoyao lived. Looking at Ling Yaoyao wearing a white lace floor-length wedding dress, Ling Xian desperately suppressed his restless blood before he could bear to want to take the wedding dress, the urge to tear it with your own hands. Ling Xian's eyes were deep, and he stretched out his hand and carefully rubbed the girl's makeup cheeks. I really hope the wedding day will come soon. Looking at Ling Xian in a well-tailored white shirt and a black suit, forbidden and xinging, Ling Yaoyao's eyes were shining, her eyebrows were curved, and she smiled lightly. Well, I hope too. Brother, you are so handsome. but you can only be me. On November 6, the long-awaited grand wedding of Ling Xian, the national god of war, and Ling Yaoyao, the grandmaster of ancient gourmet cuisine and auxiliary therapy, finally arrived. The Imperial Military Life Channel and StarNet's largest online platform jointly broadcast the whole wedding. When Ling Yaoyao usually makes various ancient gourmet food videos, his face is never in the camera, and he also shows his face as a public system on the Star Network, and Ling Xian, as the imperial god of war, rarely appears in public. Rarely appear on the news page, which is also a long-range shot, such as the time Ling Xian proposed in public before. Everyone knows that Ling Yaoyao is very beautiful and Ling Xian is very handsome, but most of the fans are attracted by their extraordinary achievements and impressed by their personal charm, and they have never felt the impact of the appearance of the two very positively and intuitively. At this wedding, when everyone saw Ling Yaoyao's prosperous beauty and Ling Xian's perfect handsome face up close through the simulated holograms, they were all excited. My goddess can obviously rely on her face to eat, but she has to rely on her cooking skills. My male god can obviously rely on his face to eat, but he has to rely on force. Everyone was full of guilt, just felt the incomparable impact from the appearance of the goddess/male god, but they didn't even have the qualifications to rely on licking the screen. The goddess, male god, was married, and the groom, bride, was not me, that's all. More importantly, the male god and the goddess look so compatible, it's simply a match made in heaven. They even take one of them as a object. They feel that it is blasphemy. I am a CP fan myself, excited, and I am happier than getting married. Originally, it was not a CP score, but it was silently circled as a fan. Even many strangers who were not so familiar with each other became familiar with the male gods/goddesses who had common fans, and the complex hearts that were also envious, jealous, and hateful at the scene of Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao's wedding holographic live broadcast Star Network. There were tens of billions of viewers watching the ceremony online at the same time, and according to incomplete statistics, the audience saw tens of millions of pairs of couples in one day. The interstellar people, who have always been very cautious about marriage, have risen in the next few months and even years, and many of them have chosen to marry directly, becoming the period with the highest registered marriage rate in the past thousands of years of the Huan-Nua Empire. The reason is very laughable, although there is no hope of chasing male gods/goddesses in this life, but if they get married and have children at about the same time as male gods/goddesses, maybe their children can form in-laws with male gods/goddesses' children. If you can't be an in-law, it's great to be a friend, classmate, and alumni. The groom is handsome and breaks the sky, the bride is the best, and the groomsmen and bridesmaids are also at a super high level of appearance. 012 and 168, two flower girls with a fierce appearance but super stupid, have also attracted a lot of attention and topics. Of course, Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian at the wedding were completely unaware of these. If you want to be simple in the wedding of the interstellar age, you can sign half a registration, but Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian's identity is absolutely impossible to simplify, not only to do it, but also to do it big, and the scale is not much worse than the marriage of the emperor and queen of the empire. The procedures are also extremely cumbersome and complex. First, Ling Xian went to Wei's house to pick up his relatives, and the team to pick up his relatives consisted of 2,999 A-class or above mechas, all of which were embellished with festive floral decorations and ribbons. The mecha led by it is the tallest and coolest. It is the Imperial Mecha Grandmaster who made the body with new materials, and the chip has also been upgraded, and now it has become Ling Yun of the SSS level mecha, and the mecha is naturally the groom Ling Xian. The mecha wedding team made a dazzling aerial performance, and finally saluted in unison. Then Ling Xian took the three best man groups of Qingben, Lu Lin, and Li Nan to break through the many obstacles set up by the Wei family, and finally arrived outside the main house of the Wei family where Ling Yaoyao was located. This is not the end. Ling Xian was also obstructed by Ling Yaoyao's three brother regiments Wei Yuan, Xiao Ming Yuan, and Xiao Ming Yao, asking Ling Xian not to take any counterattack, nor to use short-distance space teleportation, to break through the defense line of Wei Yuan, Xiao Ming Yuan, and Xiao Ming Yao within a minute, and enter the gate of the Wei family's main house. Wei Yuan and Xiao Ming Yao are just that, although their mental power and physique have been slightly improved under Ling Yaoyao's long-term feeding, and they can be regarded as first-class talents, but they are still students who lack combat experience. Xiao Mingyuan is a major general in the army, and he is a good player whose combat power is only below Ling Xian in the younger generation. Not to mention that the Wei family still sets such harsh conditions the guests present and the audience watching the ceremony online suddenly became nervous, and this request was too embarrassing. don't let you counterattack, don't let you use the space leap talent, and you have to fight against 3, and the Imperial God of War can't get up. Unfortunately, everyone quickly discovered that even if Ling Xian didn't make a move at all, his body and speed were not comparable to Qiao Mingyuan and others, and their joint attack didn't even touch Ling Yun's shell, let alone hit Ling Yun. Ling Xian was easy, and it only took 11 seconds to cross the defensive line of Wei Yuan and the others. Cough. This is still a situation where Ling Xian has deliberately released water. Looking at the extremely accurate 11th second, many people think of Ling Yaoyao Star Network food platform ID as 11, which is really a casual and euphemistic confession. Some people suddenly recalled that when Ling Yaoyao participated in the Star Network Auxiliary Therapy Food Competition, during the first round of voting, there was also a true love pink and black into the auxiliary therapy competition platform, which paralyzed the platform voting system for 11 seconds, during which only Ling Yaoyao had one more vote. It always feels like they have discovered something amazing. Could it be that Lord Ling Xian, the god of war, began to covet their goddess Yaoyao at that time? When Ling Xian crossed the defensive line, he entered the gate of the Wei family's main house. Ling Xian and the groomsmen put away their mechas, continued to break into the Wei family's level after level, and finally came to the outside of the villa where Ling Yaoyao was. Here, Ling Xian has to accept the test of the last level, from his father-in-law Wei Ling, combat skills. Ling Yaoyao was accompanied by her mother Qian Yao, as well as Su Qinghe, Zhen Rou, and Lilith, and walked out of the upstairs room to watch the battle in the hall downstairs. Ling Xian's physique has just advanced to the SSS level, while Wei Ling is an SS upgrade with richer combat experience, and the two are also on equal footing. Although they are all point-to-point, Wei Ling recognized Ling Xian's strength even more after this battle, and Ling Xian also felt Wei Ling's fatherly love for Ling Yaoyao. This man has not accompanied Ling Yaoyao for many years, nor has he taken a position to reject the Ling family's marriage proposal, but he expresses his love for his daughter in a different way. Wei Ling was warning Ling Xian that if he dared to treat Ling Yaoyao badly, Wei Ling would not be afraid of him because of the gap in mental power. And after testing Ling Xian's strength was not inferior to him at all, Wei Ling was not too difficult, stopped in time, and only said, "Take care of her." Ling Xian nodded seriously, "I will, Dad." Wei Ling nodded invisibly and looked up at his wife and daughter upstairs. Qian Yao walked down with her daughter in her arms, her face was proud, and she looked a little sentimental. She gave Ling Yaoyao a deep hug, with faint tears flashing in her eyes. Ling Yaoyao was also a little infected, and her eyes were a little red. Wei Ling and Qian Yao together put their daughter Ling Yaoyao into Ling Xian's hands. Ling Xian took Ling Yaoyao and looked at his beautiful bride intently, her cold and handsome face that had been tense, and a happy and sweet smile bloomed. The smile on Ling Yaoyao's beautiful face is also glamorous, brilliant, and charming, and her eyes are also only tolerant of Ling Xian. At this moment, everyone seemed to feel what it meant to be made in heaven and earth. The master of ceremonies invited people from the marriage bureau to come over, and Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao pressed their fingerprints on the marriage consent form at the same time. Wei Ling and Qian Yao also signed the consent form of the woman's parents for Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian to marry in advance in public. Then Wei Ling and Qian Yao, along with Mr. Wei and Mrs. Wei, drank the tea of Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao, and gave the two juniors generous lip change envelopes respectively. Next, out of the villa where Ling Yaoyao temporarily lived, Ling Xian hit Princess Hang and picked up Ling Yaoyao. Until he left the gate of the Wei family's main house, Ling Xian used his mental power to release the mecha Ling Yun, and Ling Yaoyao also took out the mecha Ling Bo. The two mechas, which look like a CP at first glance, have attracted everyone's attention, and what is even more surprising is that the two mechs quickly deformed and connected together to become a combined two-person mecha. Ling Xian maintained the posture of holding Ling Yaoyao, stepped on the pink main body, and the light ladder embellished with love and flowers, and got on the two-person mecha. The mecha welcome team circled the entire imperial capital star in a grand circle before returning to the manor villa group of the Ling family's old house. Then Ling Tianyue and Shen Yanjun signed the man's parents' consent form for Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian to marry in advance in public, and Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian toasted Mr. Ling Tianyue, and Shen Yanjun with tea. Of course, red envelopes are also indispensable. Next, there is also the oath of exchange with Jiao in the first auditorium of the empire. At the wedding banquet, bow to heaven and earth, worship parents, and husband and wife, drink a glass of wine in public. When they saw Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao kissing sweetly and long-term in public, everyone had a feeling of being infected by their happiness. Those who were not in love wanted to fall in love, Those who were in love wanted to get engaged, those who were engaged wanted to get married, and those who were married. It also reminded me of the moment when they were the most tender and sweet. These processes are modeled after some of the rituals of medieval Earth-era weddings, and are cleverly combined with the wedding model of the interstellar age, which is very novel and interesting for everyone to see. The Wano Empire not only gave rise to ancient gourmet food style, but also retro country A style to wedding ceremonies. At the end of the ceremony, Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao changed into toasting dresses, but because there were too many guests, they couldn't toast at every table, so they could only toast a glass in each guest area, a total of 9 guest areas, which means a long time. The next step is to return to the main table and sit with the parents and relatives of both sides, surrounded by the best relatives and friends, and everyone has a delicious dinner. After dinner, the must-have program of the interstellar-era wedding is to book a mecha training hall and conduct mecha indoor competitions, giving the man and the woman's relatives and friends of the same age a time to get to know each other in jiao flow, and it is also a time to show the strength of the bride and groom's relatives and friends. The groom and bride will mostly accompany the first half of the game, and the second half will be played by relatives and friends themselves. When Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao drove the two-person mecha of Ling Yun and Ling Bo, everyone refused, and no one wanted to go up and be joined by this powerful couple. Ling Yaoyao is an SSS level mental power, although the physique is only S level, but the mecha chow control technology is also trained and taught by Ling Xian. Most of them can't even beat Ling Yaoyao. Okay, as for Ling Xian, it was originally an unattainable and terrifying existence, not to mention the two of them teaming up. This is not a fun game at all. Someone proposed to let Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao fight, but Ling Xian sternly refused. No, we only agree with the outside world. Seeing that no one was off the field for more than a minute, Ling Xian started the mecha and prepared to leave the training ground, and left a message saying that he would leave the venue for everyone. Leaving the training ground, Ling Xian immediately turned on the combat stealth mode, refusing to be tracked and watched by the Flying Bee video recorder sent by the Military Life Channel and the Star Network live broadcast platform. Everyone can only say that the god of war is simply too shameless. The destination of the mecha is the new residence assigned by Ling Xian to the general, and it is also the wedding room of this wedding, located in another manor mansion near the old house of the Ling family. The newlyweds who had been busy all day finally ushered in some alone time. This is also the night that Ling hooligan Lao Guoban Xian has been looking forward to for a long time. When he was on the mecha, Ling Xian first fed Ling Yaoyao 2 bottles of medicinal soup to restore his mental power and physical strength, or drank it himself first, and crossed the medicinal soup into Ling Yaoyao's mouth through kissing. Ling Xian smiled and said, "I still have 28 medicinal soups, if you are sleepy and tired I'll feed you one." Ling Yaoyao was almost choked. This medicinal soup was still prepared for Ling Xian a few days ago, when Ling Xian said that he had recently prepared for a wedding, and he was busy with military affairs, and the consumption was a bit large. She believed it to be true and made him 30 sticks in case of emergency. As a result, who knew that Ling Xian, this bastard, was saving on her? Is this a stone shot in her foot? Ling Xian's Admiral's Manor mansion has an ancient country A style on the outside, but an ancient country A style on the inside, cleverly integrating the convenience of high technology. Ling Yaoyao was surrounded by robot maids who looked like costume maids, went to the bathroom to take a petal oil bath, and then let the robot maids change into her last wedding dress phoenix crown shawl. Ling Xian was on the other side, also washing and dressing up, and changed into a big red wedding dress. Naturally, the next thing is the room is filled with candles. Ling Yaoyao was originally very nervous and scared, but the moment her red hijab was lifted by Ling Xian, she suddenly understood that she was actually looking forward to rejoicing. This is the lover I finally met across time and space. In order to make her happy, he just gathered the most country A's and modern parts of ancient and modern country A and abroad, perhaps in the eyes of people in the interstellar age, or pure ancient earthlings. They are a bit nondescript, but they are the most suitable for Ling Yaoyao. Ling Yaoyao suddenly and completely understood why the Ling Yaoyao of another ancient earth time and space would rather shorten his life several times and choose to return to that person. If it was her, she was willing. The man eagerly and restrainedly pressed the girl on the festive wedding chuang of the ancient carved chuang frame with a simulated water shock chuang mat, kissed gently and lingeringly, and gently uncovered the beautiful layers of wedding dress with his big hand. Although Ling Xian had been looking forward to it for a long time and had made a lot of preparations, he was still reluctant to let Ling Yaoyao have the slightest bit of encouragement and grievances. Through the last layer of clothes, he buckled the girl's slender waist, reluctantly paused, and asked solemnly and hoarsely, "Baby, daughter-in-law, is it okay, huh?" If she wasn't ready, he could wait a little longer. Anyway, he had been waiting for so long. When he first confessed, he kissed her with a drunken feeling. Later, when he proposed, he also chose a timing that was so clever that it was difficult for her to refuse. Now that everyone is married back, they always have to wait for her willingness. In this feeling, she was mostly forced to accept him, but people were always greedy. He not only wanted to get her people, but also wanted her heart, longing for her equally unreserved love. What made Ling Xian ecstatic was that Ling Yaoyao took the initiative to wrap around his neck and gave him soft lips. After 32 years of hunger and thirst, Admiral Ling, who had been able to see and touch and eat for a year, finally dismantled and ate a certain little girl he was longing for. Gnawing and gnawing on it, it tasted more delicious, graceful, and seductive than all the food he had ever eaten. Ling Yaoyao's feeling is not so good, it can even be said to be a little miserable. Whenever she wants to faint, she will be fed another medicinal soup to restore her mental power and physical strength. The physical gap between S-class and SSS class is really big. The night of late autumn in the imperial capital is as cool as water. In Admiral Ling's wedding room, it was a warm flower blooming, and it was turned red. Deputy CP1, Shao Ice Mountain meets Little Sweet Cake. Li Nan vs Shinro. Li Nan felt that he would like Shinrome paper, probably because he was shown affection by Ling Xian and Ling Yaoyao to show off the delicious food, and felt that Miss Ling, who seemed petite and weak but was actually murderous, was really a bit scary, and felt that the food could not be made too delicious, otherwise even the murderous meat peachworm would be worried every day. Even after being a 168 breeder for a long time, Li Nan still couldn't feel that a bug was cute, and his heart was always complicated and speechless. So when he met Shinrome Paper, who was really petite and weak, would be very scared when he saw the Zerg tribe, and the food he made was just an ordinary delicious Shinro sister paper, he couldn't help but fall in love with it at first sight, and fell in love with it again, feeling that this girl paper was simply the ideal type created by God for himself. It greatly satisfied his protection. Although the little girl is not very dazzling, there will not be many people who compete with him for daughters-in-law. Look at how hard the Admiral is. He often has to compete with Meat Peachworm 168 and Blood Vine 012 for favor and food. I also often have to grab the attention of my daughter-in-law with a lot of relatives and friends of Miss Ling. However, Colonel Li Nan's schadenfreude, which he thought was very well concealed, was somehow discovered by Ling Xian. When the first batch of improved pocket peachworm babies, the highest level limit can only reach SS+, was bred, Shinrome Paper, as Ling Yaoyao's classmate and friend, was very lucky to be assigned one, and Jinro was very happy to name it Bebe. Since then, Colonel Li Nan has begun to be the breeder of the peachworm Bebe, who made the tower worm star field more suitable for the Zerg clan. So, his daily communication conversation with his girlfriend has since become, Nan Nan, how is Bebe today? Does it eat obediently? You didn't secretly eat the food I prepared for it last time, did you? Li Nan frowned. Sharo, can you change the name of Bebe? Jinro said seriously, of course not. Li Nan was very entangled. In this way, people will mistakenly think that I am a brother. Jinro chuckled. How is it possible? Bebe is so cute, you are just its breeder and shoveling officer. Li Nan, Jinro reluctantly raised her boyfriend's status for embarrassment. Or, do you make it? I remembered that Jinro usually called herself Mama to Bebe. Li Nan suddenly understood why the Admiral obviously wanted many people to rob his daughter-in-law, but he still connived at the Admiral's wife to do what she liked, but he was not so willing. Because he loved the house and the crow. Because even if you are beaten by someone you like, you are willing, not to mention that there is honey behind. Deputy CP2, Mecha Flowers and Mecha Rough. Qiao Mingyao vs Shi. When she first met in her first class in high school, Yishi felt that Qiao Mingyao was the type she didn't like the most as a boy. She was better looking than a girl. Later, I didn't know each other without fighting, and I found that he was not a mother at all, and he liked to pretend to be cold in front of strangers, but he would be innocent and funny in front of his friends, and they gradually became the best fighting partners, although they often couldn't help but lose each other. Recently, Yishi has felt the changes in Qiao Mingyao, an old classmate and friend for many years. He began to peek at her unconsciously, and she enjoyed the feeling of being peeked at by him, and even couldn't help but do something deliberately to attract his attention. Yishi thought, probably because Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian were tired of watching too much, and they were also a little affected. Chuan's heart was moving, but she and Qiao Mingyao, it is really not compatible, the family background is not compatible, the external is not compatible, and the Xing character is not compatible. Yi Shuai, who is the world's most confident and flirts with countless girls, will also have low self-esteem when he meets someone he really likes. So Yishi understood, but he kept pretending not to understand, and he never dared to respond to Qiao Mingyao. Yishi thought that they would always maintain a friend relationship, but Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian's wedding came. That day, Qiao Mingyao drank a lot of wine, and while drinking, he chew a cowbee. If I had promised to go on a blind date with Yao Mei, there would be nothing wrong with Ling Xian today, looking like he was too late to regret it. Obviously, he himself has never had any ambiguity about Ling Yaoyao. Yishi thought, probably Qiao Mingyao was also distressed, worried about why she didn't like Ling Yaoyao's delicate and dexterous food therapy junior sister paper, but planted it on her, a manly woman. Yishi felt a little guilty, which also had something to do with her provocation from unintentional to intentional. She drank a lot with him. It was Ling Yaoyao's medicinal wine, which had a lot of stamina, and they were all drunk. And then vulgarly they slept together in a daze. But it's not vulgar enough, they didn't drink and mess with X, they just slept purely with each other as pillows. But because of this sleep, they could no longer pretend not to care about each other. Qiao Mingyao began to hide from her. Yishi is angry, is she so bad? Is she a flood rush? Tut. It's really not like a man, I don't dare to admit it if I like it. Since Qiao Mingyao felt that her existence had caused trouble to his life, Yishi disappeared very sensibly and took a leave of absence to return to Yilingxing. Yi Xiaowei began to be very vigilant, thinking that she was going back to rob his father's property with him, but Yishi only stayed in Yilingxing for a week, confirmed that her mother's body had recovered, and sent Ling Yaoyao a large number of rare ingredients as a thank you gift. She began to travel the world. Drinking, flirting, doing mercenary missions, traveling, living a good life, even her own parents don't know where she went. But under such circumstances, Qiao Mingyao, the young son of a delicate family, reunited with her half a year later in a star thief's den. She was a mercenary who infiltrated the star thief's den as an undercover agent. She was willing to be kidnapped by her fellow star thieves. Yishi was surprised, how could you be tied up? With your strength, Sister Xiao Qiao, you shouldn't be. Qiao Mingyao blushed, I heard that the daughter of the head of this star thief organization is very beautiful, and she is the type I like. The daughter of the big boss is Yishi's recent boredom and flirting with the sister paper for the convenience of the task, which has a bit of a meaning that she will not marry. Yishi thought that Qiao Mingyao was not a coward, he was just awkward, she was. Yishi looked at Qiao Mingyao, who was stupid and had to take the initiative to put on the shackles of the god in order to find her, and he couldn't hold back and dragged him back to the room. Qiao Marin shouted no, but her body was very honest. Ah, the fine-skinned and tender Qiao Marin is really delicious. This also led to Yishi's identity being discovered by the Star Thief organization, and the undercover mission failed, and the two fled in a mecha. But Yishi felt that this was her most successful mercenary mission, and she put him in sleep. Qiao Mingyao thought that Yishi should have guessed that he was actually looking for her, but she definitely didn't know that when he saw her, he opened the colorless and odorless X medicine volatile hidden on the mental power confinement ring. Deputy CP3, Tranquil Tea and Strong Qing Coffee Wei Yuan vs Su Qinghe. Since recognizing his cousin Ling Yaoyao and having good luck to find his uncle Wei Ling, Wei Yuan felt that the burden on his shoulders had become much lighter. Although he was fed by Ling Yaoyao for a long time, now his mental power and physique have improved a lot, and his mental power physique has become SS level, barely stepping into the ranks of top geniuses, and he is no longer an ordinary genius whose mental power physique is only S level at the beginning. Coupled with Wei Yuan's wisdom, both Mr. Wei and Wei Ling agreed to continue to cultivate him as the heir of the Wei family. Wei Yuan didn't argue too much, maybe he had to wait for his two little cousins to grow up, and one of them could support the Wei family, so that he could really let go of this burden. And before that, Wei Yuan didn't plan to fall in love at all. But there are always exceptions to everything, such as when he met a special sister paper, a sister paper he had known a long time ago, but did not have too many Jiao collections. She is obviously the head of the Department of Medicine and the granddaughter of Marshal Zhao, but in order to get close to him, she clumsily went to learn dietary therapy, but the taste was always not well controlled. She was very apprehensive and asked him to help try the curative effect. Wei Yuan was not good at rejecting people, so he agreed again and again. After a lot of times, Wei Yuan, who was already smart, naturally sensed that something was wrong. He immediately alienated her and avoided without a trace. Wei Yuan felt that he was not worthy of her, a 19-year-old master pharmacist, and also had a little research on dietary therapy. Even under the dazzling brilliance of Yao Yao, she also relied on her own strength to stand firm in the position of medication. He is just an ordinary person who is talented and relies on hard work to make up for his clumsiness. But Su Qinghe didn't think so. Su Qinghe had a long dream, in which she had a completely different life. She was more dazzling than now, just like Ling Yaoyao in reality. And Ling Yaoyao in the dream was actually her enemy, and she robbed Xiaoming. Su Qinghe was very surprised at first. Was it because she envied Ling Yaoyao's achievements, thinking about it day and dreaming at night? No, 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 even if she dreams, Yaoyao should be excellent in her heart. How could she be so clumsy? In the dream, she achieved a higher level in medicinal therapy, and magically became a couple with the second prince Xiaoming, and even achieved the position of emperor and queen of the empire. Su Qinghe felt that such a dream was ridiculous, and she didn't feel happy at all. In the dream, her heart had always been humble, and she turned with Xiaoming. As a rational bystander, she doesn't think that such love is happiness at all, probably because she has seen truly pure love. For example, in reality, Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian are like each other, thinking about each other. Instead of being like Xiaoming in his dream, what he really loves is only the throne and himself. Fortunately, even in the dream world, logic exists. Xiaoming betrayed the empire to use everyone, and after his own value was used up, he was removed by the Tower Insect Emperor Michael without hesitation. And Ling Xian had already been framed by Xiaoming's design. Ling Yaoyao was also crazy and stupid. The Ling family declined, and the Wei family did not find Wei Ling. In the dream, she suddenly woke up, subdued Xiaoming's old subordinates as a queen, and together with Wei Yuan, who supported the Wei family, she carried the banner of fighting against the Tower Worm Star Field. But the Zerg clan has been killing them endlessly, and in the end, Wei Yuan blocked the Insect King for her and died in front of her, and his last words were to tell her to persevere. In the dream, she cried very sadly, thinking that if life could start over, she would rather live an ordinary life than never get entangled with a selfish hypocrite like Xiaoming again. If she could seek a peaceful and carefree prosperous world, she would definitely like a true gentleman like Wei Yuan who was willing to die to save her even if she was not a special person to him. Su Qinghe didn't tell anyone about this dream, but she looked at Wei Yuan a little differently since then. Compared with the apocalyptic situation in the dream, now, it can really be described as a prosperous era. Wei Yuan avoided her, and Su Qinghe was not discouraged. Gradually, Su Qinghe, the chief of the pharmacy department, liked to command the chief of the department, Wei Yuan, and the entire first military academy of the empire knew about it. She is not smart enough, but she will never give up what she believes unless she dies. Wei Yuan was helpless. Miss Su, what do you like about me? Su Qinghe raised his elegant and shy smile. I like all your looks. Even if she was struggling to think about how to reject her, she didn't want to hurt her self-esteem and was distressed. Wei Yuan was stunned and sighed. I'm not worthy of your liking, I'm ordinary. Su Qinghe, no, 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 you are the best in the world. Wei Yuan thought that in his eyes, she was not the best in the world, but it was an accident that he couldn't deal with at all. It is also the most beautiful accident. Deputy CP4, arrogant Miss Ren Xing and retired Special Forces. The original Ling Yaoyao versus Yan Lei. Ling Yaoyao chose to return to the ancient Earth era to be with Yan Lei for a simple reason. Yan Lei is the person who cares about her the most among the people she has met in her life. He loved her like a treasure, could protect her when it was critical, usually accompanied her, and couldn't leave her for a moment. And her adoptive parents, grandfather, big brother, friends, and biological family members in the interstellar era, none of them had to be her. If it weren't for Ling Yaoyao in the ancient Earth era and her identity swapping, she would only be in that world, unable to get the Xiaoming she liked, and Xiao Zhen, who liked her, was completely unreliable, and finally indirectly killed her eldest brother, making the Ling family ruined. What is the point of living such a life for another 300 years? It's worse than death. From this point of view, she can earn a chance to rewrite her life in the ancient Earth era. Even if this life is a little shorter, it is very worthwhile. Ling Yaoyao relied on the medicinal formula in her memory, combined with the medicinal materials of this era, to adjust her body for herself and Yan Lei, but because of the limitations of materials and genes, she could also extend their age to 120 or 30 at most, and the youth period was extended as much as possible, and there was no illness in old age. Staying together for 300 or 500 years is too tiring. 100 years is just right, and before the love is exhausted, it will be separated by death. Sure enough, after she went back, Yan Lei attached great importance to her who had been lost and regained, and kept an eye on her at all times, for fear that she would disappear and return to the future again. After letting go of the knot in her heart for the Huanhua Empire that gave birth to her, Ling Yaoyao felt that she had nothing to worry about and regret anymore, and married Yan Lei shortly after returning. In addition to being good at fighting and killing, that dull and sullen man doesn't know anything fun, he doesn't know how to play any comics, he can't guess her mind, and there is a huge generation gap with her. But as long as she says what she wants, he will try to find it for her. Once on her birthday, Yanlei asked her what gift she wanted. Ling Yaoyao said he wanted the stars in the sky. In fact, she just wanted him to accompany her to see the stars once. Who knows, the man actually traveled a long way to find her a large piece of extraterrestrial meteorite, that is, the part that fell when the meteor broke through the Earth's atmosphere. It's really a star in the sky. Another Qing People's Day, Ling Yaoyao said that she wanted the moon this time, thinking that this person couldn't take her to the moon, or get some souvenirs brought back from the moon. This is not the interstellar era. Yanlei racked his brains, closed the door and hid at home, refused to let her in for a month, and he rarely came out. Ling Yaoyao almost thought he was building a spaceship in retreat. Until the surprise was revealed, Ling Yaoyao couldn't laugh or cry. It turned out that he assembled a huge moon lamp for her by hand, and at night, it turned on the dim light, which was quite feeling. Later, when she became pregnant, her first child was born in a difficult way. She cried and howled in the delivery room, and bit his hand full of deep tooth marks, and a day and a night later the child was born by cesarean section, and she fainted, and he, who was not even afraid of killing in this peaceful era, actually fainted. He never liked to wear AT, and since then he has taken the initiative to wear it. Later, she wanted to have another daughter, and when she wore to the ancient Earth era, her thinking also deteriorated, and she felt that both her children and daughters would be auspicious. So she learned from brain-damaged idol dramas and pierced TT. She is pregnant with a second child. The trick is that this time it's still his son. This time Ling Yaoyao did not faint, Yanlei fainted again. After waking up, I went for a ligation. The eldest baby and the second baby grew up, and the days passed quickly, and not long after, they were able to marry and have children, and she and Yanlei still looked like they were in their early 30s because of the conditioning of the medicine. Then to the children of the eldest baby and the second baby, they can also marry and have children, and she and Yanlei look like they are in their early 40s. Ling Yaoyao pulled Yanlei back to the deep mountains and old forests, living a life of seclusion and poverty. Without brocade clothes, she actually felt sweet, and time slowed down again. It was so slow that even the eldest baby and the second baby left, so she and Yanlei lay down hand in hand, using their wrinkled lips and jiao for a sweet kiss. "Let's go?" Her eyes were a little unclear, and she asked vaguely. "Well, I'll be with you." He responded gently. He is physically better than hers, but he can actually survive for a few more years. But he was afraid that she would be lonely on the road, and that he would be too late to follow her and not find her. She felt her consciousness begin to drift, and vaguely heard him ask, in the next life, are we still together?" She could no longer speak, only scratching her index finger on the palm of her hand that was interlocked with him. This is a small gesture when they are so strong. She is exhausted, but she refuses to admit defeat, which means okay. "Come on." Who is afraid of whom? Usually at times like this, he will kiss her with a smile and let her go. There will be no next time. This time, he still kissed her, with laughter and tears. "Then just say it, I will never let you go in my next life." Ling Yaoyao felt that she saw and heard it, but she could no longer control her body, and not long after, Yanlei also leaned on her body and fell asleep. I don't know how long it took. Ling Yaoyao felt that she was born again. This time, she still carried the memories of her previous life, and was lucky to be born in the interstellar age. But it was not in the Huan Nua Empire, nor was it the interstellar era she was familiar with in her previous life. Unfortunately, however, she was orphaned at birth. The guardian is her stepbrother, Yanlei, who is 18 years older than her, and he looks similar to Yanlei in his previous life. Agree to meet again in this life, isn't it too fast? And obviously she died first. Why is Yanlei so much older than her? Moreover, Yanlei seems to have no memory of his previous life. She is still a baby who drinks milk. How can she hook up with her brother and husband in her previous life, who is extremely disgusted with her sister? Yan Yaoyao is a little unlovable. The young man Yanlei fed this cheap sister with a smart bottle with an ice cube face, and was extremely dissatisfied with her distraction and did not drink milk, and couldn't help but approach and poke her tender face. Yan Yaoyao also thought of a strategy to learn from the young lady Ling Yaoyao who exchanged bodies with her, and to flirt with her brother. She must start from an early age. Yan Yaoyao spat out a milk foam, smiled toothlessly at Yanlei, and then pouted hard, smearing a mouthful of milky saliva on the face of the cheap big brother. As for how they developed from brothers and sisters to lovers in this life, that's another story. When she woke up the next day, Ling Yaoyao covered her sore waist. She actually felt that she hadn't slept enough, mainly because she was awakened by hunger. At first glance, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly I felt that the whole person was not good. You know, Ling Yaoyao's S-level physique is really not low, and in the interstellar era, there is a medicinal soup to restore mental power and physical strength, as well as an agent spray to relieve muscle fatigue. She can still be destroyed to such an extent, then it's really to blame someone for being too unrestrained. Ling Xian, who was in the study, received the news of Ling Yaoyao's awakening as soon as possible, and brought her a bowl of preserved egg and slim porridge. This was done by Ling Xian himself. Under Ling Yaoyao's teachings, Admiral Ling's cooking skills are now remarkable, but only Ling Yaoyao is lucky enough to eat the food he cooks. Ling Yaoyao was very resentful. Don't think that a bowl of porridge can buy me. Ling Xian sat on the edge of the chuang and fed her porridge one bite at a time. Be good, I'll give you a massage after eating, and your waist won't be sore. It turned out that what the man said on chuang was not credible, and after eating the porridge, Ling Yaoyao's waist quickly became even more sour. The old maid who just opened the meat is really terrible. Ling Yaoyao crying and begging for mercy is useless, and it will further fuel someone's interest, and this person not only physically eats her, but also forces her to be intimately entangled with him in the mental power domain, and there is no privacy at all, because she disliked the recovery of the fatigue-relieving agent spray too slowly. Ling Xian also prepared a medical cabin in their room for her. The medical cabin is equipped with top-notch nutritional repair solution. Every drop is as expensive as Huang gold, which can help the human body quickly recover to the best state. Lie in it for 5 minutes and come out for another 2 hours. Ling Yaoyao's whole person collapsed. Others did not enter the medical cabin unless they were seriously injured, and they still used ordinary nutritional repair fluids, and she actually used the medical cabin and the top repair liquid for such a shameful purpose. Is the meaning of their marriage to be in the movement? Ling Yaoyao felt that she couldn't let Ling Xian go on like this, and the next night, she insisted that she must go out tomorrow. Fortunately, Ling Xian still paid more attention to proportion this time, and took her back on the morning of the third day to meet her parents and elders on both sides, had breakfast at Wei's house, and went back to Ling's house for lunch. Lunch was grabbed with friends 012 and 168, but because Ling Xian was too powerful, she stuffed her bowl to the brim, which made 012 and 168 very dissatisfied, and began to feel that it was good to eat without them. Anyway, Ling Xian had already warned them. Yaoyao had to take marriage leave with him recently, and would not cook in person. Now that he can stay in the Huanhua Empire for a long time, and there is a pet light brain, a little demon that is constantly changing, 168 pairs of Ling Yaoyao are not as sticky as before. After lunch, Ling Yaoyao was a little sleepy, but sternly rejected Ling Xian's proposal of nap, which sounded very beautiful and tempting, but actually contained disaster. Ling Yaoyao protested, "Where is there a marriage that knows how to eat, drink and sleep all day long? We have to go out and walk around." Ling Xian smiled and nodded, "Well, I have arranged a honeymoon trip. Since you can't wait, then let's set off early." Ling Yaoyao was very happy when she heard that she was going on a honeymoon trip, and after a moment, she asked where she was going. Ling Xian pinched her little nose, "A place you have longed for a long time and will definitely like when you go." Ling Yaoyao immediately guessed, could it be the Green Star Alliance? Ling Xian, "Well, I asked my mother-in-law for the interstellar coordinates over there. If you want to be faster, I can take you directly to Space Jump. If you prefer the sea of stars and admire the gorgeous nebulae, we can take a spaceship and fly over slowly." The unknown and strange space is still a long distance, and it takes a lot of effort for Ling Xian to shuttle through, and it is also accompanied by a certain degree of instability and danger. Ling Yaoyao thought for a while, "We are not in a hurry now, let's take our time." Before leaving, the two spent 2 days preparing to clean up, and Qian Yao told Ling Yaoyao in detail the precautions, as well as the gifts and messages she asked her to bring to her grandmother. The Green Star Alliance and the Warner Star Field are far away, although they are in the same starry sky, but they have to fly for a month or two to get there, and they have to pass through a chaotic star belt during this period, so at least SS-upgraded spacecraft can pass. Qian Yao also wanted to go back to see the motherland, but she couldn't let go of Wei Ling and her 2 sons. Wei Ling had just taken over the Thorn Legion and couldn't leave, so she could only let her daughter go over to see the situation first, and she waited for a while. Ling Yaoyao quickly regretted her choice. She and Ling Xian traveled on an upgraded version of the Night Rider, which was faster and had more invisibility capabilities, and could only accommodate 50 or 60 people. But in addition to the 2 of them, Ling Xian only brought a few food therapists and a 10-person escort team. Ling Xian did not allow Ling Yaoyao to bring 012 and 168, because the two goods were too good at grabbing food and drama. As long as they were there, Ling Yaoyao would definitely be divided into most of their attention. Ling Xian insisted on not bringing these two goods, leaving them in the Huanhua Empire to love each other. But just in case, he still left the interstellar coordinates of the Green Star Alliance for 168. It really wanted to go. Ling Xian didn't stop it. Don't be a light bulb between him and Ling Yaoyao along the way. On the night one, Ling Yaoyao can hardly see anyone, because she spends most of her time with Ling Xian in the captain's cabin, in the viewing room, in the command room, in the private dining room, and even in her exclusive kitchen. Ling Xian's favorite thing is that while doing something serious, let her look at the gorgeous nebulae in the distance, proving with practical actions that exercise is not limited to Chuang, and does not delay her from admiring the beautiful nebulae, and even sometimes does not delay her cooking if she forgets to cook. He will remind her regularly. Ling Yaoyao wanted Ling Xian to go to the Green Star Alliance quickly, but she was afraid that if she got there, it would be just a different place. She became more and more entangled, and could only secretly pray that Ling Xian's heat would pass quickly. A month later, the two of them could calculate their destination, the Green Star Alliance. Ling Yaoyao cheered. If Ling Xian hadn't caught her in time, she would have wanted to be the first to leave the Dark Knight miniature battleship. She could feel that the huge green planet in front of her was the hometown of her, Xianyao's mother, and Lilith, the Green Star. The Green Star looks mysterious and gentle, kind and auspicious, and the spacecraft on the spaceport do not have much traffic, and the pace of work is slow. Everyone is very friendly and harmonious, and they will go in and out of the Green Star, and they are also the friendly allies of the Green Star, such as the show people, the mermaids, and so on. Probably only in such a place can we raise a royal family who is lazy to be an emperor, and who have extraordinary fighting ability but don't like to fight and kill. Ling Yaoyao likes this place very much. The warm sunshine and fresh air give her a feeling of coming home. Although she was not born in this land, she had half of the blood of the Green Star people in her bones, and she was still the most noble royal family. Soon, the spaceport inspected their spaceship. The rule of the Green Star Alliance is that if the group is full of outsiders, at least one Green Star person must be introduced and guaranteed, otherwise they are not allowed to enter. When entering the spaceport, Ling Yaoyao stood on an identity sensor that only vaguely showed that she had high-level Green Star blood. Ling Xian was afraid that something would happen to her, so he kept following her. Fortunately, Ling Yaoyao got the pass smoothly. Because if it is a person who hides great malice into the Green Star Alliance, it will most likely be sensed by the flowers planted on both sides of the passage, and occasionally one or two fish that slip through the net will slip in. Most of them are also the life of flower fertilizer. Although the people of the Green Star Alliance are very lazy and not all of them have extraordinary combat effectiveness, they have all kinds of strange self-protection skills. That's why the management of the Green Star Alliance dares to be so loose. Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian, as well as the food therapist and combat division team behind them, had just entered the spaceport when they saw many strange green stars. Those with rough heads, long flowers, rattan or leaves as clothes, or strange skin colors. These are mostly low-level Green Star races that have not evolved so completely. The more advanced ones, at most have a tattoo on the face, hair color, and peculiar eye color, and the others are basically no different from humans. Lilith is like this. However, what surprised Ling Yaoyao the most was not the sparse green stars, but the 012 and 168 waiting in the hall of the spaceport. As soon as they saw Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian, they rushed over and begged for a hug. 012, I want to leave this baby behind. No way. 168, I heard that there are a lot of delicious things here, so I came. Ling Yaoyao sighed, but you are both meat eaters, and the Green Star Alliance is vegetarian. 012 and 168 shook their heads. No, 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 there are a lot of meat-eating plants here, and there are also many delicious and cute animals. Ling Xian was speechless, telling them the coordinates just to prevent accidents, who knew that these two guys were also fighting hard in order to eat. However, seeing Ling Yaoyao hearing the delicious food and the cute appearance of her eyes starting to light up, Ling Xian felt that these two light bulbs were not so eyesore. Ling Xian also knew that he had been a little too tight with Ling Yaoyao during this time, and the little girl was a little afraid of her. This is because Ling Xian measured that the degree of match between him and Ling Yaoyao's mental power was 99.9%. Ling Xian speculated that this might be because Ling Yaoyao's soul was foreign, and the fit with the body was still slightly worse. According to the doctor's advice, when the partners who are highly compatible with each other are physically united, they deepen their understanding and familiarity with each other's bodies, and at the same time accompany the combination of the gods, which can impact 100% of the match. And as long as the compatibility of the two reaches 100%, even if they are separated by countless galaxies, they will be able to sense whether the other party is in danger and the approximate direction. The partner who is 100% compatible with the god is destined to be together for a lifetime, and neither party will be willing to be separated from the other party. If one party dies by accident, the living one will also be very painful, and it will not be long before he dies. During this time, the little girl should have a hard time dealing with him wholeheartedly, or it is said that she is embarrassed, and she can't adapt to the intimate relationship with him day and night for a while, so just these two silly and sweet people will accompany her to change her heart. One day, she will get used to it. Ling Xian thought, perhaps, they have reached 100% compatibility with the gods. Looking at Ling Yaoyao's back look, he didn't need her to speak, he could know that she was now thinking in her heart, although she was very happy to see 012 and 168, but she also regretted not being able to accompany him alone, and this time it was agreed that it was their honeymoon trip. Ling Xian walked over and touched the little girl's head. Obviously Ling Xian's mouth did not move, but she seemed to hear him saying, "Then you have to compensate me well at night." Ling Yaoyao stared at Ling Xian with wide eyes. Ling Xian explained, "Our god is 100% compatible, and we can flow through the god's mind at close range, without the tentacles of the god probing into the other party's divine domain." Ling Xian asked, "Do you think it is so scary without your consent in advance? If it's an idea you don't want me to hear, I still can't hear it." Ling Yaoyao's eyebrows curved, "It's not scary, it's great, don't think I'm nagging and troubled in the future." Because the two of them did not speak, and there were no mental power tentacles to convey their thoughts, 012 and 168 only felt that these two humans had begun to be tired of the dog again. 012 shook and pulled 168's worm silk back 2 steps, "Forget it, let's go collect the ingredients alone, and come back to you to help make it then." Although Ling Yaoyao didn't do anything, Ling Xian also brought several food therapists. 168 also nodded quickly, thinking that this idea was good, and he could do whatever he wanted, and someone would help make delicious food. Looking at the digital legion that left together, Ling Yaoyao was a little disappointed. They seemed to be becoming more and more independent. Ling Xian touched her head, "Fool, I will always be by your side. Let's go find something delicious first, or go see your grandmother first, huh?" Ling Yaoyao struggled, "Bringing delicious food to see my grandmother, it seems more sincere, right?" Ling Yaoyao's maternal grandmother is also the current president of the Green Star Alliance. It was an old lady with a stinky temper but a soft heart. The relationship between the Green Star people is not very strong, and they are more like friends when they get along. She welcomed Ling Yaoyao's arrival, and regretted that she had such a high talent, or a rare double cultivation of combat assistance. Why not a pure-blooded Qianlingua clan, because non-pure-blooded people cannot be the president of the Green Star people. The old lady accepted the food brought by Ling Yaoyao and Qian Yao's gift from Ling Yaoyao, and then stretched out her hand and tapped Ling Yaoyao's forehead, saying that it was a return gift. Ling Yaoyao only felt a chill on her forehead, very comfortable, and felt that she had a clear understanding of all the racial information of the Green Star Alliance in her mind, and also had a more thorough understanding of the composition of the highest level of animals and plants. This is the racial memory inheritance technique. The person who is used and the person who casts it must be a member of the Thousand Spirit Flower clan who can fight and assist in dual cultivation. It is also to open a door for Ling Yaoyao to break through the legendary level and become a higher god-level auxiliary healer. The old lady glanced at Ling Xian and only nodded, "You too, the fit is 100%, it's very good. If your descendants have atavistic pure-blooded Green Star bloodline, remember to send them back to the Green Star." Although Ling Yaoyao herself is not a Green Star pure-blooded, she has awakened to the dual cultivation of combat assistance, and accepted the memory inheritance, and also found a target that is 100% suitable for the gods, and the descendants may have pure human blood, or atavistic pure-blooded Green Star blood. Ling Yaoyao felt that giving birth to a baby or something was still far away from her, and if she really had it, no matter what kind of blood, she wanted to take it with her. Ling Xian didn't want a child to destroy their two-person world so quickly. But he said seriously, "If Yaoyao and I really have a child with atavistic pure-blood Green Star bloodline, bring him back to see if you can always do it, and when he grows up, he likes to choose the Green Star Alliance to settle down, I have no problem, but I will not send him away from an early age." The old lady thought for a while and spoke very well, "Yes, I just need an heir, and I'm too lazy to bring a cub." Ling Yaoyao, the Green Star Alliance has not fallen apart so far, what a miracle, Next, Ling Yaoyao and Ling Xian had a fairly pleasant vacation in Green Star, eating a lot of delicious vegetarian ingredients. The two agreed that in the future, unless there are force majeure factors such as war, they will travel once or twice a year and swim, eat, all over the Sea of Stars. For Ling Foodie Yaoyao and Ling spoiled wife Crazy Demon Xian, this is probably the most comic agreement. Child? In Ling Xian's plan, the existence of that kind of trouble is not too late to consider it in another 100 years. In the interstellar age, it is difficult to have a baby if cross-species combination does not use fertility drugs or eat auxiliary therapeutic foods made of fertility ingredients. However, the trick was that the plan could not keep up with the changes, and 2 years later, when Ling Yaoyao, a dietary therapy master, had just graduated from college and was about to open an ancient gourmet food chain all over the empire, she suddenly became pregnant. There are also 2 dragon and phoenix fetuses in one pregnancy. The son is pure human blood, and the daughter is pure green star blood. Ling Yaoyao had a hard time wanting to eat the vegetarian dishes of the Green Star Alliance for a while, but vomited and became wanting to eat the meat dishes of the Huanhua Empire, tossing countless times a day. Ling Xian was so distressed to see Ling Yaoyao suffering like this, and he couldn't wait to throw the 2 unborn buns, one to the Ling family's parents, and the other to the Green Star Alliance, and made up his mind that he would take contraceptives in the future and never want such a troublesome thing as a child again. But when the 2 children were really born, Ling Xian hurt as if it were something, especially the little daughter who looked like Ling Yaoyao, well-behaved and cute, and the iron-blooded and ruthless Admiral turned on the dad mode without any disobedience. As for Ling Yaoyao, she likes to tease and resemble Ling Xian, and she also likes her son with a straight face. In the evening, after giving the child to the nanny robot, the 2 couldn't help but quarrel with each other's thoughts. Ling Yaoyao, you patronized Arya today and ignored me. Ling Xian, you actually sang a nursery rhyme to that stinky boy, but you never sang it to me. Children are the crystallization of their love, and of course the 2 of them love and care for them in every way, but what can participate and accompany them the most is only the first 10 years of their lives. Ling Yaoyao understood why Wei Ling chose his wife first, and also understood that Xin Yunjin followed Ling Tianyue most of the time. Because now, she also has the favorite person in her life and cannot be let go. Time is long, the stars are vast, how lucky it is to meet each other, love each other, and stay unchanged for the rest of your life. Hundreds of years later Ling Xian asked expectantly, if there is an afterlife? Ling Yaoyao replied with a smile, I hope I am rich and handsome, you are Bai Fume, and I will marry you. Ling Xian,